Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another episode of the IMON podcast. And in this third and rather delayed episode, I will be going through the edge of my backlog. Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat. Didn't you already go through your backlogs before? Your gaming backlogs, your movie backlogs? Well, this is not any normal backlog. This is a website where you can keep track of every video game you've beaten. Kind of like the app Letterboxd, but for video games. But this website didn't always exist, or rather, I wasn't aware about it before. Before, there was a website called Video Game List, where you could keep track of all your games. But then I heard of an app called GG. And what I did was I made a bunch of reviews on Video Game List, and then I transferred all those reviews to the app GG, and then I hear about the website Backloggd, and these previous two things are now irrelevant. So what I have to do is move everything I moved here, from here, all the way over here. But before I do that, I thought I'd take this time to actually go over every single review I've written, because in reviewing them, there's a lot of discrepancies. I mean, time beats us all. The eternal enemy is the times. There is no such thing as an absolute enemy, and there is no such thing as an absolute review. Especially with how we change as people, how we develop our minds. Some things stay the same, some things stay different, and even when things do stay the same, the way we word it is different. So I'm going to use my telephone to go over this Google document where I got a photo of every review I did, which is around 120, which encapsulates 120 games, read those reviews verbatim, and then give my thoughts on how accurate they are to the time of now. And what's gonna complicate this even more is that my memory of a lot of these games might be very faded. Like, I don't even know if I like these games or hate these games. I might not even remember these games all that well. So this is keeping in line with the spirit of my previous videos where I talk about a bunch of things I know nothing about. Here, I do know a lot about a lot of these things, but not as much as you would think. I was originally going to make this a more edited video. I wrote down this whole little intro here. Hey, I'm on the edge of my seat here, back again with another brand new video. I've created a big collection of no damage videos throughout the years, but don't be mistaken, they cannot be taken as a complete record of every single game I've played in my life. For that, you need to go to my Backloggd, and okay, I'm going to skip the intro here, and oh my goodness, is it thundering outside? I've kind of have my window blocked, just so that I can't be spied on, but there is light coming out of there, but light doesn't mean anything. It can still be thundering, it can still be raining. Today is also the finales for the World Cup, so in around 2 to 3 hours, if this video isn't done, I'm actually gonna go downstairs, watch my World Cup, I own it, and then come back and do the rest of this video if I'm not done by then. If I read this entire intro, I'm not gonna be done by then. But yeah, let's start off with the very first game. XCOM Enemy Unknown. I've given this 4 out of 5 stars, and here's my review. A really engaging experience. Managing your troops in order to better manage your base creates a fun gameplay loop. The passage of time as your troops become better or die to give rise to new soldiers creates a story of its own. The challenge of the game forces you to make the best possible choices in gameplay, and it makes for intense encounters. Also love the level of customization with your troops, making it personal. Even if you're not big on strategy games, I think this one is a great gateway into the genre. Check it out, it's dope. I think my only comment there is, how can I say it's a great gateway into the genre if I'm no expert on strategy games either? I guess it's a great gateway because it's like one of the only ones I've put a lot of time into, but from memory, yeah, this is an awesome game. Like, the only thing I would discourage, I mean, I'd probably say this exact same review verbatim if I did a replay. The only thing I would discourage you from doing with XCOM Enemy Unknown is playing the PS Vita port. The PS Vita port runs at like 20 FPS, it's disgusting. I did put like 10 or 20 hours into it for like multiple plane rides and chess tournaments. I played a little bit of chess, which is also a strategy game, but I was very bad at it. I would like lose to 10-year-olds, and I was also like 13. So it was like, what the flip? I don't really have much more to say. I think that review is pretty accurate, so I'm just gonna keep it moving here. Gary's Mod, 7 out of 10. The community really makes this game popping. Terrorist Town and Dark RP are my favorites. There's a ton of variety, plus you can just mess around with the base game. Game cool. See, what throws me off about this review is those are just 2 modes of like 50 that you can play in Gary's mod, and it's not even like the base game. Like the base game is, I guess you get to make your own mods or something. It's been so long since I've actually hopped on Gary's mod. And yes, I do have a lot of fun in those 2 modes, but also that's such a small percentile of the experience of Gary's mod. And it's not even the main experience. It's like an offshoot of the main experience. I don't know, I feel like it's kind of like, you know, really praising a mod for a game that you don't even play the main story of. I guess like some people who play Bethesda games are kind of like that. Honestly, the Yakuza series is kind of heading in that direction, given how like lackluster some of the recent entries were. But yeah, no, I mean, I gotta hop on that game again. Ranking multiplayer games is kind of tough, because with single player games, you beat them, you're done, you have a complete experience. But multiplayer, I mean, you can just hop on anytime you want. Like the way you rank that is completely different, especially with multiplayer games that I play like local play. Gary's mod is not one of them, unless I did like a LAN party. But local play, just the experience of being together with your friends, overtakes so much of the game's quality that it's kind of hard to quantify what part of this game am I enjoying because of the game, because of its structure and all that, and what part of this am I enjoying just because I'm with my friends. So now, God of War, 7 out of 10. Man, I wish this game had better boss fights, because besides the first and final fights, they're somewhat unremarkable. Core combat is good fun, the Blades of Chaos are one of the best weapons in any game, and the Greek tragedy here pushes it along nicely. Not one of my favorites, but it's a good time. Do not play the Vita port, because wow, it blows ass! So, it's gonna be a common sentiment that don't play the Vita ports of these games, unless it's Metal Gear Solid, which I still would recommend you don't do it, but I would be a hypocrite because I've replayed Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 like 5 or 6 times on the Vita alone. I've gotten the Platinum for Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 on the Vita specifically, so I would just be lying out of my ass. But for God of War, like I played a little bit of 1, a little bit of 2 on the Vita, and it was terrible. I paid money on the digital store to download those games, and they run at 20 FPS. Like the PSP entries like felt better to control than God of War 1 and 2 on the PS Vita, even though the PSP entries like normally don't feel better to control. Like they're a little bit awkward. Like Kratos' run cycle just doesn't feel as nice. Like his animations, the way he hops around, just something about it is just off. Which, to be fair, they don't have the graphical prowess of the PS2. It's a portable console. The PSP is not as powerful. They were going to be limited, but I think it is worth mentioning. See, God of War is a weird one because I feel very strongly that I like Devil May Cry more. And God of War just doesn't really scratch the same itch. Like the combat system, the boss fights, it doesn't scratch the same itch. But I do feel like I'm going to start liking it more and more, like the more I play it. I mean, for one, this review was written before I did my no damage at the game. And now that I actually did my no damage, I think like that middle boss fight is actually like one of my favorites in the game. But with God of War 1, that's kind of a funny thing to say because there's only 3 boss fights. Like every other game has like 10 or 12, but this one, 3. We have 3 fights in the entire game. God of War 1 would be an interesting subject to no damage the entire game, but it would also be one of the hardest ones because like the combat set pieces are some of the most challenging in the series. But God of War 3 is also like insanely challenging at times. Like there was like one of the final like gauntlets like in the labyrinth where it's just like waves of enemies and you're stuck in this rotating box and there's like spikes every time it rotates. That's like one of the toughest things in the franchise. And the one we have to like fight that fire Cerberus dog, but then again, God of War 1 and 2 also have a lot of fire Cerberus dogs. Anyways, God of War 2, I also gave it a 7 out of 10. Okay, a good improvement over the first game. The story is worse, but the game's better overall. Really dope environments and combat scenarios. Neat. See, I guess like with games, I always want to write a review to get like some sort of feel for it. But with these sort of apps, it kind of gets to a point where if you play a lot of stuff, I find it harder to get really in depth with what I want to write. But I also don't want to be the person who just puts a star rating and doesn't write anything. But at this point in time, I might be that person. And another thing which makes it worse is that if I'm going to go in depth and write a review for the game, why don't I just make it a video? But then again, I never feel like pushed to make a video. So I never feel pushed to write a really detailed review. So then I never feel pushed to publish this game. And now I have a backlog of the things I want to put on Backloggd. And oh, we're going to get to that. But God of War 2, I mean, would I say this is a 7 out of 10? I mean, shouldn't it be closer to an 8 out of 10? Like, there is more boss fights. Some of them are terrible. Some of them are okay, and some of them are pretty sweet. And I do think if I get, like, you know, into the game more, I'll be able to describe it clear. Like, for instance, Those previous reviews didn't get into the sub-weapons of the game. I'm not really a big fan of the sub-weapons in God of War 1 because, well, there was just one, and it was a big blade, and it wasn't as fun to use as the Blades of Chaos. In God of War 2, the weapons that they give you, the big-ass hammer and the spear, they're also not as good as the Blade of Chaos's, but they do have, like, good uses. Like, the hammer, you can't dodge, but using, like, the arrow's iframes, like, there's this really cool thing you can do in God of War 2, where every time you pull out the bow and arrow, you get iframes. So you can actually, like, tank through most attacks by just pulling this up by timing it correctly. It's, like, basically like an unintended parry mechanic. I think that's really, really sweet. And it makes the hammer, like, super useful because the hammer deals insane damage and it was balanced by not letting you dodge. But if you abuse the iframes, you can actually, like, dodge. That's how I was able to beat the Barbarian King. Watch my God of War 2 no damage video for that. And now, God of War 3. The story is garbage. It's very obnoxious. The gameplay is the best of the trilogy. The sub-weapons are actually useful, and the combat is the crunchiest it has ever been. A weird thing about these games is that the QTEs actually get worse as the series goes on. Like, bro, why are they so small in this game? Stop it! Rad game overall. It's fun. See, I don't know if I would agree that the QTEs get worse. So, in God of War 1, the QTEs are a giant button in the middle of the screen. Same thing in God of War 2. In God of... I think God of War 2, the reason why I said it got worse is because there were, like, certain animations in the first God of War, which it was, like, just one QTE button. But then in the second God of War game, they made it, like, 2 QTE buttons. So to, like, instantly kill someone, I think you press, like, circle to do it. And then in God of War 2, you press circle, and then you have to press triangle afterwards. So that's what annoyed me about God of War 2. But then God of War 3, the way it handled its QTEs, instead of the giant button in the middle of the screen, they have, like, the button very, very small on the side of the screens. And the reason I said it was worse in the past is because it's so hard to see sometimes. It kind of blends into the background. But me, with my modern sensibilities and my 2020, like, eyesight vision, I actually prefer the way God of War 3 handles it because you get to see more of the action, more of the cinematic action, while the giant buttons in the PS2, like, duology, they block most of what's going on because it's just a giant button in the middle of the screen. It takes up so much space. I don't need all that. But then again, my 13-year-old self here would disagree with me and, like, just challenge me to a duel. And now... And see, 7... I don't even know if I would say the story is garbage, but every time I return to God of War 3, I do kinda don't like the story, but it has elements that are cool. And if I fixate so much on it being garbage, I ignore the cool stuff about the game, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to be ignorant of a game's qualities. Now, God of War Chains of Olympus, 3 out of 5. Something about this game feels off compared to the previous PS2 God of War. I did play this on the PSP, but I wasn't vibing much with the game. Story was had a cool moment at one point, but I don't remember much besides that. And you know, I really don't remember much besides that, aside from the fact that it's a portable game, and I was at school. I was in the school, story time, and I was playing God of War Chains of Olympus on my PS Vita, because you could play PSP games on the PS Vita, but I was like playing it kind of secretly, or I forgot my headphones, or I didn't want to look like I was playing the game. So I was playing the game without headphones and I didn't have the volume on, and I was trying to fight the final boss. And I kept getting hit by the final boss. And then when I returned home and plugged in my headphones, I realized that one of the final boss's major attacks, the only way that it was telegraphed was through a sound cue. So if you were deaf, you could never predict when she was going to do a certain attack which deals like massive damage. It might have been a one-hit kill on the hardest difficulty, but there's no way I could have played the hardest difficulty because that was my first playthrough, and I think the hardest difficulty is locked until you do one playthrough of the second hardest difficulty. Then you can do the hardest difficulty of the game. So that's what I remember from God of War Chains of Olympus. And now, Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. 3.5 stars out of 5. Every KH game has perfect finales, and this was true since the first game. The first sections of this game are just classic. The rest of the game is fine too. Combat is simple but punchy. Playing on the highest difficulty is the way to go to get that nice challenge. The progression throughout the game is also really well handled as you slowly get better and better at combat and platforming. One of my favorite things being that when you start the game off with a shitty jump, which later turns into a dope high jump. Nice! It also has a bit of jank, but has charm that carries it through. And like, yeah, I would agree. The only thing that I would say about Kingdom Hearts 1 though is I still need a no damage Sephiroth in the Final Mix version, which apparently Sephiroth in the final mix version is actually like 10 times worse than he is in the original game, and he's already a nightmare in the original game because the final mix version like adds like these new variables, which makes his like attack patterns like more random and unpredictable, which means you need to follow a very specific sequence that's hard to memorize and hard to perform. And I've put that video off for like maybe nearly half a decade, but Sephiroth is like the last boss I need to no damage. And then when I do that, I'll have a new video called Kingdom Hearts Super Bosses No Damage, but like it's just him. And I spent a week on the Ice Titan alone because that guy was so tough. But now, Sephiroth is even worse. And it's crazy because I want to no damage the other Kingdom Hearts games, but it's like the thing that's stopping me from jumping onto those games. And it's like, oh, I just need to no damage Sephiroth. It's going to be one of the toughest things in the franchise, but whatever. But then like every no damager I've seen, like every no damage video in their descriptions, they're like, this is the hardest thing in the franchise. Like any novice shouldn't try this out. And it's kind of like, I have to deal with one of the hardest challenges in the franchise before I'm even allowed to play any of the other games, which will become like much easier, but they still won't be easy, especially if I want to be stylish. Like Kingdom Heart like style play has evolved so much that there's people that just don't block, don't use magic, and don't even dodge. I don't even know. It's kind of insane the lengths people will go to restrict their play to be cooler. And now, Kingdom Hearts 3, 3.5 out of 5. A huge improvement combat-wise from the portable games, a lot of fun options to play around with, plus boss design is a massive improvement from the portable games. Not a fan of the attraction attacks though, they're pretty lame. The worlds for the most part are fun, and I really like the bigger locales which encourage exploration. The pacing could have been better. There's too much of a divide between the Disney stuff and the original game stuff. A better melding of the two would have been more engaging. The conclusion is still great though, fantastic boss fight after fantastic boss fight. It's just a shame that the best stuff in the game is backloaded way into the finale while most of the game is kind of mid. Cool game, but I recommend you play the other ones first for the full impact. Haven't played the Remind DLC yet. I'll revisit this once I beat that. Yeah, I still need to play the Remind DLC. Which is kind of like, I think most of the times people bring up Kingdom Hearts 3, it's because they played the Remind DLC. That's the notable thing about the game now. Like base Kingdom Hearts 3, nobody cares about it. And to be fair, this is kind of like a common sentiment with Kingdom Hearts. Like, I don't know if I heard this sentiment so much with Kingdom Hearts 1, but Kingdom Hearts 2 seems to, like, its reputation is kind of carried a lot by Final Mix. Even though a lot of people do like the original, but when the original came out, all people could say was, oh, this game is so easy, just spam X to win. But then Final Mix came out with a critical mode that was, like, the most balanced and, like, fun, hardest difficulty out of any of the games in the franchise. And that was, like, really fun to see. And also all the extra boss fights. Like, Remind has the exact sort of, like, extra boss fights which Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix has. And those boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix and the Caverns of Remembrance are some of the greatest hack and slash boss fights of all time. So if Kingdom Hearts 3 has that again, why did I not play this? I need to play this game. That's what I need to do. I need to play this game. I need to play those dope-ass boss fights. I need to play that secret final boss fight that just kind of looks like that dude from Final Fantasy 15. I need to play these games. The fourth one is going to come out in 10 years. I have a lot of time. Let me take a sip of water here. Alrighty. Kingdom Hearts, Birth by Sleep, Final Mix. 3 out of 5 stars. A massive downgrade from Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 in terms of game feel and boss fight design, but it's still a fun game. The command deck is flawed in that it makes the whole combat system revolve around cooldowns, which isn't ideal, but grinding and creating your commands is enjoyable. I wasn't feeling this story, but it does have some pretty kino moments here and there. I think that word has kind of fallen out of favor. It used to be thrown all over the place. I mean, hell, even I threw it all over the place. I think I said it in like my my original Yakuza 3 No Damage. I mean, I'm probably prone to still use it every now and then, but I think its time has passed, and it's gonna like take a while before people like want to reclaim Kino again. As for the actual game itself, I mean, it's just that like no damaging Birth by Sleep would be really interesting, not because it would be fun, but because it's like, is it even possible? Is it even possible to do consistently? Like, that's what I'm interested in, because like when I was like fighting the final boss like on one of the routes of the game, I was like, how do you even no damage this? This seems impossible. Same thing with like Dream Drop Distance. I mean, with melee alone, no, not happening. Just like the way they nerfed the melee system, especially like on critical, is like insane. And the damage sponge enemies on critical is a nightmare. Because like the health bars are so small, but like every hit just deals like a nipple of damage, and it's just not fun. Like there's like a shrink command in the game where you just step on the enemies and they instantly die, and that was like pretty much the only way to get good damage going. But once again, that's on a cooldown, so you use it once, and you gotta wait for it to come back, and you just kind of deal the nipple damage for a little bit, and then finally get to actually like kill the enemy for once. Like the enemies, not the boss fights, the normal enemies. Oh. Birth by Sleep did kind of have this cool thing where like doing a certain amount of attacks would give you like a super sword, a super mode, and you get to do that. But those sort of super modes also didn't guarantee no damage. You could get clipped in those like pretty easily, and it was kind of hard to use efficiently because those also were like on a timer. So you had a limited amount of time to use the cool ass weapon instead of like planning for it. Middle-earth: Shadow of Mordor. 3 out of 5 stars. The orc minion system and messing around with their hierarchy is really fun and good. The rest of the game is whatever. It's worth it for that orc stuff, but the rest of the game is really bland. The story is as lackluster as they come, stealth is too basic and needed more work, combat is just Batman but you kill. This game would be amazing if every other element of the game was as cool as the orc minion stuff. Also ripping off animations from Assassin's Creed 2? See, I haven't played this game since it came out, so it's been like over a decade since I've touched this game. Back when this game came out, I only had a PS4. And now, in 10 years' time, Sony's gonna get rid of all physical discs and I won't be able to play this anymore because I own this physically. I wonder if I still have the disc somewhere nearby. One fun thing about the early PS4 generation is that since most of those games were PS3 ports, they all ran at like 1080p 60 FPS and it was like so smooth. So if you bought the PS4 like, you know, year one, which usually you don't want to buy consoles year one because that's when they're going to have like most glitches and flaws and it's going to cost the most to buy it. The PS5 is actually rather revolutionary in the fact that if you bought the console year one, it's actually going to be cheaper to do that than buying it now because it's gotten more expensive because of like so many like different factors, and I don't think it's ever going to go down to like a base price of like $500 because like when the game came out, that the normal price of $500 was what the stores were selling it for, but when the stores sold out of that, resellers sold it for like $1,000. And that was the normal thing. It was hard to get a PS5 year one. And now it's the normal price of the PS5 and the PS5 Pro and the PS5 Pro XL is going to be closer to the scalpers pricing than the original pricing. So now the scalpers can go even higher if it ever sells out again. This is all GTA 6's fault. Now, what about the game itself? I mean, the main story didn't really matter. Like, the most fun stuff was just like ambushing outposts, killing an orc, that orc legion going here, killing this orc, then going to kill the orc after that, and then you die to that orc, which resets the orc system back to another thing. The one bad thing about the orc system is that I believe like Warner Brothers like copyrighted like the code for it, so now like other developers cannot use a system similar to that, and basically like killed off what could have been like a fun subgenre. So yeah, fuck Warner Brothers, I guess. No More Heroes, 4 out of 5 stars. This was a standout title on the Wii simply because it's one of the only mature games on that system, but this game is far more than just that. The gameplay is fun to go through despite how simple the combat system was, thanks to the creative level gimmicks thrown around each stage which spices things up. The grinding in between levels can be a bit much, but the open hub holds a lot of character. The narrative is the highlight of the game. It's all quite crazy, but it actually has a strong underlying point to which it elevates it above just shock value. Great experience. Go play it. I think one thing about writing reviews is that you never want to like sound too basic. You always want to have like some insight on the game, like why is the story so crazy? What's the underlying point? How does it bring it all together? Why is this a classic Nintendo Wii? Because right now I don't have like the words that sound intelligent to describe all that. Though sometimes you don't want to use words that sound too intelligent because then you'll just be using like fancy verbiage to pretty much hide the fact that you have a simple point to make. Stanley Kubrick, I think the way he writes his scripts is that he writes it and then he tries to make it more simple. So, you know, he just kind of gets all the verbiage on there and then cuts it down. I am also cutting down whatever that fact is supposed to be, if it's even real. I mean, with celebrities, you know, there's so much gossip and just like, oh, he does this, he does that. Most of it is made up. They might have made that up about Stanley Kubrick. I don't know. Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, 3 out of 5 stars. I am conflicted on this game, and I feel the game systems are just as conflicted as me. It's impressive that most of Snake Eater's gameplay systems were brought back unchanged, but a lot of the new systems of the game seek to undermine this. Being able to move the bodies of enemies is great, but then there's a soldier recruitment system. A dope thing by itself, but with two massive issues. One is the tedious action of dragging asses all across the map to get them to a box or a truck, and then there was the issue with this approach. It limits the good stealth gameplay that is there. Oh, do you want to crawl through a vent to avoid the enemies at the front door? Well, now you want to recruit that one dude you knocked out, except oops, you can't drag his ass through the vent. You need to drag his ass out the front door and back to the truck. Sucks to be you. Just shit is so limiting. The boss fights suck except for the titular Metal Gear, which has the worst design out of all of them, bro. Okay, I gotta stop the review right here. I think that Metal Gear fight might actually be one of my least favorite fights in the game. Though, remembering things, the boss fights in Portable Ops aren't my favorites. They're all kind of like weird. And the way I no damaged them was just by abusing their AI instead of actually fighting them. Part of that is just the awkward controls of the PSP. Though when I no damaged Portable Ops, I was emulating it. I wasn't playing on original hardware. If I ever return to Portable Ops to do like a Foxhound run, I might play it on my PS Vita, the same way I did with my recent Peace Walker no damage. Ooh, I mean, how many pages am I into reviewing all these games? Oh, on mobile, I have to like open the print layout in order to actually see the page numbers. Unless there was another way to see the page numbers and I just missed it. Whoa, uh-oh. It's not showing up for me. Oh dear. Wow, it's not showing up for me. Why? I did the print layout. And once I do the print layout, am I not allowed to see the page numbers? Did I turn the page numbers off? Huh. Oh, well, I mean, the number doesn't show up, but the amount of pages does. All right, so I am on page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm on page 5, and there's 100 pages on this. Uh-oh. I don't think this video is going to get completed, but let's get back to it. Or rather, let's return to the point I was making. So yeah, I mean, I didn't like the Metal Gear fight. If you watch my Portable Ops no damages, like I scream against that machine. It's an aggravating thing to no damage, and I think I prefer no damaging the boss fights, the other ones, because I could at least abuse their AI, but with that Metal Gear, you really can't. If I had better controls to fight the thing, I might actually enjoy it more, but just the awkward aiming and like the weird splash damage it does and its attack pattern is just, ugh. Yeah, but no, if I had like a good control scheme or a control scheme I like better, hell, if I had the PS2 control scheme, like the amount of things you have to do to the Metal Gear is interesting. Like it's designed to have like a variance of phases. You have to like shoot the legs to bring it down, and it has this part where it opens up and that lets you damage it. You can damage it from below, you can damage it from above. You can't damage it past certain angles. And yeah, it has a good variety of attacks. Like from a design point, it's not that bad of a boss fight, but it was just so frustrating to no damage. But yeah, here we go. Inventory is limited and the camera blows for story time. The story here is kind of cool at points, but feels somewhat undercooked a lot of the time. Most of the villains don't leave much of an impact aside from one of the final encounters, which was pretty cool. Most of the cutscenes in the game I was really feeling, but it's overall needless. This is an issue from all the big boss games after Snake Eater had, where we don't need to see the rest of his journey. Snake Eater's ending perfectly inferred what would become of him as the series went on. I had some fun with it, but it's underwhelming in the long run. See, right there, I don't know if I really would agree with that. But I would. See, like, I mean, I don't feel confident in the way I expressed that, but I basically believe that the big boss games after Snake Eater are necessary. But there's like a lot more nuance to that. Like, I mean, Portable Ops story has like some really dope elements. Peace Walker story has some dope elements, even though it had some elements which aren't that dope. Even the Phantom Pain has some dope elements where if I just disregard it all because Snake Eater was a good way to infer what would happen to him after the fact, well, that's just not fair. And especially with the gameplay developments these games brought. I mean, that's probably my favorite thing about them. But yeah, it's worth noting. Metal Gear, 3 out of 5 stars. I would love this game if it wasn't so bloody cryptic. Great vibes, simple fun stealth gameplay, but if I had a walkthrough on hand for most of it. Also, you spend a lot of time walking around in circles, which I wasn't big on. Still, there's a solid start to the Metal Gear series. I didn't say anything here. Like, I didn't say anything all that notable. And yes, the first time I beat this game, I did basically have like a walkthrough on my telephone, and I just kind of followed that step by step because I didn't want to get lost at any part of the game. I gotta return to Metal Gear and not do that because I don't remember what pattern you have to follow. Like some of the rooms you have to visit and then like revisit and then come back to were annoying, and also Metal Gear 1 has that system where if you don't rescue every hostage, the final boss is literally impossible. Because you wouldn't be able to carry enough bombs to actually be able to defeat it. Like, that is an insane design choice. You're basically like just locked out of beating the game unless you actually rescue every hostage. And it's not like, you know, failing to rescue the hostage, it's an instant game over. The game just continues on like nothing happened, except you don't get to level up your stars. And when you don't level up your stars, you're not going to be able to carry enough bombs to defeat the final boss. This is also one of the only Metal Gear Solid games I haven't no damaged yet, because while I am repeating my no damages of Metal Gear 2 and 3 and Peace Walker and at some point 4 and Portable Ops and basically every game in the franchise, I haven't no damaged Metal Gear or Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake once. Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. Ah, the swamp. Why does a swamp exist? When I return to no damage Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, I don't know how I'm going to do the swamp. Like, how am I going to remember that, like, pixel perfect pattern you have to follow? I mean, I really hope that I was just, like, kind of being silly back then, and that this set piece is, like, a lot easier than you would expect when you actually know what you're doing and you have the knowledge, which I have, playing every game in the franchise. I've gotten better at memorizing things, so maybe I could do that pattern, but that is the thing I am the most worried about with no damaging Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. But besides that and some tedious backtracking, this is a massive improvement on every element from the first game. The story, stealth, boss fights, and world design are all so much more developed and memorable. Also, that music is lovely. The game sets the blueprint for a near ideal Metal Gear experience. And it's like, how much of that am I really going to love? Because I only beat that game once. I didn't really have the walkthrough on hand for like most of it, because the game's a lot more straightforward from memory. And also better designed, like more memorable. But yeah, when I return to like do a no damage ghost of Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, am I gonna like it as much? Because the main thing is, do I like it more than Metal Gear Solid 1? Because right now I don't think so. I like the way Metal Gear Solid 1 feels to play better. But some people say that this game feels better to play because it's like 2D pixel art and maybe like you move a certain way. But I like the 3D movement in Metal Gear Solid. It felt really smooth. But yeah, I'm gonna have to replay this game, no damage, and then I'll have a more definitive answer on whether I prefer Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake or Metal Gear Solid. Because most of the structure from Metal Gear Solid is taken from Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake, which kind of like throws me for a loop because I don't really like the structure of Metal Gear Solid that much. You know, like how the first half is completely stealth focused, and then like the second half is mostly like like set pieces and like just jumps in. Why did I say jump? That doesn't make any sense. That the stealth gameplay is basically gone. It's just set pieces and like, you know, boss fights here and there. If Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is like that, then I'm not gonna like that game's structure because I'm gonna feel like, oh, the stealth got diminished in favor of all those set pieces. Metal Gear Solid 3 Subsistence. 9 out of 10, 4.5 stars. This is one of those games that is paced to perfection, near perfect build-up and slowdowns all throughout the game, and its gameplay is some of the best around. The slower paced camo stealth fits the game perfectly. The boss fights are mostly wonderful. The ending is one of the best in the medium. What a thrill. Classic game and my favorite in the series. Yeah, I agree with that. If you want to know more about my thoughts on that, watch my Can You Earn All Keratons in Snake Eater Without Taking Damage. Those videos will be very informative about why that opinion is true. Now, am I going to release that video before I release this podcast? Probably, at least chapter 1. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, 3.5 out of 5 stars. Chapter 5 is a massive bore. The tank missions do not end, just tank after tank after tank. Stop it. This isn't Monster Hunter, this isn't cool, this is tedious. Besides that grind of a chapter, the game is good. The stealth gameplay is more simple than the previous games, but it kind of gets back to the arcade-type stealth of Metal Gear Solid and Metal Gear Solid 2. It's fun to breeze through, which plays into replaying missions for higher ranks. The boss fights are fun and unique, but tone down those health bars, man. The story had a good cast and solid emotional beats, but is brought down by a lot being a continuation of Snake Eater, a game which doesn't need a continuation. This game feels like it's pushing for a reason to be important, and it just feels forced, especially when they fall back on referencing Snake Eater like it's the Bible, and also some dumb prequel shit like Fate and blah blah blah. I was probably mad about the pause ending back then. See, the interesting thing about these reviews is that this is mostly made up of stuff that I would say before I got into no damaging the games. So it's like I wasn't even considering how to no damage stuff. I'm just saying this like as a regular player, which I can't be that person ever again because I tend to no damage every game I touch, or at least I want to. But yeah, 7 out of 10 is I still agree with that for Peace Walker. And yeah, here we have a weird one. Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. 3.5 out of 5 stars. This is such a great follow-up to Peace Walker. The way it revisits certain characters and plot lines from that game is really interesting, especially with its far darker tone, putting the characters from the deceptively lighthearted Peace Walker into more grueling affairs. The gameplay and level design is just wonderful. Each section of the map having its own contained stealth challenge that can be approached from multiple angles while having those separate sections intact with the rest of the map, like getting info on how to approach an area, coming up from a guard in an area below. It's engaging open world stealth gameplay. Too bad it's just a demo. Shame its level design, pacing, and narrative are more engaging than most of the stuff in the Phantom Pain, the actual game. Man, this is whack. See, like, I mean, that's an audacious take, which I'm not even sure if I agree with. Like, I mean, Ground Zeroes has some of the best level design around, but it's like, puts the Phantom Pain to shame. The Phantom Pain also has a lot of good design. I gotta like revisit, I'm revisiting every single Metal Gear Solid so I can ghost all of them. But revisiting those is gonna be some of the most fun because their level design is some of the most interesting. And also like the guard reactions and the amount of things you would have to do to ghost in the game. And also the fact that those games do have a mission modifier. Well, mission modifier might not be the right thing to say. Like at the scoreboard, at the end of your playthrough of each mission, you get graded on them. And these games had a legit no traces stat. So they actually designed the entire game to be ghosted, which means no distractions and no thrown items. Like, with the previous games, when you do that, you're doing that just for fun. It's not actually part of the game. So returning to the games where they did design them that way, now that's going to be really interesting, especially since I just spent most of my playthrough using the Fulton balloons and just shooting everyone. Little break. I mean, I did record myself getting out of the chair, so that would sync with me getting into the chair, because this is take 2. And on take 2, I'm going to talk about Bravely Default. 3.5 stars out of 5. Man, this game took me years to beat. Not because it was that long, even though my playtime was around 70 hours, but more because I kept picking it up and dropping it. I would really enjoy when I was playing it, but then trying to return to it after dropping it was tough. And re-remembering how the bloody game worked was a bit of a hassle. The story and characters are alright, a bit too tried and true, but there's a few details here and there that spice things up because the second half is really interesting. Shame that the second half is the worst part of the game. The point that they were going for could have been delivered in half the time they spent on it. It kills the fun of the first half heavily, and I don't think the game really benefits from it. I do recommend playing it though because the combat is quite fun and I love the job system, so customizable. Also, that final boss is a legend. Well, final boss is. Once you figure out the twist of the game, like, it is kind of crazy how it makes you want to actually play through the rest of the game, including that first half, just to see how he even got here. So I took a long break to see the World Cup, but now I'm back and I'm just going to repeat what I said about Bravely Default. So the thing about Bravely Default is that the twist it has is like really clever, and I ran into it by accident just because I was getting so bored with the second half. But then once you figure out the twist, you realize, oh, it doesn't matter that there's a twist. You still have to play this the normal way and do quite a bit of grinding and quite a bit of repetition, and the game does reuse its assets in such a way where you really feel like getting dragged out, but it is part of the story. But the thing about Bravely Default is that it's like a, you know, harkening back to old classic JRPGs, but I don't have much experience with old classic JRPGs. So whatever new things it's doing or whatever it's staying true to and, like, you know, not doing new, I wouldn't know. And it would be cool if I could no damage this one, but I don't think it's that type of game. It is a turn-based RPG. It doesn't have a parry mechanic. It's not any Nothing like that. So it is a, tried and true JRPG, so you're gonna have to get hit at some point and have a healer on standby so you can actually heal yourself. So yeah, moving on. Oh, and also I gave this one a 7 out of 10. And now, Yakuza 4. 7 out of 10. I replayed this one and now I'm starting to see that a couple elements got stretched really thin. I could describe most of my thoughts on this game by saying it's a lot of great things that don't get enough time to breathe. Akiyama's combat is great, except he doesn't have many challenges or combat scenarios that really force me to engage with him. Tanimura only really has one boss in his entire section. Some chapters are a single cutscene. And Kiryu's section is definitely the weakest in the game. This version of Kiryu is probably my least favorite. It's a mix of him being at his most basic, and also certain actions he does are kind of fucking whack. And the ending feels like a bit hollow in the sense that the series as a whole wasn't really building up to this sort of finale. And it's a bit telling when Yakuza 5 starts off by disregarding most of what happens in 4. This is still one of my favorites in the series. I love its structure despite how rushed it can be at points. Having 4 mini Yakuza adventures keeps things constantly fresh, and that's especially true with the side content. Each section of side quests having their own flavor and tone keeps them from getting too repetitive, which some of the previous games could suffer from. Also, the combat is one of my favorites in the series. It feels like the peak of the arcadey type style before the series combat became a bit more weighty with Yakuza 5 onwards. Each character being able to bound or juggle was a blast to perform. It's a game with a ton of ambition but not enough content to match it. Like, I agree with that, but implying that Yakuza 5, like the direction it went in, was somehow true to the older games when it wasn't also like a massive departure is a bit funny. But yeah, just like it seems like Yakuza 4 originally wasn't going to have Kiryu, and it was probably going to be a better game because of it. Because Akiyama, Saejima, and Tanimura hold their own really well. But then there's Kiryu, where it's just kind of like, wow, you are not as compelling to watch as you were in Yakuza 1, 2, and 3. But the thing that gave like Kiryu in his side quest, where he's like revisiting the past, was a nice detail. Just like the way Yakuza 4 splits up its like side content, where Akiyama's doing a certain thing, Saejima has a bit of a certain angle to his things, Tanimura has the police angle to him, and then Kiryu has the angle where he's like revisiting a lot of the past. Like that sort of like specificity with the way they did the side content is like so dearly missed, especially with Pirate Yakuza, Kiwami 3, and Gaiden. Was just they lack that focus. And it's like they're shorter games. They have like less content to them, or rather they kind of advertise themselves that way. But so Yakuza 4 I believe was made in a year, but still like had ambition to kind of split its side content up and like, feel unique in all these little ways. And then these new games like the Gaidens, the Pirate Yakuzas, the Kiwami 3s, they also seem to have like a development cycle of like a year. But instead of sacrificing what Yakuza 4 sacrificed by feeling like it got stretched a little thin, it sacrifices originality by just staying true to all the previous formulas and not really like diving too deep into there to like make things unique. Like they'll have like a big thing like, oh, this game is the agent game, this game is the pirate game, this game is the one that sucks the most. And it's like, it just doesn't hit the same. It's like, yeah, they're more consistent, but they're also these 3 games are also nowhere near as inspiring as Yakuza 4. I miss when the series was kind of like hitting those notes, but I assume Yakuza 4 was a very stressful development schedule, and it seems like Gaiden, Pirate Yakuza, and maybe Kiwami 3 weren't as stressful, just because they already had the tried and true formula they wanted to follow to keep things more consistent, but it just ends up creating more boring games. Wow, I'm talking about a lot of games which are not Yakuza 4. Anyways, New Super Mario Bros. For the DS. 6 out of 10. This was very okay. The game's fun to jump around in, levels are fun and comfy, before the same areas keep appearing over and over. To be fair, there's level gimmicks which keep things pretty fresh even if the terrain is the same. Water and ice sections are dick as usual. There's a lot of Mario iconography which is dope, but in this game it just feels kind of lifeless. The game's bland, its style rarely shines out. The boss fights could be samey to minus a few exceptions, but Mario's boss fights just weren't the strong point anyways in the series. Jumping's fun, the overworld is cool, the game doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a decent combination of platforming challenging... Wait, what? I spelled that wrong. It's a decent collection of platforming challenges, fun way to pass time. Also, those mini-games were pretty fire, not gonna lie. Especially like the ones where you had like the Nintendo download play, where you could play with other people who didn't own the game. So you could be playing at the casino, or doing like the jumping one, or competing in the bomb one. I wonder how many of those mini-games got recycled from New Super Mario Bros. All the way to like Super Mario Bros. Wait, no, Super Mario 64 DS. Because was there any overlap between those two? You know, I haven't beaten Super Mario 64 or Super Mario 64 DS. Like, the one I played as a child was Super Mario 64 DS, but I never beat it. So I'd like to get around to that at some point. I mean, I mentioned that one in one of my previous episodes. But 6 out of 10 for this one? Isn't that like a bit harsh? Like, isn't this game like a little better than I'm giving it credit for? Am I just trying to like hold it to the standards of like Super Mario Galaxy or something? Because like 6 out of 10? I don't know. I mean, could I hold it to the standards of like the first trilogy of Super Mario Bros? Super Mario Bros, Super Mario Bros 2, Doki Doki Panic, and then Super Mario Bros 3? Like, is this game better than Super Mario Bros 3? Yeah, probably not. Super Mario 3D Land, 7 out of 10. Wow, I was not expecting to 100% this game. The main route was okay, but a tad too easy, and I felt like I was going through the motions too much. But then the post-game happened, and I grew to like this game a lot. Elements like the boss fights and setting are a bit tired, but the levels are really fun. The design is engaging. The ice levels don't suck ass. The water levels still kind of do, but they're rare. And beating all the levels and getting all the star coins was a pretty addictive process, and once I did all that, I was satisfied. But then I had to beat all the levels as Luigi to unlock the final stretch of the post-game, and that dragged quite a bit. Fun game, though. See, like, is Super Mario 3D Land, like, that much better than Super Mario Bros. For the DS? I mean, the graphics are certainly better. It's in 3 dimensions. I really gotta no damage some more Mario games, because they take up, like, a huge part of my childhood, but they're very unrepresented in the channel. But also, a lot of these Mario games, if you do every single level, the video's gonna be really long. I mean, mostly with Super Mario Galaxy, and also the way Super Mario Galaxy handles level selection, it takes a while to like jump into a level. You have to like go into the little orb in the hub world. You have to select it. You know, I kind of love that because I love the atmosphere of the hub world in Super Mario Galaxy, but it does make selecting levels pretty inconvenient. And also, oh wait, actually, you know, oh, I have my Italian copy of Super Mario Galaxy 2 for the Switch. I got overcharged for this, but now I own it, and I'm going to shove it into my Switch 2, which is also a bit of an overcharged console, but now every console is overcharged because the times change. So I can play this in 4K, except I haven't taken it out of the wrapping because I've been busy playing Metal Gear Solid, but I'd love to take this out of the wrapping and actually play a 4K upscale because Super Mario 3D All-Stars, that was like 1080p and it was barely an upscale. But this is actually like an immense like increase in the graphics compared to the original. If you own a Switch 2. Might have to pay $10 for that. I gotta play Breath of the Wild. I only played 3 hours of that game on Switch 1, and now I have a Switch 2 and I upgraded to the 4K version, but I only have 3 hours in there. I gotta get back to that one. Yakuza Dead Souls. 6 out of 10. So I was replaying this game, doing all the side quests, no damaging the boss fights, and then I realized this is the worst Yakuza game, Lamau. Not anymore. My opinion on the gameplay has gotten better. The combat here is somewhat engaging. I was playing on Dead Souls mode, it got harder. The control setup isn't that bad, and it enforces an interesting risk-reward system into its shooting. But man, the sound design's a bit off. The guns feel kinda stock and there's janky interactions with the enemy. I love how a shotgun blast when an enemy is getting up does nothing, but then immediately works afterwards as intended. It tends to feel a bit limp dick. The story is fun, but it doesn't add all that much, and on reflection it's very much something like the Majima Saga was in Kiwami 2, but longer. Jeez, that's a bit of an insult. I don't know if I go that far, but Dead Souls does kind of feel like a filler episode in the franchise. Though it does get to like reference a lot of like fun horror movie stuff and kind of be like this weird mix mash of basically like so many different games in the zombie genre, but with a Yakuza flair. And also, it's a really funny game because a lot of the humor, because the game is like taking itself less seriously because it's going for such a wacky zombie like premise, the presentation of the main cutscenes actually gets to add to the humor. I feel like that's something which like some of the modern games tend to miss out on because they just go for the stock animations. But the stock animations they have aren't as funny as the ones that were in like in Yakuza 0, Kiwami 1, maybe even like Yakuza 4 and 5. Like the style in the Dragon Engine is just a bit awkward. It tends to drag things out. This even happens in the main story when they go for like those pre-planned animations. Like when you're like leaving Jujing Han's like dungeon in Yakuza 7 and like they're calling I forgot her name, like a bunch of like, oh, you're ugly, ooh, you're like mad, you're gonna get wrinkles. The timing of that sequence is like so bad. It's just so unfunny. And this series has been practicing its ability to be unfunny with Kiwami 3 and Pirate Yakuza. I gotta make a video on those games sometime here. But yeah, fuck the railgun section. That was horrible. The credits are incredible though. I put cute in this review, but like I'm just gonna fix that. The credits are incredible, like paying homage to every single game that came out before and kind of like setting up Dead Souls as like this finale of the whole franchise, even though if the series ended there, that'd be a little bit sad. Because I really love Yakuza 5, despite some people hating Yakuza 5. Though I am kind of at the point with Yakuza where I'd be happy if the series just ended, like right now. I think it's kind of run its course. Like it's been, what, 20 years? I don't think like anything after the 20 years is gonna like be worth much. Though Stranger Than Heaven does look pretty cool, but I gotta make my first impressions video on that. Yakuza Like a Dragon, 8 out of 10. This game fucking crashed right after I beat the final boss. I have to repeat the whole final level again. Fuck you, Yakuza. This game was great, one of the best in the series for me. I'll do a more in-depth review when Steam stops fucking sucking. Fuck you. I got the hiccups. Now, what can I say? So something which happens when I was reviewing games on GG is I would have a review like that, and then when I 100% of the game or got all the achievements, I would return and write another review. Just because, you know, once you 100% the game, you'll probably have like more to talk about. But these reviews are pretty recent. Like most of the reviews I'm going to mention are pretty old before I started no damaging things, but this one is like pretty modern. It was like a year or two ago. Like this was like around the release date of Infinite Wealth, or like 3 or 4 months after Infinite Wealth came out. So the way you get rid of hiccups is like by holding your breath or by getting jump scared. Nothing in my vicinity is really capable of jump scaring me, so I'm gonna try to hold my breath and see how long I can go doing that. So I was not timing that, but looking back at my footage, I should be able to like distinguish like where I'm coming from with that. And also, I forget if I mentioned this in the intro, but I'm going to refrain from mentioning specific colors so that I can just stay black and white instead of having to edit the video so I show up in color so the color of the thing shows up. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be showing any video game covers. I mean, I'm going to have something behind me, but no video game cover, so I'm never going to point to the color of this. It's all going to be words, which I'm going to narrate. But yes, after I 100%ed Yakuza 7, I said that this is the best game since Yakuza 0. An immense breath of fresh air. Everything great about Yakuza at its best here. Sub-stories, character moments, Ichiban. And, well, how would Ichiban be the best here if this is introduction? There was nothing beforehand that would introduce Ichiban, but whatever. And all these Yakuza trademarks blend perfectly with a turn-based JRPG. It has issues. The game's too easy for its own good, and I would have liked it if dungeons were a bit more complex. But beyond that, love this game. They nailed it. So, I agree with all of that. I do think it's the best one since Yakuza 0. I mean, what came after Yakuza 0? Kiwami 1, Yakuza 6, Kiwami 2, Fist of North Star Lost Paradise, Judgment, and then Yakuza 7. Out of all those games, I'd probably say Yakuza 7 is my favorite. It is the best one out of all those, but I'd be more negative on Yakuza 7 because, like, it's most of the appeal of the gameplay was just that it wasn't Yakuza 6 or Kiwami 2. And on some level, it wasn't Judgment either. So the fact that it was so different, I think already appealed to me instantly. And turn-based combat, I think, works well with Yakuza's hub world. That's another thing about Dead Souls. I don't really like exploring its hub world, but it did do something really unique by splitting the areas up because of the apocalypse and the way that develops throughout the story. And also, the dilapidated versions of the city are just so compelling. Like, it's crazy that there's, like, actual consequences in that game. You play Pirate Yakuza, pirates blow up a fucking hotel in Hawaii, and it doesn't mean anything. It's just a bunch of bullshit combined with all the other bullshit in the hub world where nothing fucking happens. Oh, man. Pirate Yakuza makes me mad. It's like, you chose the biggest hub world out of all the games and then designed the story so that nothing important happens there. It's just a hub for a bunch of bullshit. But see, like, when the other Yakuza games do that, the reason why doing all that side content was so appealing was because there actually was a main story involved in that city. Something important was happening that you could choose to ignore. But the entirety of Pirate Yakuza is a bunch of bullshit, so you're never ignoring anything. You're just going down the checklist, and you just feel it so hard in that game. The story's just not good in that one. Oh, man. Kurohyo 2. Ryu ga Gotoku Ashura Hen. 7 out of 10. I have replayed this one on a harder difficulty, and some of the cracks are starting to show. Enemies are just ridiculously brutal, and it kind of drags down the game. Whether this or the first game is better is a little more head-to-head than I gave it credit for, but I still like this one better. The combat in the flow in this one's just so nice. See, like, a lot of the no-damagers who, like, go really hard into the Kurohyo games don't really like the second one. They say that there's a lot of mechanics in the first one, which just are kind of gimped in the second one, but I'm not good enough. I'm not, like, that good at either of the games, so I didn't notice the difference, aside from just getting, like, owned more by the enemies in the second one, and the sound being crunchier. It feels like the second one's, like, better, and also being able to have a combat style where you could, like, customize every single move is so cool, but you only get that by the end of the game. One of the more devious things the Kurohyo games do is that on the first time playthrough, you can't skip any of the cutscenes. That's pretty asinine. Why would they design it like that? And also, since those games are untranslated when I'm playing them on my PSP, no subtitles. I now have them on my PS Vita, so if I ever return to, like, doing no damage of those games, like, I don't know, do all the long battles, I would do it on the PS Vita. But I don't think it's going to happen for a while. It's just, I don't know how highly I should rank the Kurohyo games. Like, should I put the Kurohyo games, like, beyond Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2? I mean, I'm definitely putting them, like, above Kiwami 3, I know that much. And Pirate Yakuza. And Gaiden. I know that much. But, is that with Yakuza, I always feel like I'm reevaluating and reevaluating and reevaluating, and some things stay the same, but a lot does change. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell. 7 out of 10. I am happy to say this game holds up really well. The light and shadow stealth gameplay is still engaging to this day, and to be honest, the jank is very minimal. When it comes to this old school stealth games, this is one of the easier ones to get into. The only issue is the PC port's lighting issues. There was a part of the game where enemies had flashlights and spotlights, but that light was straight up invisible, so I was getting caught for what I thought was no reason. There's a fix for this, so I was able to continue enjoying this solid entry into a new franchise. The visuals can look amazing at many points, certainly dated, especially with the character models, but the environment and lighting suck you in hard. Pause. The colors have a nice way of popping up near the end too. There are issues which hold it back. The game insists on having these shitty action set pieces to spice up its gameplay, and those shitty action set pieces have this horrible music which sounds like the live action Wonder Woman theme. The enemy reactions can feel a bit limited, which dampens the stealth fun, and movement speed is a tricky thing. Also, the story really isn't that interesting. The character dialogue is fun, but this plot about the Russians, I don't care. Regardless of that, this was fun to play for the first time. Still a killer game in 2021. See, how good are the Splinter Cell games, like, you know, narrative-wise, character-wise, compared to, like, an average Tom Clancy novel? Because it's like, Tom Clancy gets a lot of praise, but is he getting praise for Splinter Cell specifically? I don't know. The games are phenomenal, for the most part. I still need a no-damage Splinter Cell double agent. Yeah, I probably agree with this review of Splinter Cell. I feel I got half a mind to revisit Splinter Cell and try out a ghost run, because I did do a pretty noobish run. I knocked out a lot of people. I exploited the game a lot. I just straight up shot people. Boom, I didn't even go non-lethal. So going for like a more careful run would be fun, and maybe one with less quick saves. But also, the action set pieces in that one are so bad. I'm gonna drink some water. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, 7 out of 10. Man, I'm having a hard time deciding if I like this one or the original better. Overall, it's better than the first. There's nothing here that's as horrible as the oil refinery level or some of the other action-packed set pieces of the first game, but it also doesn't reach some of the heights of that first game's levels. Maybe overall I still like this game more. The great light and shadow stealth from the first is here. The music is better this time around. A lot of really tense levels throughout. The laser sight on the pistol is a massive improvement, and the collection of levels is shorter but with more focus on the stealth glory. It suffers from some of the more obnoxious sections which lead into actions. It still does that, but not as much as the first. But it's still unnecessary. Also, this one feels more cheap than the first. A lot of the time I was going through a trial and error process throughout, and some of the scripted sections can break if you don't follow the exact path. Okay, maybe I do like the original more, but I don't know. At least the first game wasn't a nightmare to set up on PC. That's the other thing. See, Splinter Cell 1 is on the Steam storefront. Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow is not on the Steam storefront, except it is now. It recently got added there, though the version they added is kind of broken and you need to install a bunch of mods to get it working. But for the longest time, Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow wasn't like available on like a digital storefront. And if you bought a physical PC copy, like I did, watch my previous podcast episodes, you'll find out that the game is abandonware, because you'll install the game with a disc and then you'll put another disc in there, and then the game's like, hey, go to this website to get a code to activate the game. You go to the website's defunct, so this is just the physical copy I have for the PC version is just a bunch of plastic. It doesn't mean anything. You literally had to pirate the game to get it to work because Ubisoft didn't put it on a digital storefront, but we're past that now. It's on a digital storefront. You can buy it on Steam. I don't know if they added it to Uplay. Maybe pick it up before Ubisoft decides to remove it again. But hey, I'm just glad we're past that annoying episode, because these two games are really phenomenal stealth experiences, and they do tend to get eclipsed by Chaos Theory because that game's like way better, but these are still awesome, and yeah, I totally recommend them. But I do have a hard time deciding whether I like this one better or this one better, because I feel like this has higher highs, but this one was more consistent. But if I go for a ghost run, I do a ghost run replay, I think I'll have like a more clear opinion on which ones I like better. But then there's Splinter Cell Chaos Theory, which I gave a 9 out of 10. Just replayed this. Still, there's small issues, but I feel like this is practically perfect. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't give this a 10 out of 10. I mean, I guess like there's like a little bit of like a boring part of the game, but which part was that? I don't know. If I do another playthrough and I do Ghost, I think I'm not going to be saying that, but man, God. Splinter Cell Chaos Theory is like one of the all-time greatest stealth games. Like if you want to experience the stealth genre, this is the game to play. Like, it's not too complicated, it's not too simple. Like, the graphics hold up beautifully as long as you're not looking too closely at the character model. Like, that lighting just, Oh, it's just so beautiful. Splinter Cell Conviction, 5 out of 10. Bro, the game ended. That shit didn't feel like an ending. That was so lame. Hallway-ass levels, combat rooms with easy combat, rush story, basic music, and for all the insistence on better combat, the shooting still kind of sucks, bro. This is light fun, but also fuck off, Ubisoft. See, I wrote this review before I did a no damage run of the game. After doing a no damage run, I'd probably like raise that to maybe like a 6 out of 10. Because like the shooting's bad? No, it's not. The shooting's still pretty fun. Like guns have like a nice pop. Like the cover system, you can roll in and out. Like a lot of people like retroactively call this one like the John Wick game, even though John Wick came out afterwards, because you're always like hunting people, you're always shooting people down. But because the game puts so much emphasis on, you know, like just killing, and you know, you can't carry bodies, you can't do any non-lethal takedowns, it's always just shoot, kill, 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 kill. It's just not as freeform as the previous games. So to be fair, the first game does kind of force you into situations. The second game can force you into situations. But Chaos Theory supports a ghost run, and it's one of the all-time greatest stealth games, and Conviction is not that. Though, I don't want to be so negative because it is kind of like it is kind of like beating a dead horse. This is the one which people just beat the fuck out of if they're familiar with Splinter Cell. Though some people who start out with Conviction tend to have like, you know, they love it because they started out with that and they have like so many fond memories. Like, you know, it sits along Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 and other games that came out like in 2009, 2010. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. The player who owns an Xbox 360 and also a PSP for some reason. Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. 7 out of 10. Amazing boss fights, amazing music, good everything else. The combat is crunchy, satisfying, and has a unique edge to it, though I kind of want a separate button for parrying. The combat system works 98% of the time, but there was like a 2% which fell off because it was the same as the action button. I think I'm complaining about the parry system, but this is a nitpick. A bigger issue would be the levels because they all tend to blend together, and then there's this hallway, and then you fight some dudes, and yeah, something was kind of forgettable about it. Also, the story was a tad rushed and two in your face even for Metal Gear, but I like where it went, and it's a punchy tale for a kick-ass hack-and-slash romp. Also, continuing the story of Raiden after 4 is weird, but whatever. Really good game with some 10 out of 10 moments. Absolutely play it. Like, I don't know like if I would stick with the 7 out of 10 like ranking, but I would want to like emphasize that a lot of the environments in Metal Gear Rising are just so boring. But from what I understand, the game did run at 60 FPS on original hardware with some slowdown, so I guess it's kind of similar to Metal Gear Solid 2, where that runs at a smooth 60 on original hardware, but with some slowdown in certain sections. So if the game got ported again, it could maybe like avoid that issue, maybe like some Master Collection, because right now we got Master Collection Volume 1, which is Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, Metal Gear 1, 2, Solid Snake, and now we got the Master Collection Volume 2 coming very soon, which is going to be Metal Gear Solid 4, Peace Walker, and Ghost Babel. Which I still need to play Ghost Babel, because I've played Metal Gear, I've played Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake. I haven't played Ghost Babel. So that is actually like a blind spot of my Metal Gear Solid journey. And I'm going to be able to solve it once the Master Collection Volume 2 comes out. But when the Master Collection Volume 2 comes out, I'm going to be beelining Metal Gear Solid 4. I might even play some Metal Gear Solid 4 on the PS3 just to get some strategies down for ghosting, so I can repeat them like immediately once the PS5 version drops. Like, yeah, I mean, the main thing with Metal Gear like Rising: Revengeance is the combat. I will say, playing on the hardest difficulty where you're pretty much like dying 1 and 2 hits, like doing like an entire level no damage like would drive me insane. But also, at least the game does provide like a difficulty level which is actually brutally challenging. I mean, that's like a nice thing to come to after Yakuza basically has the same difficulty 4 times. Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. This is one which I wrote after no damaging everything because I mentioned it in the review. No damaging all the main ops has made me appreciate this game a lot more. The gameplay loop is infectious as hell. Entering a mission and enacting a plan, but then having to improvise along the way, and then exiting the mission and having like 5 or 7 other things in development. I'm always working towards something, but I'm also always engaged in solid stealth gameplay, which is like an open world Ubisoft kind of stealth thing, but done to a far higher degree of polish and engagement for better or worse. The size of the open world definitely drags things out too much, but the core gameplay is hard to get tired of. But listening to the conversations is a shitty extra objective. This game would be better without it. Now, for the story, it's a great tale with a lot of interesting characters and themes, which is let down heavily by its episodic structure and overall presentation. So many great moments lack the impact they deserve because they're surrounded by filler or just standalone events which don't really affect how characters interact with each other. It's a massive shame because there's definitely something good here, but it doesn't get time to shine with the package it's in. It's still one of my favorites in the series though. Yeah, I think right now, my top 3 for the Metal Gear Solid franchise is Metal Gear Solid 3, Metal Gear Solid 2, and Metal Gear Solid 5. I mean, it's funny because like the very first video I ever made was like my Phantom Pain review, and I just kind of like talk trash about the game, but also like I'm like a baby, so my video is like edited really badly, and it has like the theme, it has one of the soundtracks from the original Silent Hill 2 at a very loud volume, and I sound like I don't have any excitement because I didn't hit puberty yet or something. But man, it's so interesting. I'm probably going to return to the Metal Gear Solid 5 to do a no trace run after I return to every other Metal Gear Solid game. This is going to be a common theme because it is kind of like the main thing on my mind because I am currently editing a Metal Gear Solid video, and I'm thinking about the future where I want to do another no damage of Metal Gear Solid and just keep it going, keep it going. I hope Metal Gear Solid like stays alive in all these re-releases. I don't really want a new game because the series ended with 4, and then the series like super ended with 5. Like there's nothing else to do. Like maybe a remake or 2, and that'll be fine. You don't have to like engage with the franchise beyond that. I mean, like just Re-releasing Metal Gear Solid 4 on modern hardware is already enough of an event. Like, yeah, hell yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 at 4K 60 FPS, game already looks nice. In fact, like, it looks way nicer than Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, but then again, Metal Gear Solid 4 runs at like 30, 20 FPS, so it sacrificed frame rate in order to like be a nice looking game. But then again, when all these games get remastered and they all run at 60 FPS now, Metal Gear Solid 4 is going to look more favorable because now it runs at 60 FPS. While Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, like, you know, the boost it'll get, the graphics are going to look kind of diminished compared to the other game. No More Heroes 3, 7 out of 10. The combat in this one is the best it's ever been. It has been streamlined, yeah, but the flow is magnetic and the style of the game follows through as well. Every section of the UI, all the episodic little title cards, the TV podcast with Bishop. Every section of this game had something to get giddy over, but I find myself disappointed with the game's story. It feels like a mix of all the other games' style without really reaching the highs of any of the previous games. It's certainly a more consistent experience, but the removal of beat-em-up levels certainly left a bad taste. It feels like a massive overcorrection from the padded-out travesties of Travis Strikes Again. The designated matches fill in the role of normal enemy encounters, but they feel more like side missions than anything substantial. The context is missing. One of the many reasons a game like No More Heroes 1 is great is because of the context. You fight assassins at a location that makes sense. You do odd jobs to earn money. It has a tangible purpose to it, but in No More Heroes 3, it's like, yeah, go to this area because the designated battle's there. And that's it. You do them and then boom, boom, battle because reasons. The jobs don't feel like an important part of the game and more just a holdover from 1. They're less tedious and some are quite fun, but they're just there. A lot of the game feels like that. The combat is really something special, but I don't think that alone is what makes No More Heroes truly special. I enjoyed my time with this one, but certain elements I wish were more fleshed out. I'm going to complain about No More Heroes 3. It's probably like the worst looking game in the franchise. Because No More Heroes 1 has an amazing style and the cutscenes are so well directed. And then No More Heroes 2 like goes for a more cartoony flair, but like has more of a grindhouse tinge. And they're some of the best looking games on the Wii because of it. And then you get to No More Heroes 3 and it looks like a tech demo for like Unreal. Like the Unreal 4. It looks so weird. The cutscenes, like the timing of them are so awkward. The animations aren't as smooth. And like, I mean, I think part of that is just because like they're not being backed by Ubisoft anymore. Like Grasshopper Manufacturer went more independent, and I don't think they have like the same resources as Ubisoft, so they can't make cutscenes that look as nice as those previous games. But man, like the presentation was a huge part of why the previous games worked so well. It's a huge part of why No More Heroes 2 is a lot more tolerable, despite being a bit more annoying in areas. Yeah, just No More Heroes 3 just doesn't have the sauce in that area. And yeah, like, there being 0 levels is actually a travesty. Why did they do that? Lost Judgment, 8 out of 10. I am so mixed on this game, but overall this is probably the greatest Yakuza game right now. The combat is easily the best in this series. Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2 and a little bit of Judgment gave me very little hope for the combat in the Dragon engine, but wow, this game knocks even the older engine games out of the park. Every decision and change Lost Judgment brings to the combat system is perfect. No, but yes. And makes playing so much more rewarding. Even at 30 FPS, playing this is so satisfying from start to end. The only issue I have with the combat is the baffling inclusion of the QTE style and the lack of long battles, but these aren't big issues, just small things that drag this game back from perfection. The side content from what I've played is some of my favorite as well. Like, school stories may be the second coming of Yakuza 5 side stories. The only thing I'm not 100% on board with is the story and detective aspects, as it's stealth, the tailing, etc. The story, I feel, lacks the engagement I had with the first game, but this game still has some really strong elements, like a standout villain who's one of the most interesting characters RGG Studios has crafted. Stealth blows. Completely railroad, boring filler content, but that's about the only thing I can get mad about. Goodness, it's just a great game. This is in top 3 for the franchise, as it's either the third best, the second best, or the best game in the franchise. You owe it to yourself to play it. Yeah, I agree with all that, except I don't know if I would like trash the story that much. Like, I gotta really evaluate like Judgment and Lost Judgment, because I've heard some criticisms of Judgment's story which kind of like line up. But whether Lost Judgment's story is better, like, I don't know if I agree with that, because my first impressions were no. I do think Lost Judgment has a really bad intro. I think the first chapter of the game kind of sucks, because you just kind of enter and then like your nerd friend is talking about the evolution of bullying during the caveman era, and you just go, what the fuck are you talking about? Because I feel like a lot of those weird-ass info dumps, they also happened in Judgment, but they happened like in the middle of the game, so you don't get thrown off as much. But in the first chapter, the game already, boom, you're bombarded with it. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? And like, it was so corny. The first chapter of Lost Judgment is ridiculously corny. I mean, hey, it's funny to call that corny when Pirate Yakuza would go on to exist and be the corniest game the series has produced so far, but I do think the first chapter kind of blows. But the game quickly picks up after itself. And the first chapter of Lost Judgment is also more of a red herring, or just kind of like throws you off from like the darker subject matter. Like, you know, gives you a fake solution, and then it subverts it, and then the real mystery starts and develops, and then it starts to get interesting. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist. I beat this game again, 7 out of 10. My old review is still pretty accurate. My old review, I think we're going to run into it as I just go down this list. Though I will say, those co-op grim missions are fine. I just sucked ass at the game all those years ago. I will say, Sam Fisher in this game blows. The new voice actor is bland, and his character is just off the whole game. I don't really care for the story. Any action segments are frown-worthy. Those drone parts are so unnecessary because when this game was about sneaking, it has some great stuff in it. This is one of the better Splinter Cells, but of course it never catches the highs of something like Pandora Tomorrow or Chaos Theory. I mean, yeah, I agree with that, though I guess the thing about complaining about Sam Fisher's new voice, because in all the previous games he's voiced by Michael Ironside, and it's just, he has an immaculate tone for it. This guy, he sounds like so much younger, he just sounds... But I don't want to criticize this guy like too much because I'm just thinking, okay, so this guy's not very good at playing Sam Fisher, but am I any better? Like, if I had to do that same exact voice, could I do better than him? And it's kind of like, I don't know if I can. So I gotta stay humble when like criticizing the voice actors. It's like, he just tries to sound like Batman in this game. Like Christian Bale Batman, like the whole time. He's like, Grimswald, we need to install the Splinter Cell. I'm gonna kill you, and I'm also going to be Splinter Cell. But like the Michael Ironside just sounded older naturally, while this guy's voice is completely put on, like the whole time, and it sounds like a young guy putting on the gravelly voice. So he's like the oldest he's ever been in this game, but he sounds like the youngest out of any of the games of the franchise. So it's just, you just can't take it seriously. And also, a lot of the dialogue in Blacklist just lacks a lot of the charm of the previous games. Whoop. Oh, this review, I don't think I agree with most of this review, but I also agree with a lot of this review. Resident Evil 5, 7 out of 10. This is Resident Evil 4, but worse, and yeah, that's far from an original thought, but it's not entirely that's not entirely a big flaw. For the most part, this game is really fun. In 2022, I doubt most people were still bemoaning about Resident Evil not being horror anymore because this is a fun action game. There's been a lot of improvements to the core gameplay with faster animations, and a lot of it dedicated to a more seamless flow to everything. A big part of that is because of the co-op, which is ham-fisted, but it has its moments. A lot of the game is set pieces from 4, but less fun, but the game is still fun. It would have been a very safe but solid follow-up to 4 gameplay-wise, but then Chapter 5/2 onwards happens, and everything goes to shit. The final chapters of 5 are a miserable fucking slog, and I now understand why me and my friend, when we first played this game, left just hating this fucking piece of shit fucking for 9... Resident Evil 4 could be frustrating at points, but Resident Evil 5 decides to take some of the most annoying sections of 4, make them worse, and then add janky cover shooting, all while making an unbearably sour note. All for making for an unbearably sour note to a game that I was mostly enjoying. As for the story, man, what a disappointment. It's not good at being serious or campy. A couple of the characters are shitty copies of dudes from 4, and most of the original material I couldn't begin to care for. Wesker is definitely the highlight, and is probably the only section of the finale which holds up gameplay-wise and camp-wise. Also, Resident Evil 5 would have been served leagues better not using such an inflammatory setting. Even if the beginning of the game tries hard to assure you its head is in the right place and its handling of race, Chapter 2 happens and then there's African zombies in grass skirts chucking spears at you. Fucking really. I would still recommend the game, but prepare for an awful ending to the experience. See, like, when you bring stuff like that up about Resident Evil 5, it's kind of like a biohazard of a conversation topic. Like, just it never ends well. When people just keep discussing it over and over and over. But like, The Chapter 2 stuff is pretty fucking egregious. Should it be removed in a remake? No. I mean, like, the game shouldn't be remade, period. I mean, I also thought the same thing of Resident Evil 4. I do like the remake of Resident Evil 4, but also there was, like, no reason to make it. The original is already great. Though it was nice that the remake kind of went for a different tone and kind of changed things up, so I guess I would expect the same thing from 5, but just like with how, like, nice the combat feels to play in Resident Evil 4 and 5, the remakes just don't, like, really like match the same, but they do have some nice mechanics with the parrying and some other things, and also like the way you can use iframes by like abusing the crouch. Like I've seen some skill players do that, and that's like really fun. But yeah, am I gonna hate those final sections of Resident Evil 5 actually like return to no damage to the game? Maybe. I think I'm still gonna hate those sections because they're really frustrating. I hate the part where you have to like, you know, take cover, but then there's also like these cockroaches that can do like a one-hit kill if they get too close to you, but there's also an enemy trying to shoot you from across the map, like trying to no damage that is gonna... And the co-op aspect is like a big reason why I've avoided no damaging Resident Evil 5. Like, you know, I did 4. I did Resident Evil 1 Remake. I did Resident Evil 4 Remake, except I need to return to that one to do the last third of the game. I stopped doing the Resident Evil 4 Remake one because like the beginning of the last third of the game, like I really need to like learn this stealth route, and if I don't learn it, I basically don't pass that section. It's like the beginning of that part is just so frustrating. Now, have I said a cohesive point about Resident Evil 5 and all this babbling? No, but I'm going to move on anyways. TMNT, 6 out of 10. This game has some fun platforming, but that combat is dire. It gets old immediately, and there's still like 7 hours of game after the combat got boring, and then the platforming starts to get samey too. The obstacles and environments start to blend together, and it's just this slog with occasional bright spots here and there. I'm nostalgic to it, so I am being nice, but I wish it was better. Like, the jumping was really neat. You know, I do think my experience with this game was hampered by playing the GameCube version, which runs at 30 FPS. Because I'm pretty sure, like, the Wii versions or the Xbox 360 version runs at a smooth 60, because the same thing happened to me with Ice Age 2, The Meltdown. This is a platforming game which I decided to emulate the GameCube version, and, like, it just didn't feel good to play. But then I bought a copy for the Wii for, like, $2. It came to my house, I played it, and it runs at 60 FPS. Oh, it just feels so much nicer. And given that TMNT is also a platforming game, that 60 FPS boost would have solved nearly everything, but yeah, the combat in the game is not very good. Like, the boss fights aren't all that. The enemy crowds just get so boring after the fact. Maybe if I no damage it, I'll be like more aware of stuff, but it just doesn't feel very good. It's like just you do the same combo, you do a super move, and yada yada. So what? I have a katana, I have nunchucks, I have the scythes, Donatello might be the most fun character, though I do remember that Michelangelo had some fun slidey things. If you want like my further thoughts on TMNT, one of my very first live streams was me going through the game. So go all the way down like my content list, go to like the first live like stream, and one of those is going to be the TMNT series. I think it's still some of my most viewed live streams. I don't live stream too much, and I'm very inconsistent, and some of them I just kind of spam one game. I gotta learn how to like set that format up better whenever I move to Twitch. Marvel's Spider-Man, the Insomniac one. 7 out of 10. This is the Spider-Man game, though it feels like that holds it back in areas, as in this has to be the Spider-Man game for everyone. As an overall package, it's probably the best one, but there's a few sections here and there. Those stealth segments where the other characters kill the pace insanely. Same with all the hacking minigames. Combat is fun, if a bit simple for an over 20-hour long game, but on the hardest difficulty I found myself mostly engaged with it. The swinging is great, but it does lack a challenge skill level that makes it kind of dull by the end of the game. The most I got from swinging is those challenges here and there, which I can't say I got first place in all of them, but I wish there was more incentive to just get good at it that isn't just scoreboards. The combat and swinging are both great, but the one thing which holds both of them back is how automated they feel. You don't really have a hitbox on your body. You press the attack button and Spider-Man just slides over to the enemy. Even if his leg kicks past the enemy near the one you're hitting, the leg won't hit that enemy. I don't know how to fully explain it, but I do think the game loses something with that. The story was solid, it has some fantastic moments, but overall, nice. The issues of the combat come to a head with the boss fights, which are simple. There's no real way to get creative with most of these fights. There's a definitive way to fight them, and that's all you can do. I'm no expert on this combat system yet, but these bosses just don't leave much room for style. You stun them in the exact way the game designs you to do it, and then you hit them. I am being hard on the game, but this is a breezy experience. I really enjoyed it. It was easy to sink a lot of time into. I haven't played the DLCs yet, but main game, cool. Love the outfits. Yeah, no, I don't have much to add to that. This is also a game which I've no-damaged. I no-damaged all the boss fights on the channel, so if you want further thoughts on Spider-Man and its combat system and its lackluster boss fights, watch my no-damage video. And then boom, we move on to Marvel's Spider-Man, Miles Morales. 7 out of 10. Don't have much to say about this one. The core gameplay is more fun than the previous one, though the story isn't as interesting this time around. A lot of the panning and nonsense was also removed. Very nice. The web swinging challenges are still easy, though. I mean, this game is like 2 hours. It's like 2 to 3 hours. Not very long, but like the improvements to the combat system in Miles Morales just cannot be denied. Like, it just feels so nice. Like the ability that you're able to stun the enemies, you're able to do longer combos, you're able to loop enemies, just the combination of all that just makes everything feel a lot better. Like the boss fights, the way you can abuse them just feels nice. Like even if the boss isn't that well designed, you can at least beat the shit out of them in a way that it feels like the game didn't design itself for that to be the only way to beat the shit out of them. Like you could beat the shit out of them normally, or you could do what I did in my no damage video, which you should watch right now. Boom, Ice Age 2, The Meltdown, 7 out of 10. You get to jump, and the jumping's fun. What more do you want? Watch my Ice Age 2 no damage. Boom, Guilty Gear Strive. 8 out of 10. I had a great time with this one. This game got me into 2D fighters. It looks incredible, it plays really well. Most of the music is cool. Online was good when it didn't bug out. This game was a great intro into the genre for me. I have been made aware about the changes that made this game slower and more casual than the previous ones. I understand them, but I still look fondly on this game. I do have my complaints with the single player content. The arcade is there, but I wish there was more of a reward for doing it. The cash received is kind of piss. You don't unlock anything cool for doing it, and the stories in them are mostly bare bones. The story mode itself was a 4 to 5 hour cutscene, and 70% of it was pretty fucking boring, I'm not gonna lie. There ain't much for single player gameplay. I like how extensive the digital figure mode is. It is one of the only definitive improvements from the previous game. I put a good chunk of time into Strive and got all the achievements, so as of right now, I'm playing and getting used to the older games. And also trying out other fighters as well. Thank you, Strive. See, because that's the thing. Like, this is a very casual fighting game, but a casual fighting game doesn't mean you're gonna be good at it. You're still gonna get like demolished in like, you know, online leaderboards. If you try to go like a fighting game tournament, you know, like this being a simple Guilty Gear game doesn't mean that you're gonna simply rise the ranks quickly. You're still gonna get fucking demolished by a guy who has like the perfect loops for your character and can actually perform them and just like, you know, not waste any meter and do all that. Yada yada. Like a lot of people complain about Strive, but I do think it is a good gateway fighting game. You can start with Strive and then hop onto a bunch of other games, and you'll feel more inclined to deal with their complexities because you kind of like already pushed yourself through Guilty Gear Strive, which simplifies things but still has a few like weird things, like, you know, the button notation, like the weird like U shapes you have to do with the D-pad. Well, I use the D-pad. When I'm playing a fighting game, I prefer to do D-pad. You know, I haven't hopped on a fighting game in like a really, really long time. Like I haven't beaten Street Fighter 6 even though I own it. And now I can actually play Street Fighter 6 on a good PC. I used to be, my only PC used to be like the Steam Deck and like my MacBook, and it just ran so bad. I was able to get 60 FPS with really bad graphics on Street Fighter 6. But yeah, I gotta return to that one and actually be good at it, because like Street Fighter 6 is definitely more punishing than Guilty Gear Strive. And my main in Guilty Gear Strive was Bridget. Like the yo-yos are really useful. And then I went to play Guilty Gear Accent Core R+, the best version of that game, but also has a different story from the previous releases. Fighting game like releases get confusing. I tried Bridget again and I was so fucking scared. Like the character plays completely differently in these entries. Like Bridget's kind of like a more stable character in Strive. In fucking Accent Core, way more off the wall and also way more interesting to experiment with, and I'm sure that's why people like this rendition better. But I am so bad at fighting games, so I just stuck with a Kai Kishk and I won like 5 out of the 50 fights I went online. So like this is like Accent Core is a much faster game, but I don't think I dedicated enough time to it to actually make a review of it, so it's not going to show up on this list. But I'm still going to spend a lot of time yapping about it in this episode anyways. I gotta return to Accent Core because I wanted to make like a... You remember my Call of Duty like Round 50 Zombies video? How I put those in a playlist called like Long Form Damage, because those are videos which I do a challenge, but it's not related to no damaging. I get damaged during it. I want to do that for the survival mode in Accent Core, because the survival mode in Strive is boring as fuck, But the one in Accent Core, like every time you beat an opponent, you can like do a stat boost, and then there's these gold guys, there's like these like yellow guys, and then they're the same thing. There's like these shadow like characters, like there's so many like fun variables as you hop around, and the game just gets harder and harder. You can beat the whole thing in 3 hours compared to Strive, where if you want to reach the final level, it takes like 20 hours or so. Now, Like a Dragon Ishin, the remake, 7 out of 10. It is exactly the same as the original game, just slightly worse. Kind of wish they just translated the original game, but it is still mostly the same game. I'm not a fan of the Yakuza 0 actors replacing other characters in the game. They're all terrible picks. The final boss's new voice is frankly embarrassing. Super armor during combat is now busted. Something fucked up is happening with it, and the boss fights that weren't present in the original game. Yeah, the super armor just wasn't present in the original game like that. This remaster remake Kiwami thing adds new music, and these new tracks are incredible, but on the flip side, it decides to randomly remove certain music and replace it with random shit from the previous games, like Yakuza Kiwami, Yakuza 3, Yakuza 6, etc., to mostly okay or terrible effect. The butt booty naked ass fight got slightly censored in this, so the remaster is awful. Nah, I'm kidding. Even though it is kind of awful in some areas. There's a lot of small issues that build up, and I do prefer the original game over this, but it is also insanity to force people to play the version of the game that is only in Japanese. This Kiwami is still the same game. All things considered to a point, it's just slightly worse with everything it does. And having it in English does make exploring more rewarding, given that I don't know Japanese. It still has the same compelling story, exciting combat, and fantastic music from the OG for the most part. I had a great time with this one, but not gonna lie, I'm mad the original game is still stuck in Japanese, and the only English version is this slightly off-putting remix of the original that is mostly still the same, but it does everything slightly worse. I don't think I will ever fully see eye to eye with a Kiwami release. It is my curse. Also, they removed the last 2 to 3 minutes of the original ending. Did they forget to include it? Are they stupid? See, with this review, I agree with all of that, except I would be more negative. Like this time around. So just more negativity. And now, Portal. 5 out of 5 stars. A perfect game. See, here's what bothers me about like some of the games I like kind of review. That it kind of, this also happens to me when I'm like, you know, trying to keep track of all my movie logs or whatever. Is that there's certain movies and games where it's like that's a perfect game. Like literally, like why would you not give that a perfect rating? But those games aren't the ones which are my favorites because I don't like replay them that much. Like I only beat Portal once. Like Portal, I played it on the Xbox 360. I was too dumb to beat it back then. Like, you know, Xbox 360, like, you know, 2012, 2015, around that era. Though I think by 2015, like, the PS4 came out, right? But 2012 was, like, the first time I got the Xbox 360. And at some point, I got Portal from the Xbox Live Arcade thing. But, like, a year or two ago, that's when I actually beat Portal on PC. Like, I got myself, like, a beer and a lot of, like, salmon sashimi. And I was just having a fun time playing Portal and eating sushi while drinking a beer. It is basically a perfect game. It's only 2 hours long, but it doesn't have to be any longer. Though Portal 2 was longer, and people do like that one better for the most part, but Portal 2 is a game I haven't beaten yet. I'm glad that I get to beat it. I once went to this summer camp where we had to like develop a game in RPG Maker, and this one kid finished their game like very early on and just spent the rest of the time playing Portal 2. And by the end of the summer camp, which was a week, it was kind of like a boot camp sort of situation, he beat the game. I mean, hey, Portal 2 is not that long, but, you know, he beat the game. I didn't think that was possible to do during, like, the break periods of our game development. As for the game I made in RPG Maker, it got lost. My parents lost it, so I don't have access to it. Like, I made the game, like, require, like, a lot of grinding, so you would have to beat it in, like, 8 hours. But then, like, the test showcase, the people who were playing it could only play for 30 minutes, so I basically, like, adjusted all the scales so that they would be overpowered and they could just beeline the whole thing. Katawa Shoujo, 8 out of 10. This is a neat story. It can get kind of dull at points, but the characters are pretty well written throughout. Some routes are better than others, and the sex scenes didn't need to be there. My favorite route out of the ones I've played is Rin's. It's depressing. It's so great. Also, it's free. See, I wrote this like way back then, because I haven't touched this game in like over a decade. So like, I don't even know what I feel about it. I mean, like, and also, I only beat 2 of the routes. I beat Emmy's and Rin's. And yeah, Rin's was more depressing, so I kind of like attached myself to that one better because I did hear that this visual novel was more of a tearjerker. And it's like, whether the sex scenes should be there, Would I even agree with that anymore? I have to play the game again. I have to like refamiliarize myself with all that. Because, you know, I don't even know. I didn't even beat the whole game. There's like 3 to 4 other routes which embody the entire experience, which I didn't go through. I gotta get good at reading. Though I do remember one memorable moment when I was playing this was I was trying to play Katawa Shoujo while I had like an insane fever. And the thing about that is that you would think it would be easy. You know, you're just like, oh, I'm just gonna press the keyboard and I'm going to use the mouse. I'm just gonna click through everything. But the problem is that every time I'm not like clutching a blanket around myself, anytime I like slightly open it, it's like this shock gets sent through my body and I just feel like disgustingly ill with myself unless I'm using both of my hands to cover myself with a blanket. So even the simple act of like touching the keyboard and just sitting at like a desk like this was draining for me because of the fever I had. Unless I was like laying in bed or like wrapping myself with blankets and not like, you know, trying to exit out of the hole, because every time I like let go, the blanket opens up and then like the shock gets sent through my body again. So I was not able to like enjoy playing Katawa Shoujo when I had the fever. Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes, 7 out of 10. This is a worse version of Metal Gear Solid. The GameCube controller does not fit the gameplay of Metal Gear. The cutscenes and voice acting is worse. The improvements to gameplay from Metal Gear Solid 2 added here does not fit the level design of 1. It's still a fun game, but the PS1 version is a superior version. I agree with that, though I would give more credit to the Twin Snakes because it is still a really fun game. And the way the PS2 Metal Gear Solids feel to play are probably like my favorite like feeling Metal Gear Solids. Like I love the way Metal Gear Solid 2 feels, I love the way Metal Gear Solid 3 feels, and by proxy I love the way the Twin Snakes feel, but the Twin Snakes is held back by that GameCube controller. Like, just like those inputs for, you know, like the triangle button, the X button being on like the really tiny Y and X buttons is disgusting. It just feels disgusting. And also first person mode being relegated to pretty much the Z button and, you know, not having 2 sets of triggers really fucks the whole pie. But if I didn't have to deal with the GameCube controller, Metal Gear, the Twin Snakes would also feel phenomenal to play, because it does feel phenomenal. It runs at a nice smooth 60, so still is a very fun game to play, and the level design near the finale actually improves things from the original. But I would still recommend playing the original Metal Gear Solid 1 for that, like, really core Metal Gear Solid 1 experience. The Twin Snakes, I think, is just kind of it's a disservice to start with that one. Kurohyo 1 Ryuga Gotoku Shinsho. Yo, this game is brutal. It's one of the harder Yakuzas, and the protagonist is a welcome change from the usual, because he's a prick. The new combat system is great while fighting one-on-one, so all the boss fights kick ass, but the group fights are a bit boring to deal with. In fact, there aren't any actual beat-em-up levels in this one. Sad! World exploration is a bit of a pain in certain sections, but overall definitely worth playing. I think like the pain of exploring the overworld might come from like just the enemy encounters or like the police like harassments near the end of the game. And also it has like the fixed camera angles from Yakuza 1 and 2, but all the backgrounds are pre-rendered. So it's kind of like a version of Yakuza 1 and 2, which feels a little bit worse to move around in, if you can believe that. But it is cool that they were able to like fit the entire environment on a PSP through that like technology. It's crazy that Kurohyo 1 has like Kamurocho and Sotenbori. I just feel like so mega scale for like a Yakuza experience on the PSP. And oh, here we go. Kurohyo 2 is back. Why is it back? I think it's back because this is like my old review of the game, and then the review I like mentioned before was my newer review, and I came away not liking it as much. Because here, back in the past, I gave this a 8 out of 10. This is the first game with none of the crap. There's more side content to do, more minigames which are actually fun. Karaoke is actually good this time around. Group fights are fun now because there is a lot more frantic. Plus the music doesn't suck anymore for the group fights. Okay, yep. Yep, that's true. That's 100% true. Because basically anytime you were like doing a main story mission and there was like a group fight where the guys like respawn, the music was terrible. I hated that track. That's like the worst track in Kurohyo 1. Kurohyo 2 like replaced it with a much better track. But the thing about that is I do want to specify that overall, the first game soundtrack is better. But the second game soundtrack is still killer, but overall the first game soundtrack is better. But that one track for the group fights was fucking miserable to hear. It's like one of the worst tracks alongside the dungeon music for Dead Souls and the dungeon music for Yakuza 7, which is still gets used in Yakuza 8. So here we go. Plus, a lot of the stuff that's like good in 1 is better here. The combat has a lot more going for it, and it flows better. The upgrade system is a lot less demanding of your cash. The boss fights, there is not a single bad fight. All of them are either really good or beautiful displays of combat. I just love these fights so much. The motion comic cutscenes, which are already great in 1, are more dynamic and exciting in 2. The production is nearly on a whole other level. They look gorgeous at points. This is where the PSP doesn't hold it back. 1 felt a little held back by the PSP, Kurohyou 2 does not. Having 2 hub worlds to explore really adds to this. My only complaint is that the early game is insanely brutal to get through, and overall the music was better in the first game, but this sequel still brings the bangers, the funk classics. This is a fantastic sequel, and though it will never happen, I pray the Kurohyou games get translated someday. Now they did get translated, because if you are emulating Kurohyou 1 and Kurohyou 2, there's a translation patch you can run to play the games in English, and doing that I think made Kurohyou 2 kind of worse for me. I mean, 1, I say the combat's like way better here. There's a lot of people that disagree with me, people that like know the combat systems like more intricately. Now, you don't need to like agree with those people, but they bring up a lot of good points, and they kind of go like, did I study this like closely enough? So now it's more of like a fair game whether the combat in Kurohyou 1 and Kurohyou 2 is better. Like which one I prefer. It like I kind of like staged it where it's like the second game's like way better and the first game's like way below here, but it's a lot closer than the way I was bringing it up. But playing with the English patch, the story in Kurohyou 2 is a lot less interesting. So that brings the boss fights down a lot because the boss fights in Kurohyou 2 are basically just cartoon characters. While in Kurohyou 1 there were like, you know, villains of the week, but they always had like something to them. And like just the ones in 2 are mostly really boring, aside from having a cartoon design. Ryu ga Gotoku Kenzen. This is one of the most memorable games in the series. A lot of unique, pretty locations despite the great dated graphics. It has a ton of new content despite being a tech demo for the new engine, even boasting a new combat system revolving around swordplay instead of hand-to-hand combat. Also one of the best stories in the entire series. It's a shame many don't know about it because this is one of the best games in the series. This game and Ishin are super different from each other and both are worth playing, which is dope. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I really wanted to I gotta make that story summary video on Kenzen because people are still blind to Kenzen's greatness, and I think like doing a video in the same style I did for Yakuza 0, but with my modern flair, knowledge, and skill, I think is really gonna get people to hop on Kenzen and not make any baseless like accusations against it. Ryu ga Gotoku Ishin. This arguably has the best combat system in the series. While it uses swords like Kenzen, the different combat styles are so vastly different from Kenzen that it's a whole new experience to partake in. Super smooth combat with a consistent 60 FPS with no drop. See, it's funny, the original PS4 port of Ishin was like that, but now they delisted that version and the only version you can get on PS4 runs at like 30 and looks worse and does everything worse. Do you see why that makes me mad? Because you could just play the version that's like perfect, and then the only version you have on digital storefronts is the one that sucks more. Quite a lot of great boss fights, definitely the best final boss fight in the series. Only issues of the game is quite grindy with its upgrade system being kind of a hell of its own. But this is one of the best games in the series. I see this is an early review before I ever did any no damaging stuff. Like I was really riding the hype that this is like a game that's like unexplored. And you know, it was Japan only. So being able to experience it at all was like an experience. So like I was able to put up with some of the more annoying aspects of the game because Ishin does have a pretty insane grind. And I don't know if I would love it as much these days, but honestly, Ishin does have a lot of really awesome stuff in it. And the wild dance style is like one of my all-time favorites. And the single sword style is fun in the original. It sucks in the remake. But that's a story for another time. Yakuza 1, the original Yakuza. 7 out of 10. Combat's a bit rigid, but fun, and some of the bosses are frustrating, but its writing, story, and character of the game make up for it. The tone is more consistent than its remake and more grounded. The dub's awful, though. Ooh, when I say the dub's awful, now my throat is starting to like kind of strain a bit, and it kind of like hurts to talk. Uh-oh. Man, I wonder how long this video is going to be. It's going to be pretty long. So instead of wasting time talking about the original Yakuza 1, which one day, you know, I want to do a video where like I no damage the entirety of the game, but in the same way I'm doing with my Metal Gear Solid videos, but Yakuza is very interesting because its story structure, which allows you to engage in side content and has like a deliberate upgrade system, which takes time to get all the abilities. Routing all that is going to be really fun. I hear the speedruns for the original Yakuza 1 are a pain in the ass because they mostly depend on gambling at the casino, which is completely RNG. So if you don't get a certain like roll, fast enough, it basically ruins the entire run. So I'm not going to do the entire game in one take, but I would do it save point by save point, and I would try to like do the entire game, including like any sections which are in between the story parts, or if I ever like dabble with side content to get experience. Yakuza 2, 8 out of 10. This is probably the one I have replayed the most. The pacing is so spot on, the best pacing in the series. This is one of the best sequels of all time. It's a massive improvement on the first game's combat. It's an engaging continuation of the first game's narrative. Great game. See, another thing that bothers me with my reviews, and I still have this problem, is that if I really like a game, I have less to say. Because I'm basically just like, oh, this game's really good. But when a game's bad, I can complain because it's so obvious how it's bad, and I can point that out. But when a game's good, it's just a lot harder to really pinpoint what's good about it, because you just look at it and it's like, that's amazing, that's awesome. I mean, I guess I gotta like get more specific. I gotta be a better reviewer. And back then, and nowadays, still kind of But yeah, I agree with that review. Yakuza 2 is the one that I want to do like a full game no damage, because it's also like the first game I did a no damage video of for the channel, like a big no damage commentary video for. So if I were to return to the Yakuza franchise to tackle them in the same way I'm doing with the Metal Gear Solid videos, I'd want to start with Yakuza 2. But a weird thing about the Yakuza 2 review is best pacing in the franchise. See, studying the pacing of a Yakuza game is very strange, because how do you do that? Because with the open world structure, which allows you to like, you know, go on this branch, or go on that branch, and ignore the story here, ignore the story there. It's like, how do you judge the pacing of that? It's a lot harder to do, because like, what if one player has a weapon? What if one player doesn't have a weapon? What if a player like got a lot of healing items and made this section really easy? And what if the other player like made that section harder for themselves by not having healing items before that point? It's hard to judge, but I do generally like the flow of Yakuza 2. Oh, I'm gonna take a short break. Ooh, the telephone might have been a bad choice for this style of video, because the text is really small. I could have made it bigger if I was looking at it on a laptop, but if I have a laptop, I feel like it would cover most of my face, and I can't do this script reading thing. So see, if you're doing like a cold read of a script, you want your face to be visible, you want your body to be visible, you don't want to be crunched like this. So you put it out here instead of putting it down here, or putting it up here. This is a little silly now. But yes, Yakuza 3, 7 out of 10. Now Yakuza 3, the black sheep of sorts. Get that fucking emoji out of there. Oh, I just exited the whole document. Oh, I just exited the whole document. How can this happen to me? Oh no. I just got back to recording. I mean, I don't even know if this is going to run out of battery. Okay, finally. Yakuza 3. Now Yakuza 3, the black sheep of sorts. The original translation was rushed, resulting in a rather bland and lifeless localization. It's the only game in the series where you deal chip damage, which drags out most of the fights. Enemies tend to block most of your attacks. The storytelling isn't as well woven as Yakuza 2, with the crime drama and family drama feeling at odds with each other, and the pacing with the game constantly forcing you to do side quests drags it down quite a bit. The odds were against this game, but now that some time has passed since the release of 3, its issues are nowhere near as grave as they're made out to be. The chip damage is a bit ridiculous, especially with the heat actions being weak as hell, but these levels, these boss fights, still some of the best in the series. The enemies blocking your attacks is kind of a myth with how trivial the issue is. Once you upgrade your combo speed and get your hands on the Komaki Parry and Tiger Drop, it's a non-issue. As for that story, the orphanage sections are easily my favorite in the game. Kiryu's break from the Yakuza is packed to the brim with heartwarming moments. It's really lovely stuff. It's when the game starts diving into the Yakuza conspiracies when the story starts to nosedive a bit. At points it feels like a farce with how poorly handled certain moments are done, but the game has a lot to love and the beach is nice. Nowadays, I would be more positive. I would be more positive on the Yakuza style stories, though I will say, one thing which I never really gelled with the Yakuza 3 story is how episodic it was, because like Yakuza 1 and 2, like the crime drama stuff, it just kind of like flows in and out. Yakuza 2 specifically, because you start the game, you're like, you know, in the 80s, and then you learn about the Jinguan Mafia, and then you learn about Ryuji's thing, and all these elements that, you know, you don't just do one chapter of Yakuza 2, and like that's all you'll like hear of the Jinguan Mafia. No, the Jinguan Mafia like appears like, let's say, in chapter 4, and then it kind of sits there in the back burner while you deal with like another element of the narrative, and then it returns in chapter 8 with new revelations. Revelations. So like it's a twisty crime drama story. While Yakuza 3, it's kind of like, okay, if we're gonna deal with Kanda, he's gonna have his designated chapter, then he never shows up again until he has to die. Okay, so the section where you deal with the Snake Flower Tyrant is just one chapter, and then you deal with the whole thing, and then it never gets brought up again. See, that sort of structure, like, it works. They all get a nice moment to shine, but it doesn't flow like the previous game. So even if the writing is better, I feel like the arcing elements of the story aren't as strong as they were before. Even though I do like Joji Kazuma quite a bit. Mine is a really dope villain, despite his limited screen time. And Yakuza 3 is pretty dope. Its story holds up pretty well. It's aged quite nicely, especially compared to some of the abominations they brought up in Kiwami 3. But anyways, is that the end of the review? Yeah, but the game has a lot to love and the beach is nice. And now I have a separate review for Yakuza 3 Remastered. It's the original game with more content and at 60 FPS. Dope! I didn't mention that the 60 FPS kind of breaks the game in certain aspects, and that more content thing, it was content that used to... Oh, actually, that's not true. Because in the original localization of Yakuza 3, they removed the club management, mahjong, and I think a few other things, and now they're back in the remaster, though honestly club management sucks ass. I'm kind of sad it's back. But another thing that's back is the DLC content from the original Yakuza 3, which was in the original Yakuza 3, but you have to buy the DLC for the game to play the All-Star Battle Mode, or those unique Coliseum fights where you actually get to fight some of the boss fights of the game, or team up with some of the boss fights of the game. That was DLC content, but in the remaster of Yakuza 3, it was available straight from the jump. You don't need to buy the DLC or do any finicky stuff like that. So that's what I meant by more content. Yakuza 5, 9 out of 10. This is it. This is where Yakuza, when it hits a peak. This is when Yakuza goes big. When it decided that this would be the time to push everything to its max limit. This is easily the biggest Yakuza game. 5 hub worlds, 3 new and exclusive to 5, each one packed with detail and personality. 4 massive side quests that are each fun to progress through, and each packed with their own rich history and cast of characters. The very best of these even adding more value to the main story. What happens when you take everything that has come before and polish it to a mirror shine? You get Yakuza 5. Kiryu, Akiyama, and Saejima each have the best versions of their original fighting styles, now packed with more weight and more options to play around with. The newcomers, Haruka and Shinada, may seem strange, but both shine in their own ways. Haruka's rhythm-based gameplay is fun on its own, and Shinada's combat, while simple on the surface, has some layers of depth if you're willing to change up your fighting style. But there are some issues with this game. The pacing is all over the place. Saejima's section in particular brings the game to a massive screeching halt. The game's story is a bit of a mess too. It has some rather embarrassing and confusing sections thrown throughout. Here's the thing with that. It also has some of the highest peaks out of any of the games in terms of storytelling. It's a game packed to the brim with emotion, and this is no more evident than with Shinada's story, a compelling, earnest tale that never once doubts itself. It's persistent, with showing each emotional beat with as much power as possible. That's just what I love about Yakuza 5. It's love poured into every area of the game. It's overwhelming with everything it has to show, but Yakuza 5 isn't a masterpiece just because it has a lot to show, but because everything it wants to show is truly, earnestly great. Nowadays, I'd be a little bit more negative because I've heard a lot of good critiques about the game, that some aspects of it are a bit unpolished. I mean, for example, Akiyama is not better in Yakuza 5. He's much better in 4, even though I do think there is something about the way he feels to control or hit enemies, the hit detection in Yakuza 5 that I like better, but in terms of actual combat, they fucked Akiyama. Even Kiryu, I wouldn't say feels as good in Yakuza 5 because most of the stuff that makes him really good in 5 is just the broken mode where he goes super mode, and even the super mode, it's completely useless against boss fights, and even the enemies kind of block most of that long-ass combo. The combo you get in Kiryu's super mode is only good because you're invincible. If you just had that combo normally and you could be hit by the enemy, it would suck ass because he's so slow, except for the times where he gets really fast, and any heavy attack takes 5 years to pull off, so there's a heat action that's exclusive to the heavy attack, which you're never going to do because you're never going to land the heavy attack, the enemy's just going to block it. So I understand the issue with 5, but 5 is still one of my all-time personal favorites. So it's always going to rank highly, but I am more aware of its issues, and it's certainly... There's no way you could say it's your favorite story in the franchise. That's just a lie. You can't say that. But Shinada is one of my favorite stories in the franchise. But 5 as a whole? No! Yakuza 5 Remastered. The original game at 60 FPS. One of the only things that separated this game from 0 was its frame rate, but now it's at 60 FPS. Yes! That finale is so sexy like this. I agree. Yakuza 0! 9 out of 10. I made a 5-hour-long video series on Yakuza 0 called Yakuza 0 Story Summary. Please watch that to understand why I like this game so much, my personal favorite in the series. So yeah, I made that back when the Yakuza 0 Story Summary was a thing, and was like one of my only things, so I could just kind of point to it and go, yeah, you should watch this video. So yeah, go watch that video. Then Yakuza 4 returning to it. I think this is like a return review. The previous review was like me just talking about the game, but this is just return. Wait. No. This is actually my original review where I was like a little bit more positive on the game. So yeah, 8 out of 10. Yakuza 4 shouldn't work as well as it does. 4 protagonists, each with their own unique fighting style in a series that only had one, and a story that spans from each of their perspectives and all in the same city with no extra hub world like 2 or 3 had? This is a recipe for disaster. How did it turn out? Well, it certainly has flaws. The story falls apart at the end as the game stacks increasingly more ridiculous twists on top of another. Yet, that might be because this game excels in every other area. Each of the protagonists are well written, Akiyama and Saejima arguably being on par with Kiryu, and even Tanimura, who isn't as memorable, still has a complete and engaging arc throughout the game. Going from 2 cities to 1 sounds lame, but they played it smart. Yakuza 4 may only have 1 city, but they made it the most impressive version of it to this day. The rooftops, the underground mall, the sewers, Little Asia, it's still unmatched. Each of the different combat styles is fun to play with. Each of them solve the problems with 3's combat. You actually deal damage and enemies aren't consistently blocking your hits. It is a shining example that the team 100% have the talent and vision to move beyond Kiryu to make a successor to the Legend of the Dragon. A talent they never capitalize on because he's still around. They need to fucking take Kiryu out back and put a bullet in his head. I need him fucking like dead on screen, and I need a character to immediately go, sorry, the Daidoji's not gonna bring him back this time. I need someone to like explicitly blurt that out so he could just fucking die. Kiryu needs to fucking die. Okay, so tangent aside, see, in this review I'm very positive. Nowadays I'd probably like mention that some aspects of 4 feel like stretched a little bit too thin, and that some elements don't work as well as before. There was this one thing I really wanted to mention. Oh man, I forgot. You know, one thing which I forgot to do before doing this like take of the recording is I wanted to do some vocal exercises because I'm talking a lot, my throat is getting tired, and I started this recording without doing vocal exercises to warm up the throat. So I've been talking a lot, so I don't think the vocal exercises are really going to help that much, but let's try them out anyway. So first I'm going to suck in as much air as possible and then do a snake noise. One of my shorter ones that didn't go as long, and another one just to kind of let loose. So this one is kind of more if you want to, you know, feel free and goofy in your recording and not feel like you're holding anything back. That's not exactly my issue right now. My issue is that my throat hurts, so I don't think this one's gonna help, but I'm gonna do it anyways. So you basically like shake your body and you let the noise escape your body. You don't try to force the noise, you just let the noise happen, you don't hold it back, resulting in what I just did right there. And now another one is just humming the piano stuff. So, and then you do one where you do the rrr to kind of warm up, so. Maybe that helps. Anyways, Yakuza Kiwami. Ah! I need to get these stupid words out of my document. What? Why? Oh. Ah! Anyways, Yakuza Kiwami, 7 out of 10. This remake ruins the atmosphere of the original. It doesn't necessarily botch it, but the noir atmosphere of the first game is kind of lost with the change in visuals and music. A lot of this remake is very cheap and derivative in comparison to the PS2 game, which was an original game. Reused animations and cutscenes look bad, and making all the boss fights carbon copies of fights from the previous games makes it less enjoyable to play. It feels like a remake of the first game. It feels less like a remake of the first game, and more like a lesser version of Yakuza 0 with how much it copies from that game. Most of the side content is just Yakuza 0 again, which is lame. One thing is, repeating lame over and over is also lame. Despite my issues with this game, I still like it more than the original solely because the combat system is leagues better. That's a saving grace with this game. I don't even know if I would agree with that anymore, but the combat system in Kiwami 1 is really nice. So like the weird-ass boss design and a lot of the frustrating elements and just the lack of care with recreating certain sections from the original, it does make up for a lot of that. It's kind of like a great combat system surrounded by a lot of annoying like issues. Yakuza Kiwami 2, 7 out of 10. All the flaws Kiwami 1 had in comparison to the original game is also true for Kiwami 2 in comparison to Yakuza 2. The only major difference is that Kiwami 2 actually does more to ruin the original game it's based off of. A lot of the music changes that made what? How did I write this? A lot of the music changes made that shatter the original tone and are ill-fitting of their scenes. The combat is actually worse than the original game because it adopts the heavily flawed Yakuza 6 combat system. Kiwami 2 removed an entire area from the original game and replaces major side quests in the original game with copy and pasted content from the previous games. This game was very disappointing in a lot of areas, but it's still good on its own terms. It's just that the original game is the better game overall. But because the remake exists, people might just ignore it because they believe that they will get the best experience with the newest product, and I find that sad. I'd say play both because they're very different experiences. Yep, 100% agree with this. I am 100% acuerdo con esto. Like, yeah, the original's better. I really do like it a lot. I want to just give it more praise because my original boss fights video is pretty limited with what I did. I did pretty like cheap strategies, especially the long battles video. So when I return to do the entire game in 10 years from now, that's my excuse to redo all the boss fights and also redo the long battles in cooler fashion this time. Not Kiwami 2 though. Even though, yeah, not Kiwami 2. I think the most I'll do for Kiwami 2 is maybe redo my no damage of the finale and do it in one take this time. If I ever get around to making a video like all Yakuza final long battles no damage. If I ever make that video, I'll redo my Kiwami 2 final long battle video because the way I did it was kind of piss. I feel that's going to be a consistent issue I'm going to have to run into. I still need to do the Yakuza 0 stuff. Yakuza Dead Souls. Is this review from the original or is this review the new one? I think this is the my original review. Boom. 6 out of 10. This isn't a bad game. It's the worst Yakuza game, but it is not bad. However, its gameplay is quite bland. Gone is the engaging beat-em-up action of the previous games, replaced with a mindless third-person shooter, mostly just blasting through hordes and hordes, and it gets tiresome. It does have some moments where they mix things up with some enemy types that force you to switch things up, and some boss fights are actually dope, but overall it's a boring game to play through. But that's story. That's story. Dead Souls packs a dope narrative, mixing the settings and themes of Yakuza with the zombie apocalypse, making for a unique take on the genre. The zombies don't matter, but Kiryu reacting to them, Majima, Akiyama, now there's some interesting conflicts there. I also love how this game frames itself as the end of all Yakuza games, with the credits having flashbacks to the previous games, including Kenzin, which is bloody nonsense given that it was never came out in the West, but still, it's a sweet gesture. This is a game that I appreciate a lot more than I like. This video, this podcast episode, the IMON podcast episode 3, is written a lot like a modern Yakuza game. I keep repeating the same information over and over and over, so I can make sure that you're not going to miss a beat of what I'm saying, whether it's right or wrong. Oh dear, Yakuza 4 Remastered. Half a star out of 5. Fake Tanimura, fake Tanimura, fake! I like fake Tanimura. I don't know why. I guess I hated that he got replaced. I hated the concept of him. It's like, how could you replace the original actor? It was like the whole thing about the original game. You just like put a new face on him? That's disgraceful. Though thankfully Yakuza 4 Remastered is like the most extreme example. They never did anything like more than that in a future game. They didn't change the entire character design or anything. They let him keep the blue coat. Because changing the character design would be fucking stupid. No, wouldn't it? Yakuza 1 and 2 HD Collection. 8 out of 10. The definitive version of the original 2 games, but it's Japanese only. Still worth getting. Yep, still worth getting. I highly recommend those. Yakuza 6, The Song of Life. 7 out of 10. The end of Kiryu's saga, the final game where we get to play as Kiryu, the last time where we would get to see things through his eyes. The legend of a long-running series where every game is trying to end Kiryu's story. Yakuza 1 had a good ending. Yakuza 2 had a good ending. Yakuza 3 had a good ending. Yakuza 4 had a good ending. Yakuza 5 had a good ending. Kiryu's story is constantly ending, but now 6 is the one that will truly, once and for all, close the curtains and let the dragon rest. And it's a tech demo. Following a game like 5, which was the most polished version of everything the previous games have been, and a massive celebration of the series, packed with so much stuff to do with, a game like Yakuza 6, which is constantly stumbling over itself and lacks content, is just sad. This doesn't feel complete. Parts of the main city are blocked off because they didn't have time to make them. The final section of the game doesn't have a level. The combat destroys the solid foundation the series has been building on for nearly a decade for a floaty physics-based mess. It's still fun, but it's a massive downgrade on all levels. Even little things like the boss fights having red heat instead of their own unique color sours the experience a ton. As for the story, it's good. For Kiryu's final game, I wish there was more of a callback to the characters of the previous games, which were important to Kiryu, but the new cast is compelling and the villains here are some of the best in the series. Not the final one, good god, he sucks, but the rest are pretty dope, and I have to comment on the fantastic inclusion of Tatsuro Yamashita's music. If there's one element of the game that perfectly captures the end of a legend, it's Yamashita's timeless songs, and they're gone in the Western release, which is ass! Some of the best scenes here are completely neutered of their emotional impact in the localization, and the worst part is that people will not know how. It's a shame that one of the best elements 6 had going for it is missing in English. The overall game is disappointing, but nowhere near bad despite its flaws, and I believe the developers' hearts were in the right place. See, nowadays I would be more positive with Yakuza 6 because I think its boss fight roster being completely unique is just so beautiful compared to every single game that came after it. We were like half of the boss fights are just reused from previous games. Yakuza 6 actually had like unique characters with unique movesets, and then every game afterwards would skimp on some level, even if it would have some unique characters and some unique movesets. It would also have a bunch of shit that's like reused from like the entire previous franchise in main story boss fights. Like in side content I wouldn't mind it, but main story boss fights like reusing the same moveset over and over and over made me appreciate Yakuza 6 a lot more. Like calling it a tech demo is just, that's crass. I wouldn't agree with that at all. Like yeah, it does seem like the first time they did something with the Dragon Engine, but also because they went so all out with Yakuza 6 and because like it looks like the most expensive one they've made at that point in time, every game afterwards like looks less impressive. Like the graphical quality in Yakuza 6 just looks so divine. The way they did the lighting and the way the colors pop in that one just never really comes back to the fullest degree. And just the animation work, just like the QTEs in Yakuza 6 are some of the coolest. And then a lot of the future games, they all look worse. So even though it is kind of the tech demo one, it doesn't feel that tech demo-y because it still feels like a pretty substantial entry. Even though it's not as substantial as Yakuza 5, it is a more consistent throughout. Though I still probably wouldn't rank it that high in my personal rankings. I do still find myself like frustrated with a lot of the elements. I find myself frustrated with the fact that the finale doesn't have a final level. The Millennium Tower does not count because there's a cutscene when he shows up to the funeral, which shows him beating up a bunch of guys. Where's that level? I want to play that level. My goodness, why would you get rid of that? And also the red heat sucks, of course. And also the combat being a floaty physics-based mess. I wouldn't go that far, but the annoying elements like blocks, like bouncing off enemies and all, does drive me up a wall. And I would have liked like original boss fight movesets in a game with a combat system that I would prefer better. Anyways, Judgment, 7 out of 10. This is what the Yakuza team really put their time and effort on. A brand new IP, a whole new different feeling from the Yakuza, and all the boss fights are copied from previous Yakuza games. See, what did I say? What a buzzkill! The Kiwami games were the only ones that had an excuse to pull this crap, but now the brand new spin-off will suffer from it too? I hate this so much. But besides that, this is actually a great game. Without question, the best Dragon Engine combat at that time. It takes everything that was messy in 6 and Kiwami 2 and makes it actually fun again. 6 and Kiwami 2 play like a mix of Yakuza and GTA. Judge Eyes plays like a video game. A video game. It's fun, it's fast, it's flashy, and your combos aren't useless anymore like they were in 6. See, a lot of those criticisms come before I did like no damage videos, and it's just kind of like, when I make a broad statement like your combos weren't useful in 6, some like a style player is going to come in with like 10 clips of them doing cool ass combos. And they're going to be like, how can you say your combos don't work when you can do all these combos? And also, saying that Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2 feel like Yakuza and GTA combined together, when Judgment honestly feels a little bit more clunky than those previous games, is kind of crazy. But the things which Judgment adds with its combo system, and the juggles, and the way enemies work, and its unique boss fights, I think does elevate it above Yakuza 6 and Kiwami 2. But on a base level, it does feel slightly more clunky, especially since you have to press X to sprint during combat if you're not locked onto anybody, if you're not doing the strafing. That feels so awkward. I've never liked that. And also, that decision basically infects every single Yakuza game from that point onwards, even if it doesn't have the wall jumping base mechanics, which necessitated the entire reason that you would have to press X to sprint, because that was the whole reason it's there. There's no reason for that to be in Gaiden or Pirate Yakuza or Kiwami 3, because the mechanic's gone. That's not a mechanic anymore. So why is that bullshit still in the menu? I mean, yeah, you can choose to not have it on, but I feel like the movement is slightly hampered because it's still there. It's still there. So, the combat tech here, the juggles, the iframes during your dodges, jumping over enemies, wall attacks, an extreme heat mode that is actually fun to use instead of a slog like in 6 and Kiwami 2. Yep, I still agree with that. My praises for the combat system can go on and on. It still suffers from some Dragon Engine jank and some new jank of its own, but this is a massive step in the right direction. Also, this game looks fantastic. The harsher shadows and look of the game complement its engaging noir crime drama. The cast is all wonderful, the minigames are new and exciting, but all the gameplay with being a detective kind of blows. Tailing sucks, and the rest I found fun, but it's very bare bones. Work on that for the sequel. They kinda did. Anyways, Fist of the North Star, Lost Paradise. 8 out of 10! Boom! This game may have the best combat system out of any of the Yakuza games. That's a bold claim to make, but wow. Just wow. This game's combat is smooth as butter. Everything flows perfectly from one to the other. Then you have the juggles. Juggling enemies adds a layer of depth that wasn't there previously. The way you can manipulate enemies to bend to your will is so freeing, and those boss fights, oh, those boss fights. There's a few stinkers here and there, but most of these fights are nearly perfect. They're some of the most striking and fun bosses in the series. The Fist of the North Star license allows them to bend reality a bit, to have some more crazy fights, and for the most part, it 100% paid off. This is a game that puts you in control, and it is hard. Enemies deal massive damage, and learning some of the tricks needed to survive can take some getting used to, but it is a rewarding process. I could go on and on about this game's combat. Everything else, though, not as good. I played a Japanese copy, so I don't know the story, but I doubt a Fist of the North Star fanfiction is gonna amount to much, especially with most of the cast just showing up for a fight and then leaving like props. The wasteland driving is quite bare bones, and the car doesn't handle the best. The grinding involved in this game is ridiculous. It never ends. This is one of my favorites purely for its combat, which is a big band-aid over the other elements of the game. It is great fun though, 100% recommend. See, this is a review before Judgment even came out, and it's also one where I only played the Japanese copy. I didn't even play it in English. I didn't even know what the story was. I was Google translating Japanese guide websites because the game was released in Japan so recently, and I bought a Japanese copy because I was under the impression that the game was never going to come over in English, a la Ryuga Gotoku Kenzen and Ishin, but a couple months afterwards I got proven wrong, and I was still playing the game. And I think one thing which made me really positive on Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise is I tried out the demo for Kiwami 2, and I didn't like it very much, like the Japan-only demo when that game came out. And then going to Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise, I'm like, wow, this is so silky smooth. And then right after Fist of the North Star Lost Paradise, I think I played Kiwami 2 because it came out in English. And fuck. Dude, fuck. It was such a downgrade. So that retroactively made me like this game more. This game is considered one of the worst in the franchise. And I'd be more inclined to say it's one of the best, but I'm probably going to put it more in the middle of my rankings nowadays because it does have some pretty big issues. But after Pirate Yakuza came out, it was basically a more boring version of the game. I am, once again, more positive on Lost Paradise again. But I also got to do a full replay, so I'm not talking out of my ass and actually enjoy any tedious things this game throws at me. But honestly, if I replay this game, I'm probably I'm still going to like it a lot. This is still one of my favorites. Now, whether I would put it above Judgment or Ishin, I don't know. Whether I would put it above Kenzan, nah, Kenzan's got to stay at the top. Kenzan's so goated. Anyways, Monsters vs. Aliens, half star out of 5. I'm referring to the DS version of this game. Yeah, half star out of 5 would be like 1 out of 10. So yeah, I am referring to the DS version of this game. Fuck this game! Ugh. And now, yeah, it's a fucking blows. Didn't even beat it. I know it blows. Was a... Oh, wait. All my Nintendo cases aren't in those baskets there. They're actually in my cupboards over there, and the hiccups I returned. One way to solve hiccups is by drinking water. But drinking water to get rid of hiccups also kind of feels like a sham, because like when I heard that was a solution, I would just gulp water, like just gulp, 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 and then I would go back to talking like this, and suddenly the hiccups would return again. They'll certainly return if I try to do the gargly voice again, but so it's like, what part of drinking water gets rid of my hiccups? Because the only times that my hiccups like fully goes away is like jump scares. And like good jump scares. Like nowadays, I'm an adult, so I'm way more used to getting like scared like that. So the scare doesn't work, so the hiccup doesn't go away. And holding my breath also feels like a sham, because at some point I'm gonna have to let it go because I want to talk, I want to do my commentary, and then boom, the hiccups return. This is all the fault of Monsters vs. Aliens on the DS. Travis strikes again. No more heroes. 8 out of 10. This might be my favorite game from 2019. Yeah, 2019. The gameplay has its issues and the pacing drags, but it's still fun, crunchy combat with some standout boss fights. The music is fantastic, so many bangers. The story is easily the best element of the game, a cheeky but somewhat somber allegorical look at Suda51's life in the gaming industry, and all this packed in through a solid continuation of Travis' character arc from the previous game. I would be more negative on this one because I don't mention that the game's levels drag on a fuck ton. I think when I made this review, I was kind of like more just positive and just, you know, there's a lot of issues with the game, but you know, I can vibe with what it's going for. You know, it kicks ass, hell yeah. But now I'd probably be a lot more harsh and just punch down more. And even though the story is interesting, it's not the most interesting to experience throughout the fact, but like in retrospect, there's a lot of like cool elements, a lot of cool allegorical details. And yeah, like Travis is like pretty cool in it. I also really like Travis's design. I like the purple jacket. I think that's like a nice little thing, the purple jacket and black jeans. But yeah, I mean, 8 out of 10 for this one? I don't know, man. I don't know if I'd go as far for 8 out of 10. That's a little absurd. This is also slightly absurd. Death Stranding, 7 out of 10. I like playing a Kojima game where the story actually matters and shit isn't garbage. It has a good cast of characters and emotional beats, and there's compelling overall finality to it. It was nice. Far from perfect, though. The exposition dumps here are some of the worst Kojima has written since Metal Gear Solid 4, and it dampens the impact of the story quite a bit. Still nice overall, but he needs an editor. The gameplay was boring for the first 5 hours, but afterwards it got fun when you got access to more tools to help with traversal. The game's progression and pacing are top-notch. They constantly introduce new elements to the gameplay and to the level design to constantly keep them fresh. This is a hiking game, but it is an engaging one. The boss fights are lame though. Some of them are cool, some of them suck ass, but both of them didn't reach their full potential. Overall though, I like this one, recommend. So see, this like very inflammatory statement I make when I'm like, I like playing a Kojima game where the story actually matters and shit isn't garbage. I'm basically referring to the Phantom Pain, but now in retrospect, I don't hate the Phantom Pain story and characters that much anymore. And also, I think a lot of my love for Death Stranding back in the day was because it solved the issues of the Phantom Pain, where it's like, oh, the open world is boring and I don't like exploring any of it. Well, Death Stranding is all about exploration, and the terrain, the way you navigate that, is the gameplay. So it made the most boring part of the Phantom Pain like actually interesting. But then again, when you run into the sort of gameplay that you would do in the Phantom Pain in Death Stranding 1, like any of the shootouts or stealth sequences, now I'm like, oh wow, this is like a version of the Phantom Pain which controls like shit. So I'm a little bit more negative to the game on that front, and yeah, those first 5 hours are not fun for Death Stranding 1, but maybe if I return to the game now after beating Death Stranding 2, I might like those hours again, but I remember the beginning of Death Stranding 1 is so boring. But after those 5 hours when you're locked in, you're basically locked in for the rest of the game, and it's just a lot more fun, even if the game still kind of drags by the end. It just Death Stranding just kind of keep repeating those moments where like a beautiful song comes on while you're walking around, but he just kind of plucks something from like a playlist and just kind of puts it on. I feel like they kind of repeat that too much, where in the beginning I was really moved by it, but by the end I'm just kind of like, I don't even know if I'm going to remember this song. I got to look up the soundtrack later on, and I never did. Alex Hines Gun. 6 out of 10. This game sucks, the frame rate is awful, the design is glitched, but I still really like it. It's pure Hitman style gameplay and I had a lot of fun with it. Flaws and all. It's jank personified, but I would still say play it for a laugh. The cutscenes are abysmal too, but I didn't care about the story anyways. The locations are cool and usually open enough for you to plan your hits. I like it. And also I think a lot of my positivity with this game was coming off of Hitman Absolution, which just was a more linear, more annoying, more brash like entry in the franchise and just kind of killed it for the longest time before the excellent reboot trilogy came out, which aren't really reboots, I think. I think they're still connected to the chronology of the previous ones in some way. I only played the first one. I didn't play Hitman 2 or 3 yet, and I really have to because I hear they're like probably the best stealth games of the modern era of the past 5 years or so. So I really got to check those out. But Alekine's Gun, it has like that old Hitman flair, you know, from like Hitman 2 Silent Assassin, Contracts, Blood Money kind of, but it is so fucking jank and the vibe and story is kind of ass. So, when Hitman Contracts has like those really moody like interludes between the levels and just amazing atmosphere, Alekine's Gun is boring as fuck. But the gameplay is really cool, the locations are nice and open with multiple ways in and out. And I want to do a no damage video on that game, and actually getting to no damage it is going to really force me to confront whether the game's actually good or not. Something which kind of drives me up a wall is the PS4 version runs like straight ass, right? But the PC version is a smooth 60 FPS, so do I play the PC version or do I stick with the garbage ass PS4 version? Because playing the PS4 version is just going to be a lot funnier, but 60 FPS footage of the game is going to make the game a lot more enjoyable to go through. Choices for the future. Deus Ex, 10 out of 10. Probably my favorite game of all time. Great music, engaging open-ended level design that allows you to tackle the game in a variety of fun. Allows you to tackle the game in a variety of fun. I forgot to put ways. Variety of fun, plus adds a satisfying exploration element to every aspect of the game. A dope cyberpunk narrative that spirals down twist after twist filled with keynote conversations throughout. A good cast of characters that are each fleshed out. The only issues of the game are the goofy ass voice acting and it looks kind of ugly, but even then these issues add charm to the game. and don't really take away any enjoyment for me. The clunky elements of the game add to the fun. A tried and true classic. Play it! See, I agree with all that, but also, the one thing I don't agree with is this is one of my all-time favorite games. It is one of my all-time favorite games, but is it specifically my favorite? How can it be if I haven't replayed it in 5 to 8 years? It's been so long since I've replayed Deus Ex. I've beaten the game 3 or 4 times. I might actually be overshooting it. I might have only beaten it 3 times. So how can it be my favorite? It's obvious that it's an exceptional game. It's one of the all-time greatest PC games. It holds up really well aside from the parts where it doesn't. But the things that matter about Deus Ex hold up beautifully. And I want to do a no damage video on it just so I can revisit it and fully engage with whether it's actually one of my all-time favorites, because I haven't touched it in so long. So I need to play this game. I need to play this game again. Same with all the Deus Ex games except for Invisible War, which I've actually never beaten, because every time I would try to play Deus Ex Invisible War, my laptop would crash and I got mad at the game and I'm like, fuck you, you're mid, and I never played it. Deus Ex Human Revolution, 8 out of 10. A near-perfect modernization of Deus Ex. Kind of a miracle in a lot of ways. While the gameplay does change quite a bit about the original game, it keeps the spirit alive and even improves most gameplay features from the OG, like shooting, hacking, and conversations. I say the gameplay of this game is more polished than the OG, but I find the OG's gameplay more interesting to mess around with. The story is an interesting exploration of robot people, even if it doesn't go as in-depth as the OG usually did. Because the OG is usually talking about because Human Revolution is usually talking about other issues instead of transhumanism. The characters are all distinct and memorable, with Adam Jensen being a standout with a great performance from Elidias Tofexis. That's a specific name. Oh, wow. Some flaws with this game is its awful boss fights, which add nothing to the game or to the story, and the last level sucks. That's about it, though. One of the best games around. Yeah, I agree with all that, but also I haven't played it in a hot minute. But man, Deus Ex Human Revolution is a really, 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 really nice time. Oh, there was something specific I wanted to mention about it. Something about the way I talked about it here. Okay, so yeah, the hacking in Human Revolution. I really like the hacking minigame in Human Revolution, but some people really don't, and I'm always like kind of perplexed by that because like I thought it was like a universally like praised mechanic that like they made hacking like an actual thing you interact with instead of just pressing a button like in the original. But then some people were like, no, actually that sucks, and it's like, what? What are you talking about? I thought that was pretty sweet. So that was always a weird thing that threw me off. Deus Ex Human Revolution Director's Cut. Kind of whacked is the only version of the game available on PC. It's amazing, but I wish to play the piss filter version ASAP. Yeah, I agree. I want to play the piss filter version. Deus Ex Mankind Divided, 8 out of 10. This game is somewhat disappointing in its mainline story length, and the story in general is rather dumb, but the gameplay is just as great as Human Revolution. It's even improved in a lot of areas, making for a lot more fun encounters to engage with. The side missions in this game are amazing and outshine a lot of the main story content, and add to the length of the game for those looking for it. While there is only one hub world at this time, it's also the most detailed out of any of the games in the series. A small hub packed with detail and intrigue. While not as good as Human Revolution, it's still a really fun game, which I highly recommend. And also, like, this is another one which I want to no damage. This game has a very, like, fucked up difficulty setting. You know, you have, like, all your standard ones, and you have one where it's like, if you die, the game deletes all your saves. You have to start all the way from the beginning. So I did this entire, like, run, and I did it by just, like, saving at any time where the game would get into a shooting thing, so I would avoid the shooting. And then I reached the final boss. I accidentally died against him, and then boom, my entire save is, like, destroyed, and now I don't have the achievement for beating Mankind Divided on that difficulty. So if I were to do a no damage run, I would want to do it on that difficulty, but also I'd have to be really careful to never die, because if I die, I have to do the whole fucking thing again. Oh! Quick saves, not allowed. Devil May Cry, 8 out of 10. This game does everything it needs to without dragging itself out, and I respect that. The combat has every tool you need in order to be engaging while still being simple enough to pick up and learn. A super well designed game. There are a few weak spots, swimming, the bird, but this is a classic in all respects. And if you want more information on that, check out my No Damage where I did all the boss fights on the Switch version. Bada bing, bada boom. Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition, 9 out of 10. Some of the most fun I've had with the combat system. So many different tools that blend so well with each other. Even if you aren't great at the game, this game just feels so good to play, just crunchy combos for days. The story is perfect for this style of game. Iconic characters and beautifully directed cutscenes carry this game to new heights. Just crazy. Some enemies are cunts though, and I don't like them. Yeah, I agree with all that, and I agree with more things if you watch my Devil May Cry 3 all boss fights no damage video, which I did on the Switch version, which allows you to switch between all styles on the fly instead of just choosing one for every mission. Made the game easier, but it still wasn't easy. Ugh. Now, Drakengard. The first one, 6 out of 10. The gameplay is very monotonous, but the story and tone are fantastic. Just pure insanity. Absolutely worth slogging through the gameplay just for the story. Despite its massive flaws, it's worth going through just for the experience you will get. It's like nothing else I've played. Get all the endings because they're all worth it. Endings B and D are standouts. So yeah, back in the day, I emulated Drakengard to play it, but now I actually own a physical copy. So all that's left is for me to actually physically play it. It would be funny to do a no damage run of Drakengard, but I just don't think it's possible. Like whenever you're flying with a dragon, you're bound to get clipped by something. You can't avoid the damage. And the hack and slash gameplay kind of sucks. But it should be possible to no damage with the hack and slash gameplay. But I remember like some levels, were, like some of those crowds are like really hard to deal with. But maybe there is a way to do it. And well, I do think the final boss of the game is impossible to not no damage, because if you take damage, you die. But, you know, I also never got the ending E. I only got endings A through D, and I never went to E because getting ending E requires like an insane grind, and I just I got fed up with it, and the save file that I was playing that on is basically gone. So if I ever return to Backloggd, I would have to start from scratch. Hitman Codename 47. 2 out of 5 stars. This game is bad. The game starts out promising with a lot of dope levels in China, but everything in the jungle is god awful. The hotel level is the best level in the game, and nearly everything after that is kind of whack minus a few exceptions. The thing that kills the game is the save system. It's an absolute piece of garbage. Complete jank checkpoint system. Very punishing and for the most part not that fun. The game does have some fantastic music, though. Go listen to that soundtrack. The game shows the promise that this style has, but just a lot of it really sucks. Like, it cannot be overstated how much the jungle section of Hitman Codename 47 is a fucking travesty to play through. Like, fucking, it has every problem you could imagine. That's a really vague way to word it. No. The reason those levels are bad is because the first one is just this fucking massive empty field. So you just like go through samey like areas with fuck all happening. And then like the actual important stuff is just like this little thing here or this little checkpoint here. It's like fucking a Ubisoft map, except there's no design to it. It's just a bunch of fucking bullshit. And then the second level is just, oh, you have to get past a tiger. That's just a gimmick. There's like fuck all to do there. And then the final level, which is just like a bad ripoff of Scarface, the AI is so fucking bad. The level is that the way it's designed, the way you have to like avoid the enemies is so fucking garbage. It's basically just like a shootout level, except you really have to pray the enemies don't all shoot you out, and you have to never die, because if you use the game's like god awful checkpoint system, everything gets fucked and you just die again. It's oh my, it's the worst part of the game by far. It's so fucking bad. I really want to know damage of the Hitman series so that I can revisit all those thoughts, but yeah, those jungle levels are fucking terrible, even though they have beautiful music, such beautiful music. Hitman 2 Silent Assassin, 7 out of 10. This is when Hitman became good, a fantastic selection of levels, and thank God for a save system that doesn't make me angry. Thank God for a save system that doesn't make me angry. It ain't perfect. The middle of Japan basically is awful, and the last couple of levels are trash, but the rest are very enjoyable social stealth romps. The soundtrack is also magnificent. That hasn't changed. Yes, baby! But it cannot be overstated just how fucking bad the middle of Japan is. Like, yeah, those levels out in the snow are egregious and so glitchy. I mean, like, the enemy AI in general in Hitman 2, like Silent Assassin, is kind of a nightmare. Unless it's not a nightmare, but the Japan sections are like especially god-awful. So I mean, like, I should be trashing it just as much as the original Codename 47, except Hitman 2 has an amazing save system. So that makes up for a lot, and also more levels and better polish, and just, it's like when the series really like found its footing. Hitman Contracts, 8 out of 10. A really dark take on the Hitman series. A scary, brooding atmosphere sucks you in, and the game has some of the most gruesome moments in the series. This is the first Hitman game to not have any garbage levels like the previous games. There's some that are blander, but they're all good. I'm not that big on most of the game being remakes of the best levels from Hitman 1, but those levels are still good. It's just that the original levels be hitting in a different kind of way. While the story is unremarkable, the tone makes up for it. The gameplay is really solid and the levels are all pretty well designed. It's not as freeform as something like Blood Money, but it's still really fun and engaging. Weird thing is that the gunplay here is the best of the 4 games. Just strange. Dope game. Go play it. Yeah, I'd recommend to go play it. And now I want to go on a tangent. See, a lot of PC games like got released on old PCs, so they have like weird resolutions, like 4:3, like kind of small. But now in the modern era, like all of these old PC games, they have mods to make them widescreen, but is playing them like widescreen like their natural ratio? Or is this like a fucked up hack which like ruins the game's art style? I was thinking about that with Thief the Dark Project. I got a 4K like a mod so that the game runs at 4K, and pretty much like everything gets stretched out so it's not in a 4:3 aspect ratio. But now the UI is really tiny, and I'm just not sure if the game was ever meant to be looked at in 16:9, because like whenever like a HD remaster does that on the PS3 or Xbox 360, people complain about the visuals. But when there's a PC like mod which kind of stretches things out like the same, Well, it's not the same because nobody complains about it, and I'm wondering, are people not complaining about it because they don't notice the issues, or are people not complaining about it because the way the scaling's done just works better? I want to know. I want to know about that. Hitman Blood Money, 9 out of 10. Is there some jank and a crappy tutorial level that makes the beginning a bit of a slog? Yes. Is every other element of the game perfect with no flaw? Yes. A pillar of the stealth game genre. Social stealth at its most fun and rewarding endpoint. This game makes me giddy like a big dumb baby, and I'm glad it exists. Fuck yeah, man. Hitman Blood Money. Play it! Hitman Absolution. 5 out of 10. I hate this game. They removed the detailed map of the past games and replaced it with a half-ass mini-map. Disguises are ass because you have to use a special meter to use them. Levels are linear hallways, the open ones are eh. This game is not Hitman, but the shooting does feel good, and the game is polished and meaty, and by meaty, I of course mean that it has a lot of content, but I can't stand it. And also, something which I don't mention in this review is that the fucking dialogue and story and characters are so obnoxious. It's like this fucking Tarantino tone, except most of it is written like fucking shit. I can't stand like the tone of like Hitman Absolution. It's so try-hard and edgy, and there's just like nothing to latch on to. Even though like the graphics are probably like, look really nice, it's probably like my favorite looking Hitman game. Though some of the modern games probably beat the fuck out of it. But yeah, the way it uses the Glacier engine is really nice, but fuck, dude. Just the story and presentation it's just obscene. And you know, I'm not saying this in like oh, the game is too graphic, I don't like it. It's just annoying. It's just really annoying. The previous games have a bit of an annoying like tone to them, but Absolution is like the series tone at its absolute worst. I fucking hate it. But if I return to the game to no damage it, I might like it just a little bit more. Like I did with Splinter Cell Conviction. Hitman, the reboot version, 8 out of 10. The always online DRM is awful. Fuck you, Square Enix. The rest of the game is wonderful like Blood Money, but fuck you, Square Enix. Yeah, fuck you, Square Enix. Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberty, 9 out of 10. I love this game. It's insane that a game this dope was a launch title for the PS2. The story is a complete nightmare. You have no control over the horrible shit that happens over and over. Raiden's my favorite protagonist in the series. Is he? I don't know if he still is. His perspective gives the game a whole new feeling. Kojima as a writer is clunky as shit, and he needs an editor because some of the conversations and exposition dumps can sound iffy, but he has such a strong grasp on character writing and the narrative in this title that it 100% makes up for it. So many clever setups and satisfying payoffs. Each replay makes me like the story more and more. It's one of the best in the medium. This is also the most batshit ending out of any of the Metal Gear games in the series. Complete insanity. The gameplay is just as good. Holding enemies up makes the simple arcade stealth a lot more engaging, and the dog tags give me a reason to approach each room like a puzzle in how I can get each dog tag without getting caught. There are some weaker sections near the end, and the best stealth bits are near the beginning, but some of the best boss fights are also at the end, so that makes up for it. Masterpiece and my second favorite in the series. I basically agree with 90% of that, and you want to hear more thoughts on Metal Gear Solid 2? Check out my Can You Earn Big Boss Rank in Metal Gear Solid 2 without taking damage. Watch that video. Watch it now! And now, Metal Gear Solid 2 Subsistence. 2 out of 5 stars. Fuck the VR missions. I fucking hate them so much. Most of my rage there comes from having to do them on the PS Vita to get the platinum, because I think one of the achievements requires you to do basically all of them at least once and have first place in like 50 of them. I believe the Master Collection got rid of that achievement, so you don't have to like play all the VR missions to get the platinum, but they did cheekily add in a requirement to get the big boss rank in Metal Gear Solid 2, and the Metal Gear Solid 2 big boss rank is like the hardest one to get in the franchise, because you can only use 8 saves. And Metal Gear Solid 2 is also generally very difficult. Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. 9 out of 10. One of the best hack and slashes of all time, and the Final Mix version has the best boss rush of all time. I cannot think of another game which has such a great collection of fights, one after the other. The story has its moments in the beginning and end, but the middle is a massive drag through worse versions of the Disney classics. When I say massive drag, I'm referring to the story because the gameplay is always fun. The combat system is the perfect evolution of 1's, and it feels so good to play. That ending really is that ending really is perfect though. And the series could have ended there and it would have served it well. And I wish I could no damage such a wonderful game, but I'm held. This episode has gone on for so long that I've had to change outfits because this is a brand new day. And now, for this brand new day, I'm gonna be blue. But I believe this does mark the halfway point of my document of all the games I've talked about, but if I spend the same amount of time talking about these games for the second half, this video will never end. So I was thinking about doing a speed run, except this speed run is gonna have the condition that I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm just gonna continue doing what I've been doing for the past 3 to 1 hour, give or take. But what was the last game I was talking about? Was it Bravely Default or was it something else? It couldn't have been Bravely Default, right? I also came prepared. I have this iced tea and lemonade thing. They do say that lemon tea is the thing to do if you have like a strained throat. And I'm going to be talking a lot, so I will be getting that strained throat very, very soon. Whoa, I do not want to type in this document. That is the one thing. And also, to make sure the document never runs out of battery, I'm charging it. I got that cable right there. It's a white cable, so I don't actually have to change the colors of the screen. I can stay in black and white, and this still makes sense. Because the color never changes. It just gets like slightly more yellow if I remove the black and whiteness of my existence right now. Because I mean, I've talked about Deus Ex, I've talked about Drakengard, I've talked about Hitman, I've talked about Metal Gear, I've talked about... Oh, there we go. I was talking about Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. So I'm just going to repeat everything I said about that game right now. But yeah, I would love to no damage that one, but I have to fight Sephiroth and no damage him in Kingdom Hearts 1 to move on to Kingdom Hearts 2. And yeah, I would probably move immediately to Kingdom Hearts 2 and I wouldn't do Chain of Memories until like way later just because I am so interested in doing Kingdom Hearts 2. It's kind of like the one I'm most excited to like return to make a no damage video for, especially for the secret boss fights and for like the data ring, But it'll still be tough because there's like on critical mode and especially if I do like a level 1 sort of thing and I don't do anything too overpowered, those fights get really, really difficult. I should definitely do like a level 1 run for the main story. Given that all the main abilities, all the important abilities are locked behind like story progression, not exactly like level. It was weird that if you chose the wrong path in the first Kingdom Hearts game, you didn't get access to like the health bar until like way, way later. Like that was like a late game upgrade if you went down a certain path. I forgot how it works. So you play most of Kingdom Hearts 1 not having any idea what the health bar looks like, but the health bar does exist. And it's a very unique design because like right after like Kingdom Hearts 1, they got rid of that model and now every game uses like has like the unified green bar with like the little subsections at the bottom, which is a beautiful system. And it looks amazing in Kingdom Hearts 2 because there's so many of them. In the portable games, I think it looks a little bit lame. Just because like you never fight a boss fight in the portable games or like there's a bunch of subsections. When you see a lot of subsections in like in Kingdom Hearts 2, it just looks so cool. How like the health bar has like all those little parts you have to like demolish. Kingdom Hearts 2 is just so cool. Anyways, Minecraft Java Edition. 8 out of 10. A straight classic. This game has so many different aspects to love and cherish, and what I love is exploring the terrain and caves, looking for materials in the dark, making sure to watch out for any danger nearby, progressing from a nomad to a hunter. I'm crap at building a good house though, yeah? I mean, that is my experience with Minecraft. I had a lot of fun playing it with friends. Like, the first time I played Minecraft, I downloaded like a free version online, and I didn't know how to play online, so I just played by myself. And it was just kind of scary because I didn't know what to do in the game, and also like, I had to like look up how to build the pickaxe and like swords and all that. But then when the game got ported over to Xbox, like there was a lot of complaints about how it was for babies because all the building was done automatically for you. You didn't have to like sort anything out. Like there was already like recipes and like tutorials. But man, I had so much fun playing the Xbox version with friends, even though you could only have like 4 people in one server and it would like constantly lag and crash all the time. And there was like limits to how big the worlds can be, so you had like very tiny worlds compared to like the infinite roaming of the PC version, but man, it was still so much fun. So yeah, with Minecraft I have a lot of memories. But how good the game is, I gotta no damage it one of these days. But how would you even no damage Minecraft? That's the thing. How would you even do that? How would you even like go about doing a consistent run to reach the end of Dragon? Because that's not consistent. You have to like hunt for the materials, you have to like get everything, you have to like go around the world, you have to like enter many dangerous situations randomly generated. You can't prepare for that. Like, at least you can have a lot of like tools to like be more ready for it or be cracked at the game, but like actually like prepare a consistent strategy, nothing's consistent. And also doing everything in one take, it's not like Minecraft has save points now, does it? Team Fortress 2, 8 out of 10. This is my first game I got on Steam. I really like it because it was free, and this was a balling time. I don't play it too much these days, but I'm thankful for the time I had with it. Like, it's just hard to review these multiplayer games where it's like, I have fond memories of playing it, but I haven't engaged with it in such a long time, especially like nowadays, I don't really play that many multiplayer games. I'm definitely like super hard focused on single player. So the type of player that I am now, I would never give Team Fortress 2 the time of day, but this was the first game I ever got on Steam. I played it on Mac. Like, number one, this game is compatible with MacBooks like way back in the day, because like the bad thing about owning a MacBook is it basically locks you from playing like any Windows game. Though you could do like a boot camp thing and pretty much have like a Windows OS and an Apple OS on the same system if you set it up correctly. And that's how I recorded a lot of my 2023 videos, 2022 videos, 2021 videos, but on 2024, around the time I did my Infinite Wealth Long Battles No Damage, I finally got like an honest to God PC. And well, in 2023, I had like a Steam Deck, that's how I did my Roblox Eyes video. But there was also a huge amount of time where I would just boot camp into a Windows like portion of my MacBook laptop, and that's how I played the Windows games. I used to have a Windows laptop, but then I replaced it with a MacBook, and then I did that dual setup, and now I don't do that anymore because, my goodness, the MacBook I have has such a weird resolution. That's why a lot of my no damage videos have these weird bars on the side, because my MacBook, it doesn't have like the 1920 by 1080p like resolution. It has like a 2880 by like 2160 resolution, which is like not 16 by 9, it's like 16 by 10, so it's like a weird cube. So whenever I try to record footage of the games, it always ends up with these bars at the side, and to get anything similar to like 1920 by 1080p, I would have to do like 1750 by 1580 and then like zoom in the footage in Premiere, and it's like slightly lower resolution than Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. This game is a lot better than it has any right to be. Really fun tactical shooter, does a lot to differentiate itself from CSGO, and in turn crafts an experience all its own. Some of the flaws is that the game really requires you to gather your own squad to fully enjoy the game. Playing by yourself isn't all that fun, and to be honest, I don't really feel much drive to return to it all that much. Not a fan of the massive grind to earn points to unlock operators. It feels manipulative and crafted to make you spend real money to earn more points. Fun time if you have a group to play it with. The experience feels frantic and open-ended with how to approach situations. Like the last letter, I just put an M there. Why is there an M? So yeah, Rainbow Six Siege, like a group of my friends in like high school just kind of like told me, hey, let's play Rainbow Six Siege, let's get a little squad going. So I did that for like 26 hours, and then the squad disbanded and I never touched this game again. But this time I spent with that squad, I did have a fun time. And I like how destructible the environments are, but I'm not a high-level player of this game at all. I don't even think I'm a mid-level player, or like even low-level. I'm pretty bad at the game. So like there's people who've probably spent like thousands of hours in Rainbow Six Siege, and when I say, when I give all these like positive comments on this, like they'll have, okay, so you might think it's positive, but here's all the reasons why the game actually sucks and is not interesting and is bland, and there's like a whole conversation you have about Rainbow Six Siege that I am not equipped to like do. I just went like, oh yeah, I played it for 20 hours, I had fun. Some people have played it for 20,000 hours and they don't like it anymore. BioShock, 7 out of 10. Good game. The overall gameplay is cool and diverse, but the gunplay is flaccid and the checkpoint system plays against the game. The gunplay is made better by your plasmids and hacking abilities, and how you can play off of the many different AI systems and pit them against each other. The game's RPG elements spice up gameplay, which excuses a somewhat flaccid game feel. The environment you explore is also interesting and open enough for it to not feel linear, but the giant arrow over your head is a stupid idea and hampers the wonderful exploration. The story has some excellent elements to it, the twist is masterful, and a defining moment in game history, and some of the inhabitants you meet are entertaining and well thought out, but the overall narrative is a tad weak. The second half brings this into heavy focus with his lackluster villain, and its emotional conclusion banking heavily on the crappy moral choice system with the Little Sisters. What a sappy, manipulative way to try to make you feel bad if you want the game to be easy. The only reason you would feel bad is because you're killing little girls. The actual concept of the game isn't very developed. They aren't actual characters, they're props. It's tasteless, it's a tasteless and vapid story element. I'm surprised the writers can craft one of the greatest twists in any narrative, yet also push out crap like the Little Sisters. Overall, it's very much worth playing. The Big Daddy's a cool guy. See, I don't know, why am I so negative on BioShock? Like, from what I remember, I do remember that the guns just don't feel that good to use. I don't know if it was like the sound effects or the animations or like the way the enemies like react to gunshots. Like, there's a lot of like bullet sponge enemies in the game, so shooting them doesn't like feel very good. But I feel like if I return to the game and like if I shoot a gun and it feels good, I'm gonna be like, wait, what the fuck what the fuck was I talking about before? And yeah, like even if the actual shooting doesn't feel that good, there's a bunch of systems around the shooting that make it interesting. You know, like enemy manipulation, environment manipulation, the plasmids, you know, lightning, bees, so on and so forth, hacking robots so that they shoot the guys for you or just sneaking away. It's like, yeah, the gunplay might be a bit flaccid, but there's a bunch of other systems which make interactions still interesting. The only thing which I remember about BioShock very clearly that I do think sucks is like the water pipe minigame every time you want to hack something. Fuck that minigame, dude. Like, actually. But beyond that, I mean, the story elements, like, yeah, the moral choice system does suck. But I do feel like just the Little Sisters had to have like something more going on. They had to be something interesting because for me to reduce them down to, oh yeah, they were just a stupid moral choice. Like, yeah, the moral choice with them is like awful. And not awful and like, oh my god, this is such an awful thing to do them, but more like, wow, this sucks. This is so, I don't give a fuck. That, you know, so many games like just do the binary good or evil thing. It's like, I don't fucking care. It's a video game. It's not real. And it's like, oh, why are you not invested in the world and the environments? And it's like, because it's so blatant. It was basically just like a trend back in the day to do this. And it just like hampers a lot of the cooler aspects of the world, which does seem to be like actually fully thought out. And maybe if I listen to a few more audio recordings, I'll like, Bloodborne, 8 out of 10. Satisfying combat with meaty impacts and a good challenge that's fun to overcome. A lot of eerie exploration with a ton of interesting locations to visit. The separation from medieval lore to more horrific nightmare ideas was an inspired choice. Chalice dungeons can piss off though, and the lock-on can be a fickle bitch. Overall though, fast-paced combat mixed with a somber story made for an engrossing time. Definitely recommend. I really like Bloodborne. I did spend a good amount of time like not knowing how to beat it, and to get the true ending I did have to like look up a walkthrough because you have to like get like 3 umbilical cords in areas which I never would have gone to if I didn't know that I had to get like umbilical cords to get like a secret ending. But Bloodborne is also special because it's like the second Dark Souls type game I've ever beaten. The only Dark Souls games which I've beaten is Dark Souls 2 on the Xbox 360 and Bloodborne on the PS4. Like, I remember like ordering a copy of Bloodborne and waiting for it to come in the mail, and it was like 2 days late, and I was really mad about that because I really, really wanted to get started with the game. But the people delivering my mail just took way too damn long. But at least I got to play it eventually. And yeah, it's still not ported, so you're forced to play it at 30 FPS, which I can feel the weirdness of it now more, like nowadays more, because back in the day I didn't really feel much of a difference. I wasn't paying attention that much. I used to think that Yakuza 0 was like a smooth 60 the entire time. Nope, it drops in the city sometimes. And there's certain boss fights, I think like with the fourth one with Kuze, where there's like a lot of broken glass in the area, which I think affects things. But yeah, I want to no damage Bloodborne's boss fights like one of these days, just like any of the Dark Souls games like boss fights. But I do think like rounding that's going to be difficult because if I accidentally kill one and take damage in the last second, you know, it's not like the game has save. It does have save files, but I don't know if they're going to be as useful for loading into certain boss fights which I want to load into. I think like the file kind of like fucks you in that way. Now, Dishonored, 7 out of 10. Really fun stealth game. The stealth system isn't as in-depth as something like Thief the Dark Project, but it leans a lot into a Deus Ex style of gameplay, where you have huge levels and a huge collection of tools and abilities that make for some crazy encounters that you get to make on your own. You make your own set pieces, and not the game. You make your own set pieces, not the game, and I dig that a lot. The gameplay is great, but the story sucks ass. It's a bland affair, and the character does not make up for it. The pacing structure is all over the place, making it a mess of a narrative. A lot of interesting elements, and some of the lore behind the world is cool. Whale semen, in quotations. But the story on display is lackluster, and it sucks. The game is really fun and worth playing, but the story holds it back quite a bit. even if the story does hold it back quite a bit, I feel like 7 out of 10 is like way too low for from what I remember from Dishonored. I think like the only issue I might take with Dishonored is if you try to do like a ghost run or like a non-lethal run, it might be a bit bland because basically every single power you get in that game is for killing people. And it seems like a lot of the game's designed is best designed for killing people. So if you go for the non-lethal route, you're gonna have to like give up a lot of the most fun parts of the game. But man, Dishonored is still so fun, even if it's like imbalanced with like what paths you can take. I mean, it looks incredible too. Like the art style is just beautiful. But yeah, from what I remember of the story, I wasn't really feeling it. Like, I mean, yeah, most of the targets are just kind of like whatever. It's like, okay, you have to kill this guy for this. I don't care. Like the betrayals, like, you know, like the third act downfalls. I mean, there's like one, then there's another, and then there's like another. Like, just like the pacing, it's a very strange story. But I don't want to hate on Dishonored too much because the Thief reboot has a much worse story and much worse everything else. That's the one thing. I've definitely like I like Dishonored more because the Thief reboot exists. Because with Dishonored, I'm like, okay, so it's like a callback to like Thief the Dark Project, but there's no light or there's like no shadow-based stealth system, and like the sound design isn't like that intricate like it was in Thief the Dark Project or like that pronounced. So you can't really rely on enemy footsteps to see everybody. You kind of just have to use the X-ray vision to see everybody. So I was just hanging on like nitpicks like that to bring Dishonored down to like a 7 out of 10. But then the Thief game comes out, like the Thief reboot, and that Thief reboot is even less of a Thief game than Dishonored, because at the very least, Dishonored has bigger levels, and the levels aren't designed like set pieces. You know, the levels in Dishonored are designed for you to infiltrate and exfiltrate like an old Thief game. But then the new Thief game comes around and it has more in common with Splinter Cell Conviction than it does fucking Thief. So, like, I was expecting the reboot to lean more into the elements of the old Thief trilogy, not like, you know, detract from them. What the fuck? I'm probably gonna run into a Thief review pretty soon. Doki Doki Literature Club, 5 out of 10. This was interesting, but there's quite a bit that doesn't hold up all that much. The beginning of the game drags. Like, that's the point, but wow, it was dull. The beginning section is also supposed to endear you to the characters, but it's too typical. It makes some of the emotional pulls near the end weaker. The way the game tries to scare you can be pretty cool, but quite a lot of the times it amounts to creepypasta tier jump scares. The first time the game tries to freak you out was the most effectively handled, and everything after that, not so much. The ending twist was hokey as shit. Neat in some ways, but it's a miss. A quirky game, an interesting game, but I guess it's worth going through once. I actually recorded like a walkthrough of this game like back when I was bad at being a YouTuber, but when I was like looking back at my footage, I was so embarrassed by the way I was reacting to the game that I deleted that footage and now it's never going to be uploaded again. Like, I don't know how old I was when I was doing that walkthrough. I was like, what, 15, 16, 17? But yeah, that footage is just gone to time. But yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of weird because this game, like, I think is like appraised really, really well these days. Like, everyone remembers it as a classic. They love the characters. But my first impressions was, wow, this is really boring to read. Like, on every character would do their whole little spiel, and we'd be in the school, and we'd be doing the school things, and I was not interested at all. I was just kind of, yo, when does this get fucking good? And even when it gets good, it's kind of like, wow, this is like a creepypasta. This is really lame. Like, this is the part where the game glitches and she gets hyper-realistic eyes and she starts bleeding hyper-realistically. And it's like, if there's any serious themes, I can't take them seriously because they're just surrounded by, oh, this is just like a creepypasta. I mean, you getting hacked is kind of cool, but honestly, like, the game hacking you or like fucking with your files is kind of like played out at this point. Though, I mean, it's played out if you do it like very obviously. If the game does it secretly and then like kind of throws it at you at the very end, it's like, what the fuck? Like, you just don't expect it. Now I'm remembering Pony Island. We're probably going to run into Pony Island pretty soon, but that game has a very ingenious twist using your Steam friends against you. I wasn't expecting that. Anyways, Fallout New Vegas, 8 out of 10. I don't know what to feel, whether this game or the Elder Scrolls games are better. Like, this one lacks the fun stealth from Oblivion and Skyrim, but it has a far more engaging story and set of characters. Also, being able to kill whoever you want adds a lot of choice into the player's hand, and made for the most memorable action set piece out of any of these games which I started myself. The combat isn't all that good game feel-wise, but I feel free. The gameplay is so freeform and I get a nice juicy kick out of it. All the walking from place to place got tiresome, but the locations are just lovely. This is still a really good time, go play it. That action set piece I'm referring to is when you enter Vegas, there's like these dudes that run an energy store, and they have a bunch of energy weapons inside their store. And I did a quest line where they sent me to kill this one chick who I was friends with. So I went to meet up with that chick, and I brought that chick all the way to the energy store. And then when the guys were like congratulating me, like, good job for bringing this chick to the energy store, we're gonna kill her now, I chose the dialogue option that, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. And then I killed everyone inside that store using quick saves and quick loads and stole all the energy weapons for myself. So that was like the big moment. I was like, what, you can do that? Yeah, I mean, I guess if you cheat with quick saves and quick loads, you can kill every single like store owner of the energy gun store and steal all their energy guns for themselves and pretty much make it your own base. And I did. And I thought that was really nice. But yeah, like the stealth gameplay. Because like Oblivion and Skyrim, you know, like my favorite parts were the Dark Brotherhood and the Thieves Guild sneaking around. Like the final mission of this Thieves Guild being like this intricate like stealth mission is so cool. And Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3 just don't have anything like that. Or like trying to sneak is so much slower and more tedious, and you get caught quicker, and it's just not fun like it was in Oblivion and Skyrim, especially if you spec into those type of classes. Just stealing from people is just a lot more fun in those games. And like, I think the lockpicking minigame in like Fallout 3 was like a piece of shit too. There was also that. Oh no! Oh no! Fue abajo el camino viejo. Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon. 7 out of 10. Dope game. It's short and doesn't outstay its welcome. The music is filled with bangers. The gameplay is made better with crunchy sound design and stylized headshots. While the game can get a bit full of itself at points, it doesn't get annoying like OG3 did at points. It isn't pretending to be telling some great story. I dig this game's vibe a lot. Where's Blood Dragon 2? I'm really worried to return to this one, but the thing I'm most worried about Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon is, what if it's impossible to no damage? Because like, I love like the visuals, I love the music of Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon, that's the one thing. The original Far Cry 3 soundtrack, I'm not that big on. And like, you know, people kept hyping up like that one Skrillex moment where you're like burning the weed. It's like, man, I don't really like this song that much. Like, Blood Dragon is like way more my vibe, but what I'm really worried about returning to it is I think I'm going to become really annoyed with how like ironic and like just in on the joke the game is. Because the game is just like, oh, we're like an 80s action movie. Oh, we're gonna make fun of video games. And like, it's like, there's like this whole bit right in the beginning of the game where they like make fun of like overbearing tutorials. But the way they make fun of it is by forcing you through an overbearing tutorial. And it's just kind of like, you're still doing it, right? You haven't like subverted this in any way. You're still doing the thing. You're just like poking sticks into yourself with, I don't know where I was gonna go with that. But I really hope I can no damage this one, and I hope it's still like pretty fun. But it is cool that it is such a short game compared to how long Far Cry 3 can be, because like Far Cry 3 can feel like it overstays its welcome at points. Anyways, Far Cry 3, 7 out of 10. Yeah, this game gets a bit full of itself by the end, but Vaas carries everything. What a fantastic character. The rest kind of blows, but love this guy. Gameplay thankfully fares much better. I love hunting animals, planning how to take out outposts. The gunplay is nice and snappy, good amount of content, but the second island drags the game for too long. The main missions are also a bit weak when compared to the side content. The stealth only works when you can scan the area you're about to attack. It's not in-depth enough to be fun for close-quarter stealth encounters. I do like this game, but I wish they had something else going on besides Vaas, because nothing else comes close. Like, yeah, like I feel like Far Cry 3's gameplay only works because you're allowed to scan the guys ahead of time and then you can just see them through walls. Because if you just go into an outpost blind without like scanning anybody, how the fuck are you supposed to have any situational awareness? And most of the main missions are like that if they like force you to do like a stealth route. You're just thrown into like a small area and you can't scan for shit. You can't get a good angle on any of these like main mission areas to actually like sneak through the place, and you just get caught by someone because of course you fucking do. The game's like stealth systems aren't developed enough for you to be able to get the drop on these people. At least that's the way I remember it. Maybe it's not like that and like it's easier to spot these guys and I was just bad at the game before. Five Nights at Freddy's, 6 out of 10. This game is neat. I like looking at camera footage as a gameplay mechanic. It's immersive. Don't care much for the story and jump scares, but I like this. Yeah. I still haven't played the sequels, but just the main gimmick is just so appealing. Like just like switching through different like displays and monitors and just like that's already like kind of like stress inducing. So it already like makes up like so much. And the game does have a neat atmosphere, and also like the hidden story it had in the background was cool. Shame that the movies suck. But then again, like this game's the main audience as the franchise went along is kind of for babies, so they would have to make the movies for babies as well. But it's like, fuck. Man, oh, they're so bad. They're so bad, man. And yeah, I saw the both of them in theaters. I blame my friends for that. They're big fans, so I always tag along. Anyways, they do suck. Goat Simulator, 6 out of 10. It's just a meme game, but it's pretty fun. Exploring the environments to find what activities await you is enjoyable. It's just that the game's shines out once you do the stuff. Having one map was limiting, but I hear they added more maps, but I don't feel like returning. I recommend it, but your mileage with this game will vary. I like the exploration element. See, that's the main thing with Goat Simulator is I like that you're just thrown into an open map with like multiple buildings and interiors because you can just naturally go and explore. You just walk around, enter buildings, jump onto a thing, to jump into another thing. Like just that exploration element alone makes up so much of the fun of the game, but there's not much to do. I mean, it's just like a meme. It's like, I think goats are funny. I think ragdolls are funny. Go ragdoll somewhere else. But like when I was exploring the environments and it was like my first time there, it's like, it kind of like, it scratches like that immersive simulator like sort of itch where like you're exploring a real place and like mapping it out. It's like, ooh, this is so interesting. I like being in this physical space. It's so cool. You know, you're not surrounded by invisible walls. You're not like being led down a linear path. There's like a real place you can actually like explore and like live in. Like that's so cool. But then once that wears out and you start doing all the objectives, now you're just bored. And mind you, I played this when it came out. When did this even come out? It's been so long since Goat Simulator came out. Oh, Gravity Rush, 7 out of 10. The combat in this game is kind of ass. I don't know if it's because of the Vita or the actual combat system, but some of those later boss fights are an absolute chore. The gravity switching though is super fun to play around with and makes for some fun exploration. The game has a really fun, interesting tone, like it's somewhat lighthearted with undercurrents of something more sinister lying underneath it all. Ooh, really, really good music too. It got boring at points, but it's an interesting experience that's worth playing. Like, just how ass is that combat system? Because I do remember, I was like, wow, this combat system is not good. Like, I mean, it didn't feel fun to play at all. Like, your basic combo wasn't all that fun. Having to, like, go up in the air and aim yourself at enemies and then, like, throw yourself at them was super infuriating, especially if I was dealing with, like, the gyro controls on the Vita. Or maybe even, like, the Vita second thumbstick. Like, it was just, like, I gotta throw myself at the big red thing, and then, like, I would just angle myself wrong and miss. So some of my frustration is just that I'm bad at the game, but also just remember, like, wow, this is not very interesting. I don't like this at all. Like, the most fun I had with Gravity Rush is also the same way I have the most fun with Spider-Man 2 on the GameCube, or Ultimate Spider-Man. Just swinging around, doing shit, collecting shit, that's the most fun. And Gravity Rush has the best aesthetic and music out of those three games, so it would probably be at the top, but then again, it's so hard to beat the fun of web swinging. But Gravity is an ingenious way to kind of capture that magic, so I get a similar joy out of Gravity Rush than I do with Spider-Man. Half-Life 2, 8 out of 10. A fun roller coaster of events. The shooting could use a bit more weight to it, but the combat scenarios are fun for the most part. The story's comfy and the characters are likable, but this game really needs to tone down the amount of time the game takes control away from you for story time. The game was always mixing stuff up and it never really got dull. It's really good, I can't wait for 3. Is this one possible to no damage or not? Because when I type in Half-Life no damage, I see that people have no damage the first Half-Life game, but I haven't seen anyone do a video for the second game, and doing like a Half-Life series of no damages would be so cool, but I should probably avoid doing Half-Life and do Portal. Because Portal doesn't require me to, like, you know, engage with hit scan enemies, because I do believe they're hit scan enemies in Half-Life 1 and 2, and that's always like so painful. Like, why do people have somehow managed to like no damage Call of Duty like Modern Warfare, like the 4th one? How the fuck do you do that? And also, is it possible to do on the Xbox 360? Because I own a copy of that game on the Xbox 360 specifically. So I want to do that version. I don't want to play on PC because PC takes away like your Auto-aim. I want my auto-aim. I want to be able to spam the trigger so I automatically lock onto my targets, but I want to know if it's actually possible to no damage Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, because I've only seen one video of someone doing it, and they did it on the remaster. Fuck that. I'm playing the original. I have an Xbox 360. I have the technology. I have the means to record it without relying on Activision's $90 remaster. Same with Black Ops. I've only seen one person do Black Ops, and I didn't see their entire video because it's 5 hours long, and in the description they said they didn't do the vehicle parts because they're impossible. Are they actually impossible? I don't know. Oh, boy. Half-Life 2 Episode 1. More Half-Life 2. It's fun, but I do feel the set pieces were a tad underwhelming. Certainly not the beast OG2 was. Yeah, I agree. Half-Life 2 Episode 2. 8 out of 10. Once again, like Episode 1, this is just more Half-Life 2, but the set pieces here are a lot more interesting than Episode 1. Some can be a tad annoying, while some of the others are series standouts. I'm so hyped for Half-Life 3. How long have people been making that joke? I haven't even played the VR one they released because I don't have a VR headset. I do remember like the final thing you have to do in Episode 2 where you're like in a big-ass field and you have to like destroy these like settlements or something. I struggled with that a lot, and that stopped me from beating the game for like quite a while. But I did eventually do it, so I have beaten Half-Life 2. But I haven't beaten Half-Life 1. I bring it up, but I haven't beaten it. Like, I got like 70% of... No, I got like, I think 60% of the way through the game. I got lost, and then I never picked it up again. And that was when I was playing it like on a Mac. So I gotta return to it someday. Something weird would always happen to me when I played Half-Life 1. Like, the game would like be really small, like resolution-wise, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna choose the super big resolution. And then I choose the super big resolution, and now the entire game is like way more zoomed in, and I can't like... The game is so zoomed in that my mouse can't reach the graphics settings anymore, so I can't shrink it down anymore, because the game is now so zoomed in and big, I can't fucking do it, I can't do anything. Oh, man. Kirby Superstar Ultra, 8 out of 10. Kirby, baby! This game is so good. The multiple mini-games making up a bigger game is such a great idea. Playing into an episodic concept for Kirby fits the character so well and paints a well-rounded world and provides a good variety of gameplay. The difficulty is well handled too. It starts off easy, but some of the endgame, post-game content provides a better challenge for those who seek it. This game looks, plays, and sounds so crispy, peak pixel aesthetic. Why do people like the Super Nintendo one better than the DS one? Because the DS one is the one I grew up with. But then some people complained that the DS one had like some lame things about it, like, oh, some of the pixelated cutscenes are now CGI. And so, like, I played Superstar on the Super Nintendo. I'm like, wow, this is pretty dope. Wait, what do you mean some of the best elements were only the DS one? What the hell? And then I bought the DS one like a year or two ago. I played through it again, and it's awesome. And it's just kind of like, how can people like consider the DS one not the best one? Dude, it's Ultra. It's the most Ultra one. Though I will say I do regret selling my Super Nintendo, because back when I bought a Super Nintendo, I bought it for $20. It didn't come with any cables or controllers, but I bought a Super Nintendo for $20 online. That's like impossible now. That thing costs like $120, and now I actually have the means to like record good footage natively from the device. But then again, it's a Super Nintendo. I feel like emulating it should be fine. But I'm gonna be so mad if there's like a game that like only works well on original hardware. Metal Gear Solid, 7 out of 10. The gameplay is fun, but the simple stealth is honestly a bit too simple for me. The second half of the game is a bit of a drag, and later Solid games' improvements are missed. However, this game still has some of the best boss fights in the series, and that's story. An iconic series of events and conversations. It's the best cast of villains in the series, a great art style that has aged well today, except for the character models, but shut the fuck up. Beautiful music, it's a classic game, but I do wish the stealth was a bit more interesting. Yeah. I would probably have more thoughts if I actually redid like the game with like a ghost run and tried to like get an actual no damage this time, which does include doing like the liquid chase at the very end, which Carcinogen says is possible, but he refused to do it because he would spend like a week on it. But you know me, I'm pretty used to spending a week on certain no damages, so this is no different. I'll just spend a week on this too, whenever I get around to it, but I'm gonna do Metal Gear Solid 4 first. Anyways, Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. Man, I wish that the epic conclusion of the Metal Gear Solid saga wasn't so dependent on sucking Snake Eater's dick so much. I love Snake Eater, but this is a really shit imitation. Every time they bring up something from Snake Eater, it brings the entire game down. That info dump in Chapter 3 is one of the worst things Kojima has written. Old Snake is a cool character, and I like how he's handled. Ocelot is an absolute riot, and even when he's in the middle of crappy plot elements, he's a joy to watch. The rest of the cast is pretty poorly handled. The new cast are either nobodies or annoying. At best, there are some neat ideas that ruin previous character arcs like Raiden, but are fine on their own. The game wants to be the ultimate conclusion to everything in the series, but that insistence on being that damages the story. Not everything needed an explanation. That ending was nice, but most of this game is quite painful to watch. The gameplay starts off really good in the first 2 chapters, but it's rather tame, lame afterwards, with only a couple highlights here and there. Thing is, I still replayed this game like 6 times over. Despite its flaws, I still really enjoy this game. I just wish it was better. The core mechanics are fantastic, and they deserve to be in a game where they can truly shine for more than 2 acts. And you see, I beat this game 6 times over before I even did a no damage of any of the Metal Gear Solid games. That's where that review is coming from. So I've actually replayed it more times, like in the current day. Though I do believe my replays of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3 vastly overshine my replays of Metal Gear Solid 4. But then again, that's because I recently did a no damage of Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3. Once I come back to no damage this game again, but this time with a ghost methodology, and this time actually doing all the sections on the Master Collection Volume 2, then my replays of Metal Gear Solid 4 are really going to start shining. And I'm probably going to replay it on the PS3 so I can get my strategies down. So wee. So see, I agree with everything I said there, except I'd be less harsh these days. Unless I get to a scene that makes me mad, like the Meryl and Johnny love confession scene. That scene, I would probably talk in the exact same tone for that scene that I did in this review. Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, 8 out of 10. This game is dope. Fun strategic combat with mostly well-designed and engaging monster encounters, but all in all, this game shines while playing with other players. The fights don't drag on as much, as it's fun hacking at an absolute beast with a couple of other hunters. The grind for materials though can get stupidly grindy, but it feeds into the enjoyable cycle of the game. Hunt monsters to get materials to make better armor, and weapons to fight stronger monsters. It never ends because the game has a stupid amount of content in it. One of the greatest portable games ever. And it's a game that comes with a real life tragedy. So, I used to own a 3DS, a blue one, the normal one, that's the one I got. And I was playing this game in a taxi on my way to the airport. I pretty much go to the airport, and before I enter the airport door, I realize I left my 3DS in a taxi compartment. So, but the taxi already left. I haven't even entered the building, and 175 hours of Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate is now gone forever. And also my Nintendo account, because they've set that up in a really stupid way where if you have a Nintendo Online account on one 3DS, and you want to transfer that account to another 3DS, you have to remove it from this 3DS, but I can't do that if the taxi man stole my 3DS and is now gone forever, lying at the bottom of a ditch. So I'm just fucked, and that account is lost forever, and that email associated with that account also lost. Fuck you, Nintendo. I hope that account is dead or something. Oh, okay, so no, I'm not going to mention that. The video's long enough as it is. Nier, 7 out of 10. One of the best stories and cast of characters in the game. Sadly, the game itself isn't on par with that, but it ain't bad. It has some decent hack and slash combat, and the music makes up for it. It's by no means bad or boring to play like the first Drakengard. Hey, Lamau. Some really nice environments too. Not a fan of replaying the game over and over for the different endings, but it's definitely worth it. The different perspectives presented in each route is part of what makes the game so great. Though, I've only beaten endings A and B. I haven't done C and D because I didn't feel like going for all the weapons, and I think I sold my copy of the Xbox 360. I had an Xbox 360 copy and I sold it, and now I bought a PS3 copy, which I should maybe play one of these days. But one of the most memorable parts about playing the original Nier is that the game fact checks you at the very end. It does a little meta thing where it's you type in your name at the beginning of the game. The characters rarely call you that name. But then, right at the very end, in order to, see the ending, the game asks you, what's your character name? And if you don't remember, you have to load your last save, which would involve, having to redo the entire final level over again. But if you really don't want to redo that final level, I have to look into, my phone's, photo history, just to see if I ever accidentally took, a screenshot of the game to send as, a funny meme. And I did, and in that meme, I found out what I originally named my character, and it was something so stupid. There was no way I was going to remember that, and that's how I beat the first ending of Nier. So that was a very memorable moment. Shout out Yoko Taro. No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. 7 out of 10. One improvement this game brings is that it removes the busy work from the first game, but it also straight up removed the entire hub world, which is whack. the story and characters here aren't as entertaining as the first game, and the levels don't really have any unique gimmicks between them, so they all blend together, and now the combat feels more samey. Wowie zowie, I ran out of space. I'm recording this video at like 1080p 60 FPS, I think. I hope I'm not doing 4K. I'm certainly not doing RAW, because if I was recording RAW footage, my camera would have died way sooner. But here we are. Now I have to find the page I was on. I was about to talk about Persona, or No More Heroes 2, or something like that. I was going to talk about one of those games. Ooh, I hope going horizontal doesn't ruin my eyesight here. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Dun, 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 dun. But yeah, no, so far this episode is at 86 gigabytes of footage, and I haven't even like edited it at all. So I'm in for a long one. But yeah, I was talking about No More Heroes 2 Desperate Struggle. Let me repeat everything I said about this game. Combat feels more samey because you're going to be doing so much of it without anything to spice it up. The game is still fun though, with a lot of fun fights, and the soundtrack is a 10 out of 10. Still worth going through and still has a bit of a point to it, but it's not as sharp as the first game or as poignant as the game after it. But the combat system is better than Travis Strikes Again. That's kind of what gets me about it. Like, just, why can't you block in Travis Strikes Again? I feel like the entire combat system of No More Heroes 1 and 2 is like centered entirely around your automatic block, and then you enter Travis Strikes Again, and blocking isn't an option whatsoever. All you can do is dodge or get away from attacks, and that's it? What? Like, I don't even think inserting a dodge would even be like that difficult. You know, have a dodge, have a parry system. Let me do something. Though it is funny that I'm mentioning a parry system, because No More Heroes 2's parry feels like it shouldn't even be in the game. Because, like, the way it's active, it has such a weird activation. In order to, like, parry an attack in No More Heroes 2, you have to, like, not be locked onto the enemy, or, like, press the lock-on button right when an attack, like, connects, and then you parry the attack. Like, who would even think to parry an attack like that? You don't have, like, a parry button. You don't, like, attack at the same time. You press the lock-on button at the same time an enemy attacks you. And even, like, the way you react to the enemy's attack when you do a parry, it's like, is this even supposed to be in the game? Is this a glitch? Did I break the game? It certainly doesn't feel as intentional as, like, the Dark Step in, like, No More Heroes 1, where you just straight up Dark Step the guy. But I'm pretty sure No More Heroes 1 has the same style of parry, so I'm just kind of complaining for no reason. But it's, yeah, the first two No More Hero games have a really, really strange parry system. Not exactly a hard one to do. I mean, it depends on the boss fight attack, right? But just kind of strange. I haven't seen another game, like, do it like that. But yeah, if you want more thoughts on No More Heroes 2, watch my old No Damage video. But my old No Damage video is actually really old, so my thoughts might be, like, slightly tweaked nowadays. But I like what I did there, the No Damage. The No More Hero games have pretty simple combat systems, so there's not much to do. I already did what I could do. But No More Heroes 2 does have some tech I didn't exploit. So whenever I return to do the long battles, I guess we'll wait and see here. Shin Megami Tensei Persona 3, 7 out of 10. The gameplay is really fun, but 40 to 50 hours in, the grind had me feeling suicidal. The story is kind of goofy with certain things, but the characters have solid arcs and are well developed. Really like that about the game, because I feel the later games don't handle it as well as 3 did. The soundtrack's killer too. The social links are mostly interesting character studies. Some are whack, but some are pretty engaging. So yep, I'm pretty general about the game. And there's a funny story with me playing Persona 3. I emulated the game, and I emulated an ISO of the game, but I accidentally played the original release instead of Fez, because when I was looking at my ISO options and I saw that Persona 3 Fez was an option, I thought Fez stood for like some European nation, and I thought it was going to be like a European port of Persona 3 that was going to run at like 50 hertz instead of 60 hertz. So I was like, oh, no, I'm not playing that one. I'm going to play the original American release, which will run at 60 hertz, without knowing that that was like the special edition of the game. So I spent like, 60 to 80 hours beating Persona. Well, I don't think it took me 80 hours. It was like closer to 70 hours, like 74 maybe. I'm pretty sure I took a photo of it, which confirms how many hours I spent like playing Persona 3. Yeah, like 74 hours. And yeah, I played the original. But yeah, like Persona 3 and 4, when I played them, like there is a point where like, once I'm 70% through the game, like playing it just kind of made me feel like suicidal from how boring it was. Persona 5 doesn't have that. Persona 5 replaced that with a new feeling, so I'll get around that to when I get around that. So yeah, this review is pretty accurate to my feelings on the game because I've only played it once. I have not replayed it. I tried to like do 10 to 20 hours in like Persona 3 Portable, but I find it so hard to pick up the game and like continue to grind. And part of the reason why I keep grinding in these games is because I play the first playthrough on the hardest difficulty, and I don't think I'm supposed to do that. I think I'm supposed to avoid that and do that on New Game Plus or something. And I'm kind of baffled when people say that these games don't require grinding, because I feel like there's like 20 different asterisks to that statement when they say that, like, oh yeah, you probably don't have to grind, you just have to like put all your points into this obscene build that you would have no idea about on your first playthrough, so it doesn't even matter. If that's even true, I don't even think that's true. I think you do have to like spend hours grinding to get your level to a certain point to be able to like beat the boss fights without dying. But if it is possible to beat these games without grinding, I mean, I just have to see it. I have to see it for myself because I don't believe you. People say like, oh, you just need to strategize. And the strategy is knowing about a certain build ahead of time or some shit like that. Anyways. There was another detail I wanted to mention, but I did enjoy the game overall. Persona 4 Golden. Now this one I did play the special edition of. I borrowed my friend's Vita copy back when this game was exclusive to the Vita. It's pretty crazy you can now just play it on anything. And that the remake's gonna come out and they're not just gonna remove this from the storefront, but you know, once the remake drops, they might remove Golden from the storefront. I'm really scared about that because fuck Sega, fuck RGG Studios, fuck Kiwami 3. Anyways, Persona 4 Golden. Gameplay-wise, it is an improvement over 3. Splitting the levels up over various environments instead of one big tower makes it less dull. However, 70 to 80 hours in, I was feeling suicidal, which meant it took longer for me to feel that way. The story I don't find as engaging as 3's, and the character arcs throughout the game isn't as strong, but this game has its own flair. Like the dungeon concept, I'm scratching my back here. The dungeon concepts are really interesting and bring depth to its main cast. My biggest complaint with characters would be the Golden exclusive Marie. She sucks. And she's going to be a critical part of the remake, but she does get like one of the best dungeons, one of the best Golden exclusive dungeons in this game because it's the only Golden exclusive dungeon, and the gimmick's pretty cool. So see, my first playthrough of Persona 3 and 4 and 5, I have the opinions, like the common consensus on these games, which has been kind of like made fun of because people don't agree with it, where it's like, Persona 3 has the best story, Persona 4 has the best cast, and Persona 5 has the best gameplay. Like, my first playthroughs of these games, yeah, I would agree with that because, I mean, Persona 3 having the best story is because, like, all the important character moments where, you know, like, they have an arc and all that happen throughout the narrative, not in social links, not after you beat their dungeon in an episodic fashion. So that's why Persona 3's story is so engaging, even if you do spend a lot of that story fighting a bunch of goobers. And some of its concepts feel a little haphazard. Like the shadows aren't really that interesting in Persona 3. They're just kind of like, we're gonna fight that fucking thing this month, I guess. While Persona 4 and 5, like every like boss fight was like way more directed and like interesting in that way. So you can argue that those games have better stories, but just like that element of the character development in Persona 3, where like the Persona Awakenings happen during the main story, not during their social links, which are missable and sometimes aren't even that good. Like that's great. I like that a lot. And now, but for Persona 4 Golden, yeah, I mean, having the best cast is like, these are just funny guys. Like, the main protagonist just kind of has like that deadpan humor to him, which is really cool. I mean, Yosuke's like a cool dude, even though he's a bit homophobic, but that just kind of makes him funnier, which I wonder how much of that they're going to keep in the remake. And, you know, I could go on and on about the cast, but I guess that one you can kind of like play it up a bit, you know, whether you like this cast better or that cast better. But like generally, like 4's cast is like a pretty cool vibe. I kind of like that they're kind of dicks to each other. Like, I don't know, like the way they interact. Like, I mean, just Kanji's like such a great character, same with Naoto. It's so hard to beat them. Like, I mean, like the other games, like, who do they have that's as iconic as them? Like, it's just crazy. Really like the villain in P4 too, because, yeah, P3 has like, kind of has a cool villain, but also kind of doesn't. But P4 has a really like strong standout villain. And then like, you know, P5, it having the best gameplay. Okay, I have the review right here. Persona 5, 7 out of 10. Gameplay-wise, this is the best one out of 3 through 5. The changes they have made to the interface and level design make this game more enjoyable for me than the previous 2 games. I never felt suicidal playing this game. I only got kind of bored by the final levels, which was like 80 to 90 hours in. Story-wise, this is the worst out of 3 through 5. It's still fun and has some good moments, but the storytelling is clunkier and the character depth isn't all there like it was before. The intro is a strong start, but it doesn't take much advantage of it afterwards. Taking P4's gimmick and applying it to a bunch of one-dimensional assholes sucks out what was so dope about P4. It has a fun cast that is used poorly, the best elements of each character are downplayed or mishandled, the soundtrack's fire though. 3, 4, 5 all have amazing soundtracks, let's just get that out the way. But in terms of Persona 5 having the best gameplay, it's just kind of because I have such a strong bias towards really liking that the dungeons are like handcrafted and, you know, are like consistent. They have like an actual design you explore instead of just being random hallways like they were in 3 and 4. Like I feel like that's just like, it's just random hallways. It's just like a bunch of bullshit. I don't know, there is differences between the random hallways in P3 and P4. Some people actually like the P3 gameplay better because the hallways are more intricate, while in P4 the hallways are more linear. But yeah, they're randomly generated. It's like there's no design to it. You could just enter a next floor and it could just be a bunch of random shit. It's like, what the fuck? That's not interesting. So P5, like already having something like an actually designed level is already so interesting. But the way people counter that is by saying that, yeah, P5 might have like expertly designed, no, not expertly designed, this is actually what they're arguing against. Some people might argue that, oh wow, I'm going to check that real quick. But yeah, so P5 has intricately designed dungeons which have unique design that's consistent on every playthrough, so you're actually exploring like a real place instead of just a bunch of random hallways with like nice set dressing. But the thing which people counter that with is that the puzzles and exploration in P5 is for stupid babies, in the sense that the levels are never really like intricate enough where you could actually get lost exploring them, or that the design is ever like interesting or feel or like scratches the immersive sim element. And all the puzzles in P5 are for stupid babies, so at no point are you ever like challenged in an interesting way to solve these levels, making the intricately designed levels, you know, more intricate than the hallways from before, but also a lot more boring because you spend a lot of time doing busy work that a stupid baby could solve. So that's what people complain about with P5, so that's the big counter. You see, if it was like a SMT dungeon like Nocturne, where it was actually challenging and some puzzles like required like a lot of exploration and it was actually tough, then maybe folks would be singing a different tune, but P5 is not that. Now, whether I actually agree with that, I guess I'll have to like replay the game, but I have a really hard time replaying Persona. I don't know how someone could replay a Persona 3, 4, and 5. Each of these games individually all took me a month to beat. And it was really fun because, you know, I'd spend a month on Persona 3, and then on Persona 4 with the Vita, like spending a month on that. Oh, that was so nice. And then like P5, like the first day I played it, I played it like for 11 hours straight, and to be fair, 9 of those hours is like tutorials and cutscenes. The first 3 hours of Persona 3 and 4 is just all cutscenes, but Persona 5 kind of like mixes the experience to, I don't know what effect, if like people like it better or like it worse, but it is like 8 to 9 hours of like mixed tutorials, gameplay, and cutscenes. So at least 3 and 4 just get it out of the way like all at once, but 5 kind of mixes it, and whether you like one or the other. Oh! Persona 4 Dancing All Night, 6 out of 10. The music is fantastic. Everything else is really underwhelming. Pony Island, 5 out of 10. I mentioned you before. Bro, what if the game hacked you? Bro, the game is evil, bro. This metagame shit doesn't work when there's nothing of substance behind it. There are some really neat things about this though. Some puzzles are cool, and there's a clever boss fight near the end, but wow, I do not care about the metagame, devil computer virus, who gives a shit? I was really mad when I made this, but like, what the fuck was Pony Island even about? Besides that the game can just fuck with you. Like, was there any actual story or themes or like, I don't know, discussion of anything? Like, was there any point to it? At least like Doki Doki Literature Club like tackled mental illness, like suicidal thoughts. What the fuck was Pony Island about? It's like, oh, Satan's in the computer. Okay? Have you even read the Bible? What the fuck do you know about this? Like, I mean, it just, there's like nothing there aside from the gimmicks, and the gimmicks are pretty cool. Admittedly, the gimmicks are pretty cool, and like the little gameplay you do with like hacking and all that, I thought was neat, but just, there's like nothing to dig into from what I remember. I could just be completely wrong and just stupid, which is possible, but from memory, Pony Island is mid. Now, Red Dead Redemption, 8 out of 10. This is the first Rockstar game that I've actually beaten. Like, I've played Vice City on my telephone because it used to be on the App Store. I don't know if it's there anymore. I only got like halfway through the game, and also it ran like ass on my old phone. But on this phone, it runs much better. But I don't want to hop on that version again. I'd rather hop on the original. But yeah, The story was really... I also played like 20 hours of GTA 4, but I never beat it. And every time I played GTA 5 was just at a friend's house when I was like 13, and we would just like try to get 5 stars as fast as possible. I didn't touch that story. But I do have it on my PC whenever I actually want to beat it someday. And also have a funny story about Red Dead Redemption, because when I was gonna play when I played Red Dead Redemption, it was because I wanted to play GTA 5. So I went to GameStop with my dad when I was like 12 or 13, and I said, "Can I have GTA 5?" And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, this game has prostitution, like rape, murder, drugs, sex, violence." And when my dad heard all those things, I was like, before my dad could like object, I went to choose a different game. So I put down Red Dead Redemption, and the guy's like, "Oh yeah, you can buy this game." Red Dead Redemption has all the same shit, but he doesn't mention, did you not recognize that it's the same company making like the same style of game with the same amount of like vulgarity? But anyways, I'm glad he did that because Red Dead Redemption's awesome. I'm going to probably mention that in this review. This is the first Rockstar game I've actually beaten. The story was really engaging. The protagonist's woes and struggles kept things from getting bland, even when the story became somewhat aimless in a certain section of the game. Gunplay is pretty fun, not great, but fun nonetheless. The environment still looks great and provides a nice comfy atmosphere for your adventure as a Western outlaw. One weird thing about this game is that murdering people and cops isn't fun here. It was more enjoyable in GTA, that was weird. Yeah, I don't like to murder people so much in this game. There is a good reason for this, from what I remember, because the way GTA is designed, like the entire city for the most part is like interconnected, at least the way GTA 4 is designed, and from all the times I played it at my friend's house, GTA 5 is also like that, but I do know GTA 5 has some environments that is just kind of like big empty wastelands, kind of in a similar vein to Red Dead Redemption, because, you know, once you start getting those 5 stars, like, the entire city starts coming down on you, and when the entire city is so interconnected the way it is, you know, it's an actual challenge to, like, escape everybody. But then in Red Dead Redemption, it's like, it's mostly an empty wasteland with a few, like, circles of a city of some sort. So causing a ruckus in the city isn't really all that interesting because you're just, like, in some pueblo, and then you exit the pueblo and it's just empty wasteland and the cops don't follow you there. I mean, I haven't tested it that much, but there's no, like, dynamic escalation like there is in GTA from what I remember. So you never really want to cause mayhem in the same way. And hey, Red Dead Redemption is a different game. It doesn't have to be about causing mayhem. It's a completely different story, so that's fine. But it's worth noting because that was kind of one of the main appeals of GTA, the star system. Resident Evil 4 Wii Edition, 10 out of 10. One of the most fun action horror games ever made. Great use of camp and atmosphere elevate the punchy combat with a combination of splotchy shooting and melee finishers along with the cramped design of the areas makes for a ton of tense scenarios. Really creative game. Also the Wii edition's like pointer controls are perfect. I love them and that alone makes an already great game to a masterpiece for me. And then I have the next review, Resident Evil 4, 9 out of 10. Man, if only this had pointer controls. Yo. I no damaged all of Resident Evil 4 on the Wii specifically, so if you want more of my thoughts, watch that video. But like it's kind of asinine that I give Resident Evil 4 the original like 9 out of 10 and I give the Wii version 10 out of 10. Some people don't like the pointer controls because they do make the game easier. That's just a fact. The game is easier, but man, it's so fun because like I was so used to like every like Wii shooter just being really clunky to control because you have to like point at the screen and then you just automatically like enter the dead aim. And Resident Evil 4 just has the perfect solution. So pretty much, and it's the perfect solution because if you weren't forced to like stand still every time you aimed, it wouldn't work as well. So like before when you would like have to stand still to aim like on the GameCube, like in the original versions of the game, it's like, okay, this is like kind of awkward, but this still feels really nice. But on the Wii edition, it's an actual advantage because now, so you can control the gun normally with like, you know, your nunchuck like joystick, but then you can get more precise aim with the Wiimote, and that's how they synergize, creating for like gunplay that just feels so in your control that you're not even mad that you have to stand still to shoot. You feel like, I want to stand still to shoot because I can aim better this way. It's beautiful. I fucking love the Wii edition of Resident Evil 4, and I'm so glad that's like the first way I played the game when I picked it up. Like, I'm glad I didn't see a review that said, oh, don't play this one, it has pointer controls. I'm glad that, like, all the positive reception was that you should probably play the Wii one because it has pointer controls. And also, I only owned, like, a Wii or an Xbox 360, and I guess I didn't want to play the Xbox 360 port. Something like that. Though, if you're playing Resident Evil 4, you should probably play the PC version because there's, like, a mod that pretty much restores all the graphics to be as high def as possible while still staying true to the original game's art style. This is where I'm going to have to really wrestle, struggle with my past self because Resident Evil 6, 7 out of 10. A lot of people hate this game, but I had a lot of fun with it. The game design is really flawed a lot of the time, but the combat mechanics are pretty punchy and allowed for a lot of mobility, which is a welcome change after 5's direction wasn't all that good in the later chapters. The absolute highlight of the game is No Mercy Mercenaries, the most fun I've had with this mode in any of the games. Fun game, despite its issues. See, like, I agree with all the words inside that paragraph, but 7 out of 10? Also, the same rating as BioShock 1? Resident Evil 6. One of the most poorly designed, like, third-person shooters. Like, the mission objectives are so badly designed. Like, it's just, like, linear hallways, enemies which you just make you, like, run out of ammo, like, instantly. Like, I played I played the Chris campaign. The only one I played in co-op... No, that's not true. The only one I beat in co-op was the Jake campaign, but I think I played, like, chapters 1 through 3 in co-op with a friend, like with Leon and Chris, and I just got really frustrated, so we just played the rest of those single player. But the Jake campaign I did do from the beginning of chapter 1 all the way to chapter 5. There's like this one section in the Jake campaign where you have to like, Jake has to like do like these gymnastic moves while Cheryl has to like fight a fucking tank on the bottom floor, and we repeated that section like 100 times. My mate was so fucking mad because I kept fucking up the parkour. I didn't know how to do it. In what universe is Resident Evil 6 on the same level as BioShock 1? This is where these ratings get confusing, because this also happens with movies, because it's like, okay, so I give The Dark Knight a 10 out of 10. Well, is it as good as Funny Games? No! But I'm not gonna take away the 10 out of 10 for The Dark Knight. Silent Hill 1. 9 out of 10. How did they reach the peak of horror on the PS1 though? For real, the environments and sound design here have not aged a bit. The PS1 blockiness works in this game's favor most of the time. Exploring the foggy town in between the levels was really enjoyable. Picking up random items while also still being in danger, it's cool. These levels are also probably my favorite in the series. The final level being the most confusing shit to navigate, and I love it. The story and characters are also interesting, though I do think the voice acting brings them down a bit. Also, this game could be a bit too vague at points. I think a stronger emotional core could have brought everything together a little bit better. This is still a masterpiece though, 100%. It's absolutely worth playing. So, I agree with everything I said there, and I also no damage this entire game, so watch that no damage for more thoughts, but the only thing that I disagree with is that this game has the best levels. See, I used to think the Silent Hill 1 had like the most confusing like levels to navigate, but they're only the most confusing if you don't know what you're doing. Because once you know what to do, they're actually some of the most simple. Like the final nowhere level, like it teleports you all over the place and you don't have like a strong map, so it's kind of hard to follow. But if you know what rooms to enter, the actual navigation is not too complicated. See, future games like Silent Hill 2, once you know what to do, it's still confusing to navigate because you have to go to one room, then go all the way to the first floor. Basically what I'm trying to say is that the navigation in Silent Hill 2, even when you're doing everything correctly step by step, is more confusing and like labyrinthine to follow than anything in Silent Hill 1. Because once you know what to do in Silent Hill 1, the layouts are actually pretty simple. Though the school level is a massive spike in difficulty just because of the enemy density in like the hardest difficulty setting. Watch my no damage for more info. I hate fighting the ghost children. They're terrible, man. Oh, Silent Hill 2, 10 out of 10. A lot of people talk about how great this game is in isolation of its standing as a sequel, and that's interesting because I do think some elements take a step back from the first game. I don't find it as scary and oppressive as the first game, and the levels do feel simpler in design. I don't agree with that anymore. Which I do believe takes away from the horror a bit, but nothing in 2 is bad or even good. It's still great sections of horror like the first and... What? Okay, I said this wrong. I don't find it as scary and as oppressive as the first game, and the levels do feel simpler in design, which is not true anymore, which I do believe take away from the horror a bit, but nothing in 2 is bad or even good. It's still great sections of horror like the first and second nailed the one element the first game lacked by holding one of the most emotionally satisfying stories in the medium. James' arc from start to finish is enthralling and has brought me back to replay this game a ton. They started off the PS2 with this? How are they going to top this? Silent Hill 3. 10 out of 10. Great follow-up to 1. For me, this is on par with 2. Its story, characters, and journey I find just as compelling. The return to the more visceral horror of the first game is also welcome. The sound design here is on point. I like the pace switch up too, by having most of the game be non-stop level after level, unlike the previous 2 games, which had Silent Hill town stops per se. I really like both approaches, but 3's structure complements its more frantic nature. Also the best looking PS2 game ever? these character models and environments are unreal, and the PC port is really good. Has issues, but nowhere near as bad as the issues playing the Silent Hill 2 on PC. And when I say PC ports of Silent Hill 2 and 3, I do mean physical PC ports, which I bought for like, I bought the Silent Hill 2 PC port for like 55 bucks because I got really lucky on eBay. And I bought the Silent Hill 3 PC port for 20 bucks because I got really lucky. Both of these are abandonware, I must let you know. You do have to mod them for them to actually work. And I did some really weird ass shit back in the day to play them normally. Like, I used like some money thing to upscale Silent Hill 2's resolution to be correct, and it resulted in cutscene glitches where you could see like James not moving at all until like his designated moment to actually move starts to happen, because the game was originally in 4:3 and what I did stretched it to 16:9 without accounting for the problem of it being in 4:3. But Silent Hill 3, I just did like a widescreen fix app thing, and that kind of solved it, but I think I might have played the entire game stretched. So thankfully, nowadays we have the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition like mod, which pretty much like fixes all of that and pretty much like makes Silent Hill 2 not abandonware. But I do remember that like just straight off the gate, the Silent Hill 2 like PC copy has way more issues. Like number one, it's 3 discs, so 2 discs you have to like install the thing. And then once you actually like have the entire thing installed, if you're running the game with all your core processors, because back in the day a PC only had like 1 from what I understand, now we have like 7, so when they're all running at the same time, the sound is completely fucked. So you have to like disable 6 of the core processors just so that the sound doesn't get fucked. Silent Hill 3's only issue was that the controller doesn't work and it doesn't go into widescreen. So it was easier to fix and it was only 1 disc. I have them with me, actually. I think I actually mentioned them in a previous episode. That's going to be a common sentiment I keep bringing up. This is the wrong container. Here's the container. I wonder if I put the discs in some like cover thing or if they're inside these caratulas. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, okay, so see. Bing, ding, 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 ding. All right, see, 1, 2, 3. I'm kind of scratching the discs, but it doesn't even matter because it's abandonware. So you basically literally have to pirate this in order to make it work. And any copy of the original game is like $250. So Konami can go fuck itself. The remake does not replace it. The remake's not bad, but I'm just sad that like there's no good version of Silent Hill 2 to pick up for cheap. And then here we have Silent Hill 3. Doom, da-doom. It's 1 disc. It's got a red cover there. It looks nice. Oh, fuck. That was kind of a nasty hit. I did not want to hit it against that. Whew. Silent Hill 4 The Room. 7 out of 10. While this is my least favorite out of the first 4 games in the series, this is definitely the most unique out of all of them. The gameplay structure is unlike the first 3 games, which has its positives and negatives. I really love the room in this game. The progression it goes throughout the game is one of the best scares in the series. The level structure, though, is something I wasn't feeling as hot about. It's alright, but the exploration element of the previous games feels a bit downplayed here. The only issue that really drags it down is that second half where you backtrack to the entire game, which was pretty lame. I do find the emotional pull of 2 and 3 is somewhat gone here, but what replaces it is the most insane narrative out of the first 4 games. It's worth playing through the slog of the second half. And also, I still need to no damage this one. But then again, before I no damage 4, I need to no damage 3. And if I ever return to no damaging the Silent Hill games, I should probably do like a no damage, which also does like the 10-star like ranking thing, because I didn't do that with Silent Hill 1 and 2. It's like the 10 stars is basically a rating system where, you know, if you do certain things throughout the game, you get rated like the best rating ever, and the best rating is 10 stars. But in order to do that in like Silent Hill 2, you need to use like 10 saves throughout the entire game, and I used like 50 or so for when I was like playing it normally. It might have actually only been like 4 saves. But what, for the entirety of Silent Hill 2? Are you out of your goddamn mind? Damn! I mean, Silent Hill 4's escort mission is also a pain in the ass, so I'm the most worried about Silent Hill 4, but I'm sure like the 10-star rating for Silent Hill 3 is still going to be a pain in the ass, because like the most confusing thing about like having to do all of Silent Hill 2 or like any of the Silent Hill games in like one take is just all the directions you have to memorize, because the labyrinthine things do require you to explore every room in a specific way for time efficiency purposes. So there's some of the most annoying speedruns throughout, because you really have to know how the level's designed and also where you need to go at what time every time. Whew. Sleeping Dogs. 7 out of 10. Man, I wish this game didn't have you shooting people. The gunplay here is low-key ass. Good thing everything else is dope. Hand-to-hand combat mixes elements from other games like the Arkham games and Yakuza for a simple but engaging system, which is backed up with a dope world and decent story. I'm pretty sure I played this on a fucking terrible laptop, so I put like the FPS setting to like 60 FPS, but I'm pretty sure I ran this at like 15 FPS or 20 FPS for the entire duration, but I still had a really fun time. And I'm going to have a much more fun time when I actually get to return to it and play it like the way it's supposed to be played. But I do remember that like gunplay just doesn't feel good in Sleeping Dogs. Like maybe I was just like boofing here, but like the only times you have fun in Sleeping Dogs is when you're running, you're parkouring, or hitting people in the face. That stuff is really fun. When the game has like these shooty, like cover shooting sections, the gunplay just, this is not Max Payne. It's not fun. It's not even BioShock. Oh, actually, I don't know which one has worse gunplay, BioShock or Sleeping Dogs. I'd have to like play them back to back. I have to replay both of those games to see if I'm actually like on about anything here. Spider-Man 2, 7 out of 10. The swinging in this game is amazing, super fun to do, and the main selling point of the game. The pizza missions take great advantage of this and are some of the most fun I've had with the game. Everything else isn't all that good, but it's still fun in its own way. Combat is kind of whack, but messing with the physics brings enjoyment. The story has some good writing here and there, but the movie stuff and the game stuff are heavily segmented, which is a bit of a shame, but also means that the game gets insane at points with the scenarios it throws at you. A certain villain in particular is a massive highlight of the whole game. Final boss kind of blows though. Worth playing. It's like, yeah, with these early Spider-Man games, it's just kind of like, wow, most of this would be shovelware if the swinging wasn't fantastic. Because wow, it's so fantastic. I say that, but I'm pretty sure like the very first Spider-Man like movie license game is probably still pretty cool. And also those PS1 games I'm sure are also pretty cool. I want to play those eventually, but they don't really have dynamic swinging. They just have like, they're just like fun little beat 'em ups. But yeah, the dynamic swinging in Spider-Man 2 is so neat. But to be fair, I didn't grow up with Spider-Man 2, the movie video game. I grew up with Ultimate Spider-Man, where its swinging isn't dynamic at all, but it has a completely different type of joy. And the review I put down here is 7 out of 10. Yo, why is this game so cool, though? This is some of the raddest stuff around. The art style, the music, the tone, it's so cool. The web swinging is a bit of a different beast from 2. Less physics and more predetermined animations. That means that you won't get a faster swing from certain places like 2, but this also means you can cancel out of stuff quicker and it feels more responsive to play. I love both types of web swinging. The combat isn't anything all that good, but it's somewhat neat, especially as Venom. It's just too bad. I hate the Venom races. I hate them so much. Why? Also, I will return to do 100% because I want that black suit, man. It looks so cool. Why does it have to look so cool? Why do I have to do 100%? Why do I have to do those god-awful Spider-Man races where you have to like jump in such a way where you land on like a little thin-ass pole 4 times? And you have to do that quickly? The game's platforming is made so you can swing around, not for precise jumps like this is fucking... Wait, what platforming game is known for precise jumps? Super Meat Boy? But that's not 3D. Mario? I mean, sometimes you have to be precise in Mario, but honestly, a lot of Mario platforms are pretty big. I mean, it's a game for children. But there are some thin platforms in Mario. There could be in 3D Mario. Sonic? Sonic's not about that. Even though you do precise platforming every now and then, but you're also like speeding all over the place. Tomb Raider? But Tomb Raider's too clunky for all that, but it is about precision. But yeah, it's way too fucking precise for what Ultimate Spider-Man gives you. Fuck some of those races. So fuck like getting the platinum in some of those races. Ugh. Super Mario Bros. 3, 7 out of 10. Nice. I don't have much to say. It was nice. I will admit that the version I played of Super Mario Bros. 3 is the Super Mario All-Stars like Super Nintendo remake, where I just don't like the art style of that one. I like the NES version better. I think I probably would rate this higher if I played the NES version. I mean, I don't know if the game would actually play any better, but like I don't like the uniformed art style of the Super Nintendo version. So fuck you, JonTron, for recommending me to buy it as a Super Nintendo game, even though the remakes are pretty dope and all, but I like the different art styles on the NES versions. So, Super Mario Galaxy, 8 out of 10. This game is magical, a really great set of levels packed with a comfy space atmosphere. The game feels really good even though your moveset is somewhat limited when compared to the previous games. The level design is everything in this one. I love how the water levels and ice levels are done here. It's a really fun rendition on those tropes which are usually lame in other games. It's a classic game, go play it. Like, I could not praise the ice levels in Super Mario Galaxy enough. Taking levels where the main gimmick is, oh, your movement sucks ass now, and giving you the ability to ice skate is ingenious. And it's crazy how like none of the future games ever like repeat it. So Super Mario Galaxy is kind of just like unique in that aspect, where it's like I see like a patch of ice in that game, and I go, I'm gonna have some of the most fun of this evening, of this week, right now. And then with the water levels, like, you know, it's like another gimmick where once you see it, you go, oh, okay, my movement's gonna suck ass. And then giving you the ability to grab a turtle shell and just immediately, like, quickly go through everything. I've never beaten Super Mario Galaxy 2, by the way. I gotta play that one. Super Mario Odyssey, 8 out of 10. The game feel and movement is beautiful. This is a fun game to feel. Mobility is fun. This game has a fun, quirky vibe, and the open levels gives tons of room for exploration and jumping. And the levels are all right, though. Not really great like Galaxy. The game feel is a massive improvement over Galaxy, and that kind of evens out the rankings here. The endgame content could have been better. The last level was dope, but I wanted it to be longer. Cool game, refreshing game, I recommend it. Donk City, best level. Like Donk City, like the aesthetic isn't as interesting as the other places, but just like jumping on really high buildings and like traversing all that and finding the stars that way is just really nice. Ooh. The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, 7 out of 10. My first Elder Scrolls game. I had a ton of fun with it. My favorite sections are the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood. Hey, I was just talking about this. Really cool stealth sections. Dungeons can get a bit boring though, but questing around has charm, even if the combat's not all that good. Playing the role of the thief is my go-to way of playing, and how I got the most enjoyment from this game. Shame I got stuck as a vampire for all eternity though. I did like the Dark Brotherhood quest line. I accepted to become a vampire, and then I spent the rest of the game like having to not spend too much time in the daylight. Except there is a quest in Oblivion which you can like reverse your vampirism by like helping this lady like make a concoction. But if you beat the game, you get locked out of doing that side quest. So I beat the main story, and now I can't like undo my vampirism because I can't do that quest anymore, because that quest requires me to go into the Oblivion Gate. But all the Oblivion Gates go away once you beat the main story, and the game did warn me about this, but I just ignored the warning, and that save file is like totally cooked. And also, becoming a vampire, if you play as like the cat person, makes you look ugly as fuck. Oh my god, like your whole visual changes. Ugh. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, 7 out of 10. This game is mostly the same as Oblivion, except I don't like it as much. I don't like the removal of the class system, and the dungeons felt more tiresome to explore, despite a few interesting outliers here and there. Overall, it's still the same enjoyable gameplay of Oblivion, so I had fun. Still played a thief, even though there was no thief class. And now, let me drink some lemonade. Oh wait, I already drank all my lemonade off camera. I don't have anything else to give. What time is it now? Oh, The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, 9 out of 10. A nearly perfect coming of age, hero's journey story told through the video game medium. Sometimes I read some of these lines and I feel like, okay, you just ripped that from a review you saw. You didn't actually think that. You were not like composed enough to be the first person to think that. You're a fraud, Spider-Man! Despite having a low frame rate, the game feels great to play with its crunchy sound effects and tight controls. Despite its age, this game is still worth coming back to. It's a certified classic. The 3DS remake is great too, but it lacks the crunch of the OG. Plus, the Shadow Temple is just a lot like edgier. So I have a weird story with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. So my first exposure to the game, I think, was the Wii U shop or the Wii shop, where I pretty much downloaded it, like the N64 port of that. I played that, I never beat it. I think I got stuck on like the Grass Temple or the Fire Temple or something like that. I never beat it. But then I got the 3DS remake and I played that, but then I got up like all the way to the Sand Temple and then I stopped. And then my friend gave me an N64 for my birthday, so I bought a copy of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and I was just playing through that. And I think I genuinely enjoy how the game feels to play on the N64 compared to the 3DS, even though the 3DS has a better frame rate, it looks better. But just like, I love how crunchy it feels on the N64, like the hit stop when you hit enemies, and just like how slow it is, because like on the 3DS version, I just feel like it's just too smooth. And you see, I don't want to dog on the 3DS remake of Ocarina of Time, because it is the same game. And unlike Ishin Kiwami, so yeah, I believe my camera just overheated right when I was about to say that Ishin Kiwami sucks ass, and Ocarina of Time 3D doesn't suck ass. Because I agree with that. So yeah, I played the N64 original Ocarina of Time. I beat the whole game. It was a beautiful experience. It's the only game I've beaten on an N64. It is also the only Legend of Zelda game I've actually beaten. And then at some point, I tried to record footage of it with a RetroTink 5X. I couldn't figure it out, so I sold the N64, which my friend gave me for my birthday. I imported a Japanese N64 that just has a cool blue shell, and it was transparent. It looked awesome. But then when I had it in my hands and I tried to play some of my N64 games, I found out that it actually has region locking, and I actually just bought a console because one of my other friends told me that the Japanese version of the N64 doesn't have any region locking, but he was wrong. So I bought a console with region locking, and in order to make it like region free, I have to physically break a part of one of the consoles out, or use like the Game Shark and put a game on top of it to bypass it. What the fuck? And I still don't know how to record good native footage out of it. So basically the lesson to take from this is never sell a birthday gift. It was a gift, you fucking dick. So, now the Stanley Parable, 7 out of 10. This is a really funny game. The comedic writing is on point, it's not cringe, the storyline is interesting and plays around game conventions in an interesting manner. A lot of memorable set pieces and moments, however, it's kind of a one-trick pony. It has enough diverse content to stay interesting, but after you're done, it's just kind of eh. It's a walking game, but the way the game messes with you makes it more engaging. I recommend it. It's an experience worth going through. Like, I don't know, maybe when I replay the Stanley's Parable, the story will hit me harder because it does have a pretty dope story. It's really funny, which it just has to be mentioned when the game is actually funny because a lot of games try to be and they just aren't. Like, the writing's just not that good, but a lot of these games do have really solid writing. Thief, the reboot. 1.5 stars. I hate this game. This game gets everything wrong about Thief. The level design is small and linear, but the worst offender is that there are checkpoints when a level won't let you go back the way you came. Are you serious? We're pulling that kind of crap in a Thief game? Abysmal. The stealth is a simplification of Deadly Shadows, which was already a simplification of the first 2 games. This game is garbage. The story and characters are awful, obnoxious writing, and a plot that feels like 5 separate scripts mushed into one sloppy, putrid slop of cliches and nonsense. I can't get too mad because we already have a complete trilogy of Fantastic Thief games, but this reboot is utterly worthless. Dishonored was far better as a modern Thief-style game. Go play that one instead. I'm shocked they botched it this bad when Eidos bought back Deus Ex while keeping the charm of the original. Don't play this game. It's not a so bad it's good. It's soulless, no pulse. You gotta love the word soul. You always gotta throw that one in there. See, like, what's kind of throwing me for a loop is that Deus Ex Human Revolution and Deus Ex Mankind Divided also had levels where after you reached a certain checkpoint, you couldn't go back the way you came. But I should probably replay those games to check whether I'm actually accurate on that. I remember that Mankind Divided was very much like that, where you kind of go through like a linear like hallway of like sneaking stuff, and it would just kind of be that and that. And Metal Gear Solid's like that, so I don't know why I'm getting so mad at this Thief game for doing the same thing, but it's just that we have a legacy to live up to, a trilogy of some of the finest stealth games of all time, which were very open-ended. Even Thief Deadly Shadows, which had to like make its levels smaller and even split them up like into loading zones. That one still forced you to like explore the level and exfiltrate, and also has like one of the greatest like horror levels of all time, so you know, it has a beat there, and Thief tries to like pay homage to it, this reboot game, and it just does it with like garbage jump scares. So yeah, fuck that game. Like, fuck that game. Thief 2, The Metal Age, 10 out of 10. It's kind of sad that no game will have levels as expansive as this game ever again. Levels last for hours on end and are interesting to explore and sneak your way through. It isn't just empty land, they're detailed locations with rich lore behind them. The stealth system is immersive and intuitive, the story and characters are really well written. This is one of the pillars, masterpieces of the stealth genre. Go play it! See, I kind of feel like a poser giving this game such a good ranking when I've only beaten it once. I haven't replayed it, so how can it be a masterpiece if I haven't gone back to replay? Well, probably because I'm trying to play like 100 games or so. Well, not these days. These days I love replaying games for like no damages and doing more stylish no damages and then improving on those no damages again or doing it from a different angle, blah, blah, blah. But back in the day, I was trying to play a wide variety of games. I don't do that so much nowadays, but I should probably get back to it. So how can I give this a 10 out of 10 if I haven't felt the need to replay it? What gives? I haven't even beaten this on the hardest difficulty, because the hardest difficulty is kind of scary, because it's really hard to like miss all the different collectibles you can get in the game, and I think the hardest difficulty forces you to basically do a ghost run, and back then I was not ready for that, but now I'm excited to do that. But I'm not excited to route where to get all the gold and having to do that in one take. I don't know if I'd even do it in one take because those levels are really, really big, but the only save system is a quick save system. Or, well, yeah, a quick save system, and routing those in a way where you don't feel like you're cheating the game is kind of weird. But there's just no way you could put checkpoints into like a classic Thief level. It just doesn't work like that. Thief Deadly Shadows, 9 out of 10. This is a game that was downgraded in some aspects because it also came out on console, smaller levels, gameplay simplification, but the game is still great. The game's levels are still detailed and the stealth system is just as great as before. Visually, this game holds up way too well. The lighting and shadow work is still nice to look at, and has some gameplay applications too. The game also has one of the scariest levels of any game, period. The Shawshank Bradle. I said that wrong. The story is a solid conclusion to the Thief franchise and concludes the tale of Garrett on a good note. The hub world stuff was cool too. Definitely worth playing. So, yeah, like Thief Deadly Shadows and like Deus Ex Invisible War were kind of like a package deal where they're using like these really fancy lighting engines. They were Xbox exclusive, so they had to be like kind of like shrunk when put on the PC. And yeah, I beat Deadly Shadows and I really liked it, but Invisible War was the one where I'm like, not feeling it. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist, 7 out of 10. I should hate this game, but I really don't. I enjoyed myself playing this. It's nowhere near as good as Chaos Theory, but I was having a blast anyways. A strong emphasis on stealth and ghosting levels is appreciated. Smooth, fast gameplay makes for brief, intense encounters. Fun game, but whoever designed the co-op stealth missions are gonna catch these hands. Also, the new voice actor blows. So, I wrote this when I was a dumb baby. I was probably like 11 when I wrote that. Because I already said a review where I re-reviewed the game again. Because those co-op stealth missions are really good. The reason why I think they blow here is because I was so bad at the game. Like there was this one where you have to like sneak, you have to like take out these 3 heavy guys, then you have to like return from where you started in the level. And then I got caught right when I was returning, and I was playing it with a friend, and my friend just like left my house right then and there. Because we did that level like 50 times. Because you do have to like you do those levels without ever getting caught. But like returning to it, it wasn't that hard. I did them alone. As an actual like expert gamer when I was doing my Blacklist No Damage. Watch that video. But yeah, back when I was playing on the Xbox 360. Oh, okay, that's really fun. The first time I played Blacklist was actually on the Wii U. I played the Wii U port of this game, but then I bought the Xbox 360 version of the game when I was playing it on Xbox 360. And the funny thing is that the Wii U version I think comes on 1 disc. The Xbox 360 version comes on 2 discs. So it's like more inconvenient to play the Xbox 360 version. I forgot why I wanted to get on the Xbox 360, but I did, and I played like split screen co-op that way. If the Wii U version removed the split screen co-op, that would explain it. Maybe I sold my Wii U. I don't know, something along those lines. I'm surprised I didn't end up playing the Wii U port of Human Revolution because I ended up just playing the Xbox 360 port of like the Wii U version of the game anyways. Now, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. Brilliant stealth game. Fantastic use of sound and shadows. Things are not going to get better than this in a lot of ways. Somewhat linear, but still open stealth design that captures the best of both worlds. Story is whatever, but the characters and writing is charming. Absolutely banging music. The music is so good. Mwah! Not only one of the best stealth games of all time, also one of the best stealth soundtracks of all time. The game is dope. Go play it! So this is like, I can tell we're gonna enter a lot of reviews, some of my earliest reviews, so they're like some of the worst. And they have some of the worst grammar, and at some point I'm going to like misspell stealth and call it sheathing, sheathing gameplay. So we're entering that territory. But yeah, Chaos Theory is the masterpiece, you have to play it. Though the one thing I don't like about the soundtrack is that it copyright claims your video on YouTube. It's amazing, but because they got like this certain artist to do it, YouTube's not gonna pay you money if you show gameplay of the game with an incredible soundtrack. So fuck you record labels, or fuck you YouTube. I don't know who we're fucking here, but somebody has to get fucked. Undertale, 9 out of 10. A near-perfect string of story and gameplay beats that amounts to one of the best narrative experiences in the medium, backed by a beautiful soundtrack that empowers every moment to the max! While the game might be a bit too simple at points and some of the meta-narrative stuff feels like it's eating its own tail, lol, I wrote tail wrong. This is still a wonderful game, still worth playing. Like, Undertale's awesome, but I haven't really felt the impetus to like replay it aside from getting the other endings, because a lot of the beginning is just kind of scripted story moments. I mean, most of the game is scripted story moments, you know? You enter, dialogue, 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 dialogue. So while there is gameplay in the game, a lot of it is just kind of like walking into story beats, and on every replay you don't skip them. So that can kind of drag things down. And oh, I'm getting a call right now on the telephone, which I'm reading from. Huh. Undertale is cool. I haven't played Deltarune. I am Mine Yoshitaka. I am friends with Yoshi Kanda. And he is a big fat meanie. I am here to save the day. I like women, and that's okay. I'm the man who erased his name. I am the pirate yakuza who erased his name. Boom. Wii Sports Resort. 10 out of 10. Yes, yes. Oh, baby. Yeah. Woohoo. I love this game too much. Minigame masterpiece. See, I do love Wii Sports Resort, but I always feel like this 10 out of 10 ranking is kind of a meme. But it's like the Dark Knight. I can't take it away from it. I can't take it away from it. I have too much like connected with this game. Like, if I try to like judge Wii Sports Resort on an objective level, it's gonna be like, I'm not fucking doing that. I don't give a fuck if the canoeing minigame is lame as hell, or if I'm not gonna like replay the Frisbee one too many times, or if the basketball one feels like completely random, or if there's no online leaderboards. It's a fucking masterpiece. Wii Sports Resort is a masterpiece. And like Wii Sports is also a masterpiece, but I just like the extended scale of Resort, and the sword fighting is just so fun. It's so fun. I know Damaged Swordplay Showdown, watch that video. It actually hurt my wrist more than I was expecting. So, Assassin's Creed 2, 8 out of 10. Assassin's AC2 is fun for the running and sheathing, but the swordplay is sluggish and boring. Overall, a great game. This is one of my early reviews. It's an early review because I wrote sheathing instead of stealthing. I meant to say stealthing, but I didn't know how to write it, so instead of talking about stealth gameplay, I'm talking about sheathing gameplay. Sheathing is when you have a sword here, and you put it here. You can do that in Assassin's Creed 2, so there technically is sheathing gameplay, but that's not what I was referring to. And yeah, like, it's been so long since I've played Assassin's Creed 2, so I don't even know how much I would like it. I only beat it once on the Xbox 360. I have a PS3 copy and I have a PC copy, but I don't know how well the PC copy runs. Like, if I mod it, maybe there's a way, but I feel like the mods are kind of hard to find, and it's not very intuitive, so I might just hop on the PS3 and just play that. And also like the visuals, and no wait, but there is the HD remasters, but the issues with the HD remasters is that they fucked up the visuals. So once I saw that, I'm like, man, fuck that. I'm playing on the original hardware, which is gonna have the original visuals, and it's gonna look the prettiest, the nicest ever, and I'll no damage it one day, even though there's like 50 missions, so it'll be like a 12-hour video. BioShock Infinite, 8 out of 10. I loved BioShock Infinite. The gameplay, story, art style, they're all great, but I have a few nitpicks. First, I barely use the vigors. Second, all you really do is walk to gunfight after gunfight. And third, there are barely any RPG elements. Overall, I loved BioShock Infinite. I was like 11 or 12 when I wrote that. And this was also the first BioShock game I ever played. So like, I've heard some of the same complaints for the gunplay in BioShock Infinite, which I never understood, because I always thought the guns felt like kind of nice to shoot with, like, you know, dun 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 dun. Trrr. Like, yeah, the enemies are bullet sponges, but like the way the guns pop, like, I think feels better than the first BioShock from memory. But then again, I didn't play the first BioShock until like way later after playing BioShock Infinite, so my first impressions are BioShock Infinite, but like I thought it had like a nice pop, the combat encounters, and also like the skyhook is such a fun gimmick. I mean, the story on first impressions is also pretty dope, but some people have pointed out like flaws and just how it's not really a masterpiece, it doesn't really hold up to like that much scrutiny. But the first playthrough was really fun, and I haven't felt compelled to do a replay. So one day I might. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, 7 out of 10. Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is a good game, but it is a disappoint. It is a disappoint. The game is more like a expansion pack. I wanted to say expansion pack, but I wrote it like expansion pack. I wrote it like EXSPAION pack. I didn't know I was Italian. I know Ezio is. Then it is a sequel. There are some additions, but small additions. Sheathing and running is still fun, if a bit too simple. 2 with only 1 O. Overall, Assassin's Creed Brotherhood is more of Assassin's Creed 2. If you like Assassin's Creed 2, you'll like this game. I think it was a good game. I think it's a good game. Assassin's Creed, 6 out of 10. Assassin's Creed is good. Here's why. Sheathing and running is fun if a bit too simple. Story is good. I like how each assassination is built up, giving you reasons to why you should kill him instead of telling you. Kill him because kill him. But the cutscenes can drag on a bit, and I like how the side missions build up to the stabbing, but I wish they had more types of side missions. Combat is sluggish and not fun. Overall, I like Assassin's Creed. What more can you say? Mark of the Ninja, 8 out of 10. Mark of the Ninja is a great sheath game. Sneaking is fun and backstabbing guards is as rewarding as it should be. The game took me around 5 hours to beat. Overall, I highly recommend Mark of the Ninja. This was a great laptop game because it actually ran well, because it was just like 2D art. It didn't chug like anything else, and it is a pretty dope game, but I only beat it one time. I have to return to it. It also got remastered recently. But like it is a the concept of like a 2D stealth game that's like on a 2D plane is just really interesting. I haven't seen like many examples of it. Like, yeah, there's Metal Gear. That's because that game's old as hell, and that game's not even like 2D. It's like a Zelda game. It's like top down. But like an actual 2D stealth game with mechanics as intricate as they did in Mark of the Ninja, involving platforming like that, it's really dope. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, 7 out of 10. I like COD 4, and here's why. You play two parts in this game, the US and the SAS, and they play similar. I spell this like S-I-M-A-L-E-R. And by that I mean they shoot crowds of soldiers, and that's fun, but the best parts of the game are the sheath parts. But there needs to be more than two. But overall, I like COD 4 and you should try it. See, I would disagree with this because like the stealth parts are just like aura farming. They're not actually like fun to play. It's literally just you go here, you go here, and you go here, and you do everything in a pre-designated path, and if you like diverge from any part of there, you just die. It's just aura farming. It's not actual good like level design. So it's not like actual stealth gameplay. It's just a railway. At least like the shooting parts are honest, you know, you're just gonna go here and you're gonna shoot this guy, shoot this guy, shoot this guy, and there's actual like gameplay involved with the shooting range, but the stealth parts aren't even that. It's literally just, you know, but it does look cool. Like it does have aura. But that's all it is. One day I'll know damage that game. Assassin's Creed Revelations, 6 out of 10. This might be my least favorite title in the series might. This doesn't mean it's a bad game, it's alright. Sheathing and running is fun, if a bit too simple, but the story, what story? There barely is one. The game is also short, so don't buy it at $60. Overall, don't buy it. Rent it or borrow it. It's alright. Well, I say rent it as if that's even going to be a possibility 5 years from now. Thank you, Sony. But I feel like I was too negative on Revelations. Like a short game, one that doesn't waste your time, is a blessing, not a curse. But I did like pretty much, I put like a 3 to 5 hour timer and I beat the entire game in one sitting. So it is pretty short. You can just blaze through it if you just go through main story, main story, main story. So if I was to no damage an Assassin's Creed game, honestly, Revelations might be a good candidate just because it is so short and isn't so bloated. I mean, it's certainly like no damaging all the main missions in Revelations is certainly like a more reasonable ask than no damaging all the main missions in like Assassin's Creed Odyssey or something. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, 7 out of 10. This may be one of the best-selling games for our generation, but being popular doesn't make you good. I think we all have one question. Is this game worth your money? Well, story. Okay, this is where the reviews got complicated. Story. After the event of COD 4, you are fighting the Russians, I think, and then the bad guy does something to make the Russians do war then. Ellipses. You do something? If there's a problem with the story, it's the way it's told, too disconnected. Besides the fact that everything in the story is just one big cartoon. Gameplay. You shoot people which are not Americans, that's it. Modern Warfare isn't a very complex game, but if that's what you're looking for, it does its job well. Shooting is fast-paced, challenging, and fun. And I like the rare sneaking mission, I like the rare sneaking mission but a small break from all the intense gunfights. The gameplay suffers most from it being too short. It only takes about 5 to 6 hours to beat Modern Warfare. Overall, it's better than the past Modern Warfare, but like the past Modern Warfare, it's too short, so wait for the price to drop down to around the $30 to $20 range. No. No, don't do that. Oh, fuck. The $30 to $20 area, or just rent it. In part 2 of this review, I will look at Call of Duty multiplayer and the Spec Ops mode. Call of Duty 2 Spec Ops and players, let's begin. Spec Ops ellipses. A bunch of missions for the players to earn stars to unlock more stars. Spec Ops can be fun, but I didn't spend too much time on it. Multiplayer. You run around shooting as many people as you can before you die, and it also has other game modes with less killing, but there is still killing. Multiplayer is fun, if a bit too enraging at times, but I think I would spend too much time here, though. I can see why other people would, and that's the end of the review. Activision is never going to drop a Call of Duty to $30 to $20. Doesn't matter how old they are, how good or bad they are. They're not going to be $30. Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag, 8 out of 10. Assassin's Creed 4 seems to be trying new things, but they do work out well. Let us start with the story. By the way, my only playthrough of Assassin's Creed 4 was on the Wii U. That was a mistake because the PS4 version ran at 60 FPS and it was silky smooth. I should have bought it on there. I was a fool. Story. You are a pirate whose ship has been destroyed and you find an assassin, then kill him and take his clothes. After that, you find yourself in the battle between the pirates and the English, the Templars and the assassin, and Edward's sense of belonging. I really like the story to AC4. It was good if a bit too unfocused, and Edward is a much better than Connor. I'm a fucking fraud. I never played Assassin's Creed 3. How could I say that? How could I say he's better than Connor if I never played Assassin's Creed 3? This is a dumbass child. My gosh. And the setting is a lot better for story. What? How would you know to compare the settings? Oh, I like this area better than America. You never went there. You never went there. Why would you say that? Gameplay. And lucky for AC4, the setting is also much better for gameplay. Not only are not an official assassin at the start of the game, but you spend more time in the high seas on your ship. The sailing is a lot of fun and is a breath of fresh air. Ship battles are intense and rewarding, and the combat system is a million times better than the other AC games. It flows better and is a lot harder. The sheath system in AC4 is good, but it feels more like Far Cry 3 and less like Assassin's Creed, so fix that. Overall, this is one of the best games of the year, and I will take you quite a while to beat it, so buy it. Something weird with Assassin's Creed 4 stealth is, like, there was like a way that I would sneak in like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2, and by extension Brotherhood and Revelations, that just feels different from the way Assassin's Creed 4 does it, because like Assassin's Creed like 1, 2, Brotherhood and Revelations, I kind of messed around with a social stealth mechanic, which from memory is like heavily de-emphasized in Assassin's Creed 4 because of the omnipresence of hiding in the bush, which is exactly the same way you would hide in Far Cry 3. So it just kind of felt like, are we just doing Far Cry 3 again? But then again, was the stealth really all that in-depth in Assassin's Creed like 1 and 2 for me to be complaining about this, or for this to be such an egregious change? I don't know. I would have to like replay all the games and do ghost runs of all the ghost runs. At least the no damage. Boom. Killzone Shadowfall, 6 out of 10. So I recently got a PS4 and I've been playing Killzone Shadowfall. So now that I've finished, is it any good? Story. You are a Shadow Marshal and your dad dies at the beginning and someone saves you from the Space Nazis. You become a Shadow Marshal after that. The Space Nazis are given half your world to live in after you destroy their planet, but your mentor worries that the Space Nazis are planning war on their side because he doesn't like the Space Nazis. This story is so forgettable. There are moments of promise, but they never go anywhere, and I find it hard to side with anyone in this game because almost everyone is unlikable. Gameplay. You run around shooting things and do stealth from time to time. This gameplay is okay, but it has problems. Levels are dragged on for too long and it can really kill the pacing. The game needs a better checkpoint system. I find myself repeating whole sections of certain parts that I'd rather not. The game needs to have less enemy wave sections. Also, as a next-gen game, it looks great, but in terms of gameplay, it is too last-gen. But get past that and you have an okay shooter. Guns feel powerful and are all great to use, and shooting works and can be fun at times. Overall, this game's longer than most, but for all the problems listed as a next-gen launch title, it does its job visually. But in terms of gameplay, it feels too much like last-gen in a bad way. This is not a reason to get a PS4. But if all you want is an okay shooter, then Killzone has you covered. So, I haven't played any of the other Killzone games. I want to play Killzone 2. I have it in my library on the PS3 right now. Because also, I didn't own a PS3. I spent a huge part of my childhood owning a Wii and an Xbox 360, and pretty much being envious of all the cool exclusive PS3 games, because it seems like most of the dope-ass exclusives were on PS3. But Xbox Live Party Chat is way better than like whatever the PS3 had going on. But at least the PS3 was free. It does have that. It doesn't have that anymore on PS4 and PS5. But, you know, I guess like all good things, it must die. But, so yeah, because, you know, like the PS3 had Metal Gear Solid. The PS3 had the Resistance games. The Resistance 3 got hyped up a lot. The PS3 had Uncharted, The Last of Us, and plenty of others. I mean, Sly Cooper. But then again, Sly Cooper was a PS2 game. The only one that's PS3 was the Thieves in Time. And it seems like people didn't even like that one that much. But yeah, the Little Big Planet. So the PS3 has a ton of exclusives that the Xbox 360 is never going to get. And I was just like jealous. For most of my childhood, and my parents did not let me get another console outside of the Xbox 360 and the Wii. So, but now I have all the consoles, so I can play all those games, and I still haven't played Resistance 3, so. Call of Duty Ghosts, 5 out of 10. So I wasn't going to get Ghosts because I didn't want to spend money on it when I could be buying better games for $60, but it came with my PS4, so is it worth $60? Well, first with the story. So you're sitting around with your father and brother, and your father is talking about the Ghost, a legendary stealth unit, and then your father I wrote stealth correctly here. Huh, how neat. And then your father tells you the no time explosions. Then you're on the moon as a different person that shows you that that South America has taken control of North America's missile launchers, and then back to you on the ground. After more explosions, you're on a truck. That's how the game starts, and that's how the rest of the story is told. It tries to have a story about South America invading North America, but most of the time it's just explosions. Gameplay. So seeing how this is the 10th game in the series, you might be expecting a change in the formula. Afraid not, this is still the same COD as the last one, and the problems from old CODs are here with no improvements, and seeing how the game's intro tells us that we will be playing a stealth unit, aka the Ghosts, you might be expecting more stealth in this game. Well, no, you'll get some, but most of the time you're just shooting bad guys like all the others. Which I find a shame because the dog sections, while not perfect, and do need to give you more freedom, they needed to be used more in the game. But you only use them twice and then gone forever. Also, I like the short tank part near the end of the game because it was something different. Overall, I know people play COD for the multiplayer and it's alright, but others have been doing it better than COD. And I am a person who plays COD for the campaign. So I recommend you skip Ghost, but if you really want to play Ghost, buy Call of Duty 4. It's better and cheaper. See, like, why is Ghost so much worse than the previous games? Like, there's like a more concrete reason, and like, oh, the level design isn't as intricate, the mission variety isn't as bad. Like, there has to be something. Because yeah, story probably blows, but why are the missions here like generally considered worse? Because like I guess I wasn't really vibing with it as much definitely, and the game promised a lot. It talked about its advanced fish AI, the advanced fish AI. Oh dear, and that's a meme from a bygone era. And now we have Resogun, 7 out of 10. Sadly, the PS4 is not a must-buy console right now. Not only to the fact that there's not that many games for it, but also that so far they aren't that good. Killzone was meh, and I haven't played Knack yet. That's the only other PS4 game that is expected for Resogun. So is this PS4 game any good? Well, time for the story. You need to save the last humans. That's it, but it doesn't bother me because this game is an arcade game. It doesn't need a story. Gameplay. Resogun is an arcade twin-stick shooter. You fly around a 2.5D plane, rescuing humans and shooting them quickly, and never stop to keep your score advancer going. This game is addicting, fast-paced, difficult, simple, and fun. Also, the game looks and sounds great. Overall, the simple yet fast-paced gameplay made me like this game, and $15 is a good price for the game. And if you're a PSN member, at this moment, you can get it for free. So get this game at full price. Like, I haven't touched this game since I was a child. I like matured, I went through puberty, I hit adulthood, I went beyond adulthood, and well, I'm still in it, and I haven't replayed that game. So, ooh, I am getting a little bit fatigued. How many games do I have left to talk about? Oh, actually, a short amount. So the last games which I'm going to talk about, except that's not true because I'm going to talk about a couple more games. Batman Arkham Asylum, Battlefield 4, Outlast, Watch Dogs, Tomb Raider, The Wolf Among Us, Far Cry 4, The Evil Within. And then after that, I have some games which are not on my website, but I did kind of write a review in my notes, and I wanted to add them to the website eventually, but I never finished the reviews. And they're kind of like stacked with other games I've beaten. I'm trying to keep track of so I don't forget what games I've beaten. Resident Evil 4 Remake. I have a review written. Boom. Oh! Boom. Mario Party Superstars. I don't have here's the games which I don't have a review written for. Mario Party Superstars, Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear XX Accent Core R+, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Kirby's Epic Yarn, Alien Isolation, The Witcher 3, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza, Silent Hill 2 Remake, Ina Dream BBQ, Sonic Unleashed on the Xbox 360, Mario Party 8, Death Stranding 2, Mario Kart World, Psycho Giant's Dating Sim, Yakuza Kiwami 3, and then here's some games that I completed 100%. Like a Dragon Gaiden, this one I actually have a review written for. But then we move on from there, and I have some games I didn't write a review for. I have Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Spider-Man 2, Yakuza Like a Dragon, and then there's games... Oh no, I'm not even going to touch that list. That's a whole other list, which gets like 40 more pages. But that's the list of games which I wanted to add, I beaten and I wanted to write a review for, and I wrote a review for some, but I didn't add them to the website. And then there's some games that I need to write a review for, but I haven't done it, and it's really hard to keep track of all that. So now, let's circle back to Batman Arkham Asylum, which I gave an 8 out of 10. But before we continue, I think some vocal exercises are in order. Okay, that's enough of that. Arkham Asylum, 8 out of 10. Batman Arkham games are highly praised for their good gameplay and deep atmosphere, so let's look at where it all started. Story. You're Batman and you have Joker captured and you're taking him to the asylum. Everything God to plan, but then Joker takes over the asylum and now you must stop whatever the Joker is planning. The story is good and borrows the gritty tone of the Nolan films combined with the comics, and the detail in this game is nearly endless. From all the villains, the art style, and the atmosphere, this game is engaging from start to finish. If you have any problems with the story, it's that the dialogue is a bit too campy, but other than that, it's good. Gameplay. Batman Arkham Asylum is a stealth action Metroidvania, aka you switch around beating groups of people, groups of guards, then sneaking around, taking them out one by one while exploring your environments deeply, looking for secrets or getting to your objective. But the best part about all this is it feels like it feels like Batman. The combat isn't a ripoff of God of War. You instead have to do combos. You just need to have good timing, and the stealth doesn't feel like a ripoff of Metal Gear Solid. You instead get on gargoyles and plan on how you're going to take out all the enemies using all of Batman's gadgets, and the Metroidvania style works surprisingly well for Batman, exploring your environments, using your tools to get around and solve puzzles. But if I have one problem in this game, it's that the boss fights aren't very good. All you do is stun an enemy while he's running at you. Repeat this till the game of the game. The only good boss in this game is Scarecrow, which you instead stealth around. I did write stealth correctly. While you are injected with Fear Toxin, which creates a nightmare world where Batman needs to face his fear and is one of the highlights of the game. Overall, Batman is awesome, and it's about time he get awesome, so I highly recommend you get one of the best games of the last generation. Yes, I agree with all of that. Battlefield 4, 7 out of 10. Before I do the review, I just have to say that I'm only reviewing the multiplayer of this game. I haven't played the campaign, so let's get started. Though I will say one of the coolest things about Battlefield 4 was that it was like a PS4 launch title, right? I mean, it wasn't only released on PS4, but the PS4 was one of the main consoles it was released for. And while you were downloading the game, you had to it was a pretty long install screen, so you had to kind of sit there waiting a lot. But once a certain amount of the game downloaded, you could start the campaign and play the campaign while you waited for the rest of the game to download, just so you can just wait for the multiplayer to get there. But you could actually just jump straight in and play a bit of the campaign while waiting for the rest of the game to download. That was one of the most next-gen things about the PS4, and it was just really cool. But now, let me talk about the rest of the game. Story. You have an enemy, go kill an enemy. That's about it. Gameplay. So gameplay is about killing the enemy and do whatever you have to do, like capturing points or defusing bombs. I had a ton of fun with Battlefield. The shooting is crisp, fast-paced, and ran at a smooth 60 frames per second on PS4. My friend played it on Xbox 360, he did not have the same story. I also like the map design. All the maps are huge, giving you freedom to capture points from all angles. I also like how it rewards players who go for specific objectives, and the cars, tanks, planes, and other ways of getting around faster are fun to use. But I do have some problems with the game, and most of it comes from the servers. While it isn't as bad as it was on the first day it came out, but you are still kicked from servers from time to time. The game crashes from time to time, and lag shows up from time to time also, but when it works, it's a lot of fun to play. Overall, Battlefield is buggy, but when it works, it's fun, and I recommend you pick it up. I only put 25 hours into the game, and I was borrowing my friend's copy. I never actually bought it myself. But beyond that, I don't have much to say because I played it when it came out and then never touched it again. I did actually, no, actually, I played it on my PC, and I got kicked from a server because I was really bad at the game. I did that like last year. So I am back after eating a steak. Whether the steak helps my throat, I don't know, but I did bring myself a water cup so I can drink some water. I really hope that water cup doesn't fall. Outlast, 6 out of 10. Many people say this is the scariest game ever. Some say it is just a hallway full of jump scares with no substance. What do I think of it? Well, let's start with the story. Story. Outlast is about a guy who goes to an insane asylum to get a good story. I thought the plot of Outlast was good, but it has two problems: the main protagonist's motives and the ending. The only reason he is in the asylum is to get a good story. He isn't there to save anyone, stop anything, or do anything. He just wants to get a good story. It's understandable at first, but then it just gets insane. A lot of terrible things happen to him, but he doesn't leave just to get a good story. The ending just forces the fact that you did nothing, helped no one, and nothing you did in the asylum mattered. But the story before the ending is pretty interesting, with papers telling you about the past of the asylum, and the writing for the notes are great. It adds some humanity in this insane asylum. Gameplay. You run and hide from monsters and pull levers to move forward. That's it. That is the basic Outlast experience, and the problem is already there. The objectives are too simple. Pull 2 levers while hiding from monsters. Power up 2 pumps while hiding from monsters. This can get old very fast. Hiding and running objectives are too simple. Hiding and running from monsters is a lot of fun. I haven't seen many games make a horror game based purely on stealth, and overall it does it pretty well, but hiding can get old after a while. If there is one thing the game does really well, it's the camera. It gives the game a found footage vibe, and it is also your only weapon because it can help you see in the dark at a price because it wastes batteries. This means you have to use night vision wisely and find as many batteries as possible. Overall, Outlast is a fun horror game. Is it the scariest game ever? No, far from it, but it's still a good game that I recommend you pick up for yourself while you can. Like, I don't know, when a game just gets rid of any offense, I feel like it's just kind of a false trick where it's like, oh wow, the game is more scary because you literally can't fight this thing at all, but now the entire survival horror aspect, you have to conserve ammo, is completely gone. So they just removed a huge chunk of interesting game design by taking away your offensive capabilities. I guess like you still have like, you know, resource management with the camera, but I feel if you turn the brightness up like, you know, high enough, you can just like circumnavigate that anyways. And yeah, a lot of the game was kind of linear, like jump scares, but I also haven't played it in a fat minute, and I do really like the aesthetic of recording everything with a camera and looking at everything through a camera. I just really like that concept. It has a nice tactile feel. Maybe the exploration will be fun to like revisit, but kind of mid. But speaking of, I mean, Alien Isolation did it really well, because you have to conserve ammo in that one, and like there is kind of a way to like make the alien back off, but it is very limited, and you are still heavily encouraged to hide from that fucker. Alien Isolation is a fantastic game. I know damage the whole thing. Watch the video on that. Watch Dogs, 6 out of 10. Watch Dogs shown, delayed, and now finally released. For it to live up to the hype? No! But is it still a good game? Well, let's start with the story. I like this little setup I have where it's like, is this game so-and-so? Let's start with the story. Story. So you are Aiden, a guy who lost his license? I replaced the L in license with N for some reason. And is now looking for the people who killed her. First things first, the Aiden is beyond boring. So is the story and most of the characters. So the story is the worst part of Watch Dogs. Gameplay. It's an open world where you can do main missions, side quests, and other things. I was expecting a hacking game with some shooting involved. What I got was a shooting game with stealth if you don't want to shoot, with some mild hacking thrown in there. I think Watch Dogs' biggest problem in terms of gameplay is the side quests, and in that they never change. They are fun at first. You start to see the patterns in these quests very soon, and they can get boring except for a rare few of the quests. Hacking isn't as complex as I wanted it to be, but it's still fun to use in driving sections and combat sections where you can use camera to scout out area and target enemies, so you can plan your approach or blow up steam pipes to blow up enemy cars. Speaking of the combat, it's one of the best combat systems in an open world game I have seen. It gives you a freedom of approach. Do you scout out the area and sneak in unnoticed, or do you go in guns blazing and kill everyone? Hacking also allows you to view people in private information. I like that is one thing that I love about this game. I also like how I talks about some of the most kinky things people like to do. Speaking of the people, it's stupid that you can't use your baton freely whenever you want, because there are many times where I want to hit a random person in the face with a baton, but fix that in the sequel. Overall, Watch Dogs is okay, but I don't recommend you buy it at full price. Just wait a bit until the price drops, because the game does not live up to the hype. I gave my copy of this game to a friend, and also one of my other friends printed out like a sheet where they replaced the game's cover with Watch Doge and had a lot of Doge memes, and it was very funny. I put it in front of the cover, then I gave this game to either my cousin, my friend, or my other cousin, and now I don't have a physical copy of the game anymore and I can't play it. The one thing I appreciate is if you have a PS4, it runs at a smooth 60 FPS, but it's because it's a last-gen game. Now, what would I think of the game beyond that? I don't know. Another fun story from my childhood. The game has a fully built-in like chess minigame. You just go on the street and play chess, but you have to go to a certain location to play like a full chess game, because only certain locations allow you to play a full chess game, while other locations make you do like challenge runs, where it's like, okay, how do you get a checkmate if you only have like a rook and a pawn here? How do you get a checkmate if you only have like bishops? Very weird that you have to like explore the map to access the area where you could play like an entire game of chess. And I have a friend who's like a chess grandmaster, and I had him play chess against the computer on the hardest difficulty and he lost, so Tomb Raider. 7 out of 10. This is the reboot game, not the original. 7 out of 10. I bought Tomb Raider a while back, but now I have not tried it yet. So now that I've beaten it, I would like to share my thoughts on this game. Story. So you and the rest of your crew are on a boat to get to an island where strange things happen, but while going there, you and your crew get shipwrecked there and are kidnapped by a cult. You escape from the cult, and now you must learn to survive on the island and rescue your friends and try to find a way to get off the island. The story was pretty good. Laura is an interesting character who goes from a fragile, normal person to a survivor. The story was overall alright. Except I forgot to put the L there, so it's just A-right. Okay. Gameplay. You spend most of your time in Tomb Raider either jumping around, climbing to your next destination, or shooting your way to the next destination. Both of these things are done really well. Jumping around is fun and gets a great sense of freedom in the more open areas of the game. Shooting is fast-paced and rewarding. The weapons all have a nice kick to them, and the shooting is helped by a great cover system. If there is a problem with the gameplay, is that the game sometimes uses quick time events, and while some of them work, where when you almost miss the jump and have to press a button to grab the ledge, that works, but the rest of them don't. Overall, this is a great game that I recommend you pick up at full price. I felt like this review gives the impression that I'm more middling on it, but no, this is a great game. And like, from what I remember playing this game came out like 2013, I played this when I was 12, and I played it on my computer. I do remember the gunplay feeling really nice, and just like being able to jump everywhere is really cool. I remember people calling this one an Uncharted knockoff, because it probably is, but I never played Uncharted, so I had a really fun time with Tomb Raider. I want to replay that one. There's now like an actual trilogy of these reboot games, and nobody talks about them because it has like no cultural impact, but I do remember this one being fun. And now, The Wolf Among Us. 7 out of 10. So after the unexpected surprise at the Walking Dead Telltale game Telltale released, another story-based episodic point-and-click game called The Wolf Among Us. So is this going to be just as good or a disappointment? To answer that question, let's start with the story. So fables like the Big Bad Wolf, Snow White, and others decide to go to a real-life town and live there. Big B, aka the Big Bad Wolf, is the sheriff of the town. So all the fables are living pretty normal lives, but then the sheriff of the town starts to notice that certain murders are happening around town, and now he has to find out who's murdering those fables. The story is the best part about this. It's well-paced, it has great dialogue, and many twists and turns. Gameplay. You talk to people, you point and click, and fight people using QTEs. The game is easy. The puzzles aren't that hard, the same applies to the QTEs, but where the gameplay shines is in making difficult choices. Do you search that place first, or that place first? Do you agree with him or her? Or do you just stay silent? Another way that makes a lot of these choices more intense is that they are timed. So you have to think quick, and there is a 100% correct answer, so you have to choose which one is the best way to go. I think what I meant to say is that there is no 100% correct answer, so you have to choose which is the best way to go. Overall, I recommend you pick up all the episodes at full price. So this one's getting like a remaster, which might lead to a sequel, but they teased the sequel like way before. Oh man, this game is so old, but it's also not. The thing with these new console generations, you don't really feel the jump as much. But then again, I am also kind of like LARPing when I say that, because the first console I ever owned was like a Nintendo DS, or But like the home console was a Nintendo Wii, so I wasn't one of those kids who jumped from the PS1 to the PS2 and went, wow, this is an incredible jump. I just know about that in retrospect, like looking at the past, but I didn't live that, if you catch my drift. Fuck me, these next two reviews are really long. I was really ambitious with this Far Cry 4 review. Fuck, what about Far Cry 4 inspired me to write this monolith? I'm going to try to say all these words as fast as possible, but fuck. Far Cry 4. Story, you are AJ, you are going to Karat, your mother's birthday, to spread her ashes there. While on the way, there is a bus. You are stopped by soldiers and almost shot them, but then Pagan Min comes on by a helicopter and kills one of his men to apologize for your bad first impression. He invites you to his castle and eats some lobster, and he gives you some lobster to eat with somebody else, but this someone is actually someone from the group called the Golden Path. Pagan takes the man and goes outside the room with him while apologizing to you for his manners and tells you to just sit there and wait. You ignore him and go explore the place and then are captured by the Golden Path and then realize your father actually started the Golden Path, and for that reason alone you join them to overrule Pagan Min. This story was forgettable, it had no impact, no punch, and it was just there. Why? Because we'll start with the first reason. AJ, the main character, let's go back to Far Cry 3 with Jason. What are Jason's motives that drove him to cause as much bloodshed as he did? To save his friends from Voss, a pirate who wanted to sell them for ransom. Oh boy. Over the course of the game, we see him develop from an average teenager to a warrior of the jungle. Yes, it is kind of silly that he has a full master over an AK-47 in the first hour of the game, but there is a character arc there. Now let's look at AJ. What are his motives? He wants to spread his mother's ashes on her home turf. He kills dozens upon dozens of enemies because he was told to kill dozens of enemies. He doesn't devolve or evolve and is just a paperboy for the Golden Path. He has no drive to him, unlike Jason. Now let's look at Voss from Far Cry 3. He's a pirate who kidnaps you and your friends, and you barely make it out of your prison alive with your brother, but your brother is shot and killed by Voss. You make a run for it and somehow you actually escape and are helped by a friendly local. You learn that the local is part of the resistance against Voss and that Voss plans to sell your friends for ransom. The locals help shape you into the warrior you need to be to fight Voss and to rescue your friends. Along the way, sometimes you get a little one-on-one with Voss when kidnapped by him. He's a good villain for our hero to go against, but the best part about him is his acting. The actor brings so much life into the character and he makes the one-on-one with him so much more entertaining. The problems with him is that he's thrown away and replaced with a less interesting villain halfway through the game for no reason. Now let's take a look at Pagan Min from Far Cry 4. You first meet Pagan when he stabs one of his soldiers for shooting the bus instead of stopping the bus. He apologizes to you about it and then takes you back to his place to eat lobster. While you're there, another guest is there, but then Pagan and you soon realize that he's part of some terrorist group called the Golden Path and sends the guy downstairs to be interrogated and tells you to sit there and wait until he gets back. You ignore him and go on your merry way exploring the place, but then come across some members of the Golden Path and you decide to go with them. What? I already said that. After that, you team up with the Golden Path to help them take down Pagan Min so they can rule over Karat. The problem here isn't the fact that Pagan is a bad villain, but it gives no reason for you to kill him. Why can't Jason just drop his mother's ashes somewhere and leave? There is no reason why he should be helping the Golden Path. Voss kidnapped his friends and killed his brother. I think that's enough reason to join a group that wants him dead and will help you become stronger to face him. Pagan on his own is very entertaining thanks again to a delightful performance. He's similar to Handsome Jack from Borderlands 2 because every now and then he will talk to you through the radio. By the way, I never beat Borderlands 2. I just wish we got to talk to him one-on-one a lot more like Voss. Unlike Voss, however, he isn't killed midway through the game, so that's an improvement. Pagan would have fit a lot better if the game took itself less seriously. I will say that Far Cry 4 is less edgy than Far Cry 3, but that's because there is nothing to be edgy about. But something I like about Far Cry 4 is how certain missions are structured. In these certain missions, you have to choose between what one character wants versus what another character wants, and unlike most games, it isn't portrayed black and white. Both characters have good reasons why you should do their thing, and I was kind of hard deciding between them, but even this is undermined by the incredibly anticlimactic endings. There are some little things I missed about Far Cry 3 to Far Cry 4, like how tattoos appeared on your arm every time you upgraded in Far Cry 3, giving you a feeling of progression. In Far Cry 4, there's nothing like that. At least there's no unnecessary sex scene in Far Cry 4. Unnecessary sex scenes created by the makers. Gameplay! We're going to talk about gameplay now! If there's something Far Cry 4 gets down as good as Far Cry 3, it is the gameplay. They've even improved upon it with a couple more things. Did you enjoy getting caught in Far Cry 3 because you couldn't move dead bodies? Me neither, but now in Far Cry 4 you can actually What?! Oh, shit! But now in Far Cry 4 you can actually carry bodies to hide them in places where they wouldn't be found. I didn't know that! Yeah, I mean, that was one of my biggest complaints with Far Cry 3, that you can't move bodies. That was one of my biggest complaints with Splinter Cell Conviction, that you can't move bodies. Wait, they added that in Far Cry 4? That's kind of goated. Oh, hell yeah. So, Also, you can now ride elephants to enemy outposts, and speaking of those outposts, we now have fortresses, which are just harder and bigger outposts. You can now play co-op with your friends, taking down outposts and other stuff together. Not that I would know about any of that because I never tried the co-op. The problem lies with the fact that it's way too similar to Far Cry 3. Yes, there's new stuff that does make the gameplay better, but it still feels the same, and in addition to the story, makes this game feel pointless. Don't get the wrong idea, the game is still fun to play. Coming up with clever plans to take down the outpost is still fun, and more tools gives you more ways to approach the pointless story. I expected a more engaging story near the end when I was taking out the last outpost with my elephant, when on the way to the last one, he was killed by an enemy truck. Sad and alone, I got in the truck and drove it into the outpost with vengeance in my heart. I destroyed them all with my grenade launcher, and no alarm was rung that day when they all died. Overall, this game's story feels like an afterthought. They could have done something more with it. They could have had moved away from the serious tone of Far Cry 3 to something more silly, but it doesn't do much with either direction. Gameplay has been improved a bit, but it still feels the same. I recommend this game to those who want more Far Cry 3, but if you're looking for something new, I don't think you'll find it here. So, another thing I want to say about Far Cry 4 is that, one thing which I really didn't like about the gameplay was it had this new enemy type that you couldn't scan. And I was pissed about this because like the only way you can have situational awareness in like a Far Cry 3 like stealth system is to scan the enemy. So making an enemy that you can't scan is just basically a giant fuck you because your stealth system isn't good enough to detect them any other way. But then again, that's just me from the past saying that. And another memorable moment was I played Far Cry 4 on the PS4, not PC. And there's this one mission where you're getting bombed, you have to hide from the bombs, and the bombs make the screen shake a bit, and when they started shaking, my console like died because the thunder outside my house like pretty much like shut off the power. And I had to do that whole mission over again. But like the console shut off right at the point that the thunder hit outside. So, and like made everything rumble. So that was a very memorable moment from my childhood, and hopefully you got something from that fucking word diarrhea I just spit out. And now The Evil Within, 7 out of 10. This review is also long, but not as long as Far Cry 4, thankfully. Most of that review is just me repeating the story summary. Oh dear. I mean, I'm not a very concise writer still, so. Now, story. It was pretty entertaining, but it feels like a bunch of horror set pieces slapped randomly together. Most of the chapters can be changed with one another, and it wouldn't make much of a difference, but that really isn't that much of a problem. Most games are just random set pieces slapped together, and the story goes well with that sort of progression. Something that confused me about Resident Evil 4 is how people kept saying how scary it was when it was incredibly silly. The Evil Within, however, feels creepy due to how it handles its tone and atmosphere. There are some silly moments in the game, but nothing to the extent of Resident Evil 4. But thanks to that tone, the characters are bland. Sebastian is just a standard main character with a drinking problem, and the rest of the characters just fill the roles they need to be. But just that. I'm not asking for something like the Napoleon Midget from Resident Evil 4, but maybe something more interesting than what we got. Gameplay. Some people were disappointed with this game because it wasn't what they were expecting. The E3 demo of the game gave off the feeling that it was going to be something like Amnesia or Outlast, where the only way to survive was to hide. At least that's what I heard from others, but I was just expecting a less silly Resident Evil 4, and the game's like that after the first chapter. I didn't like the stealth in this game. It felt like it was there to be there. So much of the game is action that the stealth felt like wait, what the fuck? So much of the game is action that the stealth felt like what they needed to make the E3 game demo. I'm not sure if comparing this game to Resident Evil 4 is the best way to go because there's things it doesn't have from that game, like the Tetris-style inventory screen or the Wii controls, so a better example is The Last of Us. You have little to no bullets in your gun. Your aim with guns isn't the most accurate, and you will go from max health to red health due to poor decision making. It's The Last of Us without the humans and with less sneaking around, but something it does different than both of those games is the aspect ratio. Instead of having the whole game fill up the screen, it places a black bar over the top and under the bottom, making the screen smaller and cramped. The idea worked overall, making the shooting tense, seeing how there could be an enemy to your left that you don't know about, but that does excuse Spider Lady in Chapter 10. I think what I meant to write down there is that doesn't excuse the Spider Lady in Chapter 10. You have to shoot some pipes to shoot fire at her, but they're above you, so when you aim up, you don't know where she is or what she is doing, so you just have to pray to God that the fire hits her instead of her ripping your lungs out. Overall, the game is pretty long. It took me about 18 to 19 hours to beat on Survivor difficulty. The game is also hard. I died about 150 times throughout the game. I would recommend this to people looking for a hard game that will take them a while, but the game's not scary. It's tense, but it didn't scare me. This isn't a return to the survival horror, to true survival horror, but I would recommend it at full price. Another thing I remember about the game is I played it on the PS4 and it ran at like 20 to 30 FPS. And then I was like visiting my friend at his house, and he was playing it on his PC, and it ran at a smooth 60, and I was like, what the fuck? And also, I think on PC you can like remove the aspect ratio nonsense. You just play it full screen. I think the PS4 might have added that like in a patch afterwards, but yeah, I played it on the first playthrough like near release day, and it had aspect ratio stuff. And that spider boss fight is fucking horseshit with the aspect ratio, because it's designed so that you can't fucking see anything at the exact point you have to see something. But hey, I guess it makes it cinematic, so I haven't played the second one. And now the rest of these reviews are going to be purely textile. These are reviews I wanted to add to the website, but I couldn't do it, so let's see what I wrote down for the Resident Evil 4 remake. So Resident Evil 4 remake. I'm really happy with how this remake turned out, though I find the original game unbeatable in comparison. The new parry system is a great touch, and the knife combat slight overhauls allows for certain sections of the game to shine more. I really should have written this review sooner and not nearly a year after the game came out and after beating 10 other games, but I really like this one. Some of the sections that got removed were sad to see gone, and the replacements weren't always better. Huge fan of Ashley's redesign. Original Ashley was charming in her goofy ass drip, but I like her new outfit more better. One annoying thing with the gameplay is that it feels like enemies gravitate to grab you more than the original, like they have some strange force field. A good number of the boss fights are nicely expanded, some of the new music really shines, and a great point in the remake's favor is that the original is available on everything, so you can play both, and I like the two of them a lot. Haha. Resident Evil 1 remake. I tried to play through this game on the GameCube multiple times, and I stopped every time because I got hopelessly lost multiple times throughout, and I dropped the game multiple times. Returning to it on Steam really helped me push on through to having a really excellent experience with exploration. The mansion is gorgeous. I love trying to piece together how all the hallways come together, and having to actually have a plan of action for avoiding enemies. It is all really tense, and the gorgeous rendering of it all with the pre-rendered backgrounds does a lot for the experience. I still have no idea how knife combat works. And now here's a couple games which I've beaten or spent enough time that I would want to write a review. These are Mario Party Superstars, Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear XX Accent Core R+, Scott Pilgrim vs. The World, Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising, Kirby's Epic Yarn. I decided to give it a 7 out of 10. I beat the whole game in co-op with a mate, and at some point my Wii started glitching and making a noise, and it kind of seemed like Kirby's Epic Suicide, the creepypasta, was going to play out right in front of me, and I recorded it, but I haven't uploaded that video, and it's sitting somewhere. So there we go. I'm pretty sure the game will also be less boring if I actually try to do a no damage, because it was kind of boring because I just kept getting hit by stuff and losing all my money. But I was playing it with my mate, so it was pretty dope. Alien Isolation, The Witcher 3, Like a Dragon Pirate Yakuza. I beat all these games. Silent Hill 2 Remake, Ina's Dream BBQ, Sonic Unleashed Xbox 360 version, Mario Party 8, Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is awesome. That game is so much fun. Hell yeah. Mario Kart World, Psycho Giantess Dating Sim. See, this is where the frustration comes in, because I would write a review on that game, except, wait a minute, I want to make a video on the Psycho Gaiden game, the next follow-up to the Yakuza Kiwami 3, but if I'm going to make a video, I have to write a script. When I write the script, I have to voice the script. When I voice the script, I have to edit the voice. And when I edit the voice, I have to edit the video, but then this entire process doesn't start until I finish the Snake Eater video I'm making right now. So I never feel compelled to, like, actually write a script for this Letterboxd for Gaming app, because I want to make a video on it later on. And then Yakuza Kiwami 3. It sucks. It's the worst Yakuza. There we go. And now I have the list of games I completed 100%. Like a Dragon Gaiden. I kind of have a review written here, but I don't think I finished it. Anyways, Gaiden disappoints with a disproportionately huge amount of padding. I'm worried about how they'll tackle side content in another short Gaiden game, because this really isn't ideal. I don't think fetch quests should be branded as a main activity to pursue in the game to earn upgrade points, and the upgrade system requiring 2 different currencies does it 0 favors. The combat takes 2 steps forward and weird steps back. Some of the best features from Lost Judgment, like the speed boost, are just absent here. There's never a point in the whole game where it feels like my combos are fast enough. I don't like this new Nishitani. He's this disgusting IP management creature referencing things I recognize from the previous games without much beyond that. But I'm happy to say he's really my only big issue with the narrative. The smaller scale really works in the story's favor, though right before the finale it doesn't feel like it amounts to all that much. The finale really is incredible though, and it kind of makes me wonder where the rest of that was before. I do have to give huge props to the Coliseum in Gaiden. It's probably my favorite in the franchise. Very mixed experience, very high highs, very mid lows. The man who erased his previous finale, because he did. I would change this review to say that it has decent highs. I wouldn't say they're high highs anymore. There we go then. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, Spider-Man 2, Yakuza Like a Dragon. And now, this list is going to be a speedrun, and I'm not going to say anything of note, but I'm just going to Games I haven't made a review for, but I definitely remember beating, because I was trying to think. I've beaten a lot of games, but when I was looking through this review website, you know, like the videogamelist.com, then the gg.com, and then seeing what I'm going to transfer to the backlog, I only had like 120 games listed, but I've been a gamer my whole life, so I must have beaten more than those games. So I searched my mind palace to remember everything I've beaten in my lifespan, and I wrote it all down here, and I'm going to speedrun through all of it right now. Sonic Unleashed on the Wii, Wii Sports, Beyblade Metal Fusion on DS, Club Penguin, Elite Penguin Force, DS, Super Mario 64 DS, except I didn't beat it, but I played it so much as a child that it might as well be here. Batman Arkham City, Mario Kart Double Dash, Nintendo Land, Super Smash Bros. For the Wii U, Ben 10 Alien Force, Ben 10 Protector of Earth, Mario Structures Charge, Mario Kart Wii, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, I put 40 hours in that, Sonic and the Secret Rings, Punch-Out Wii, Punch-Out NES, Super Mario Bros. 1, Sonic Unleashed Wii, I already put Sonic Unleashed Wii, what? Why is this here 2 times? Oops. Am I going to change my document here and just kind of take it out? Okay, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Hey. Don't get feisty with me now. I don't want any repetition in this list. Okay. Where were we? Sonic and the Secret Rings, Punch-Out Wii, Punch-Out NES, Super Mario Bros. 1, Super Smash Bros. Brawl, Sonic Colors, New Super Mario Bros. Wii, New Super Mario Bros. Wii U, Wii Fit, Mario Kart 8 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Pokemon X, Kingdom Hearts 3 Dream Drop Distance, I played it on the 3DS, Kid Icarus Uprising, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Platinum, We Play, Lego Batman, Sonic Adventure DX, Sonic Generation, Sonic 4 Episode 1, Sonic 1, Halo 3, Halo 4, Call of Duty Black Ops 1, Call of Duty Black Ops 2, Jackbox, Borderlands 2, Nier Automata, Left 4 Dead 2, Killing Floor 1, Among Us, Tabletop Simulator, Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, Grand Theft Auto Vice City, Dark Souls 2, Mega Man X, Mega Man 2, Castle Crasher, Super Meat Boy, Dead Rising 2, Rayman Legends, Zombieville 1, Zombieville 2, Brick Breaker Revolution 3D, that's an iPhone game, you can't buy it anymore, it's like delisted. Dope game. Same with Infinity Blade 1 and 2. I never played the third one because they're all delisted. Fuck you. Angry Birds. Beyblade Metal Fusion Battle Fortress for the Nintendo Wii. I made a scandal in a restaurant because I couldn't get this game fast enough and my parents were not happy about that. Connect Adventure, Sonic Riders, Zero Gravity Wii. Lomando 1 website game. I made a review about that. That's my second video on the channel. TEC 3001, Club Penguin, Pop Tropica, Toontown. I made a game with zombies in it, spelled in a quirky fashion. Pokemon Go, Miitomo, Attack on Titan online game, you know the one. Cut the Rope, Subway Surfers, Plague Inc., Nova 2, Plumber Crack, Angry Grand, Hero of Sparta, Jetpack Joyride, Fruit Ninja, Temple Run, Tetris, Pocket God, EA Playground for the Wii. One of my mother's friends gave me this game. I didn't know what to do with it, but it was pretty fun. Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, Wii. Mario and Sonic at the Winter Games, Wii. Mario and Sonic at the Winter Games DS. Pokemon Rumble. That was a Wii Shop exclusive game. Mario Party DS. Mario Kart DS. Water Warfare WiiWare. Is it? WiiWare game. Ultimate Spider-Man. Dragon Ball Fighter Z, Uncharted 1, Spec Ops The Line, The Last of Us 1, Nier Automata, Bayonetta 1, and Bayonetta 2. And that wraps up the third episode of the IMON podcast. Thank you so much for watching. If you actually watched this entire thing, hopefully this makes up for missing a couple months. I kind of wanted to make this a monthly series, but I got sidetracked with the ambition of some of my other projects, and this topic was pretty ambitious on its own right, but it's finally done. I've yapped about everything. Hopefully you got something fun out of that, and I'll see you all then for the next episode. Peace out.